Volume 6. Chapter 501, Trying to Defeat a Nascent Soul Expert. Chapter 501, Trying to Defeat a Nascent Soul Expert. By Xiaochun seemed like he had already descended into madness. He had received numerous injuries, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Behind him, the ground was littered with corpses, and the soul cultivators ahead of him were completely shaken. To them, Bai Xiaochun seemed insane and completely bereft of the desire to live. Despite having killed quite a number of soul cultivators, he was clearly seriously injured. However, he didn't seem to care about any such injuries as he strode forward, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, an old soul cultivator appeared in front of him, reaching out with a hand that was already decaying into blackness. By the time his hand was extended, it looked like nothing but ashen bones as he tried to grab Bai Xiaochun's chest, apparently to rip out his heart. At the same time, 8 other soul cultivators in the area drew so deeply upon themselves that blood began to ooze out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Soul power battered Bai Xiaochun's frigid chi as they charged in attack. If they could just slow down his momentum, then perhaps their combined force would be enough to destroy him in body and soul. In the face of such danger, Bai Xiaochun laughed viciously and allowed the old man's pitch-black bone hand to slam into his chest. The old man's eyes lit up with delight, and just when he was about to grab down, his face fell as he realized that it felt like his hand had run into a chunk of iron. Heart-pounding, the old man made to retreat. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun lunged forward, head-butting the man in the face. As the man's head was crushed, he screamed and tried to fight back, and yet, the frigid chi had suppressed even his quasi-nascent soul cultivation base, and a moment later, he was dead in body and soul. After killing the old man, Bai Xiaochun spun, his hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture to summon a gale-force wind that blasted against the other 8 soul cultivators. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and yet he shot like lightning toward the 8 enemies, landing vicious fist strikes onto their chests that sent them tumbling backward like kites with their strings cut. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually occurred within about 10 breaths of time. During that time, he had already killed at least 100 soul cultivators, and many savage giants. Behind him, the ground was soaked with blood and gore. As his frigid chi faded away, he staggered a bit to the side, where some of the cultivators of the 5 legions reached out to prop him up. Those cultivators' eyes were bright red. After witnessing Bai Xiaochun's brave ferocity, they were also pushed deeper into madness, and took it upon themselves to protect him as they again charged forward. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale white, and he was having a hard time breathing. However, with the help of the other cultivators, he managed to grit his teeth and put a godly vestige pill into his mouth. Then he pulled out a few bottles of spirit alcohol to restore his spiritual energy. The main reason he had been willing to sustain such injuries moments ago was because he had the godly vestige pill to fall back on. As soon as the miraculous pill entered his mouth, heat washed through him, and in the blink of an eye, all of his injuries were being healed. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to charge toward the shield, which was now only about 1,500 meters away. Along the way, other nearby cultivators had noticed what was happening, and had been hurrying over to join them the entire time, causing their numbers to swell to over 10,000. Of course, they weren't the only large group of cultivators who had managed to group together. There were 7 or 8 other such groups, all of whom were in formation and trying to reach the shield. Furthermore, all of them were rallying around a powerful figure of some sort. And of course, Bai Xiaochun was just such a leader. However, he was a bit different from the other core figures who had rallied troops around them. Those people had long since grown in prestige and power. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun had slaughtered his way into fame in a very short time. He seemed to lack any fear of death, and was willing to fight back against hundreds of soul cultivators and savage giants. Because of that, he had gained the complete approval of everyone around him. As his group blasted through layer after layer of opposition, and got closer and closer to the shield, one of the nascent soul tribal chiefs finally used some unknown method to make it past the destructive beams of light being sent out by the huge eye. At first, the tribal chief was only about 30 meters tall, but as he closed in, he rapidly grew in height to 300 meters tall. Every step he took caused his energy to rise to even more shocking heights, even causing a powerful wind to sweep about in all directions. As he sped toward Bai Xiaochun, cries of alarm rang out from the cultivators. "Time to die, devil Bai!" He howled in rage, his voice echoing like thunder. The mere sound of his voice was such that the cultivators who had been clustered protectively around Bai Xiaochun began to tremble and cough up blood. With that, the tribal chief lunged forward, shoving his mountain-like hand forward and unleashing pressure that the cultivators of the 5 legions could not fight back against. From the look of it, there was nothing anybody could do to stop this chief. Even as Bai Xiaochun stood there, supported by another cultivator, he looked up, and his pupils constricted. Nascent soul. There was no time for hesitation. He had already surmised that the wildlanders wouldn't let him escape so easily, which was why he had held back so many of his other trump cards. Although the scene which was playing out was shocking, it was by no means unexpected. Gritting his teeth, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then dashed forward to meet the tribal chief, frigid chi swirling around him, his undying live forever technique on full display. In the blink of an eye, the two of them met, and an intense boom filled the air. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and he almost felt like the pressure and might of the nascent soul stage alone was enough to crush him into oblivion. However, the tribal chief didn't come out unscathed. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shone with incredulity as he staggered backward several steps. "What level is your cultivation base? You're not injured?" In his shock, the tribal chief asked 2 questions in one breath. From what he had been able to tell, this devil Bai was actually on equal footing with himself, which seemed like a complete impossibility. Bai Xiaochun wiped the blood off of his mouth and said, "My cultivation base level? The level that can kill you, . A quick glance confirmed that the beams of light from the giant eye would definitely keep the other tribal chiefs at bay temporarily. However, if he didn't take care of this tribal chief quickly, then death would be just around the corner. Eyes flickering, he decided to completely throw caution to the wind. Quickly performing a double-handed incantation gesture, he shoved his hands down toward the ground. Water swamp. Instantly, ripples spread out through the air, causing water vapor to spring out of nowhere as the entire area was transformed into a huge swamp. When that swamp appeared, the tribal chief's face fell, and the profound sense of deadly crisis that inundated him caused his heart to begin to pound. This devil Bai is very strange. The chief's eyes flickered with killing intent. Well aware that he couldn't let Bai Xiaochun finish using this technique, he suddenly lunged forward. "You're dead." "Nope," Bai Xiaochun retorted. "You're dead." With that, he flung his hands over his head, causing his hair and his blood-stained garments to whip about as energy surged in all directions. Kingdom. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The lands quaked as a massive spike shot out from the ground, then a second, and then a third. One after another, they rose up like mountains, provoking looks of wide-eyed shock from everyone on the battlefield. The tribal chief had been in the middle of lunging forward, and was stabbed directly by one of the spikes. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a look of utter shock appeared on his face. Frigid chi poured into him as he looked down at the spike and the swamp around him. From what he could tell, that water vapor hid some shockingly enormous beast. And yet, things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun leaped into the air above the tribal chief, spreading his arms wide as he howled, "Living mountain incantation." In the blink of an eye, rocks began to form around him until he looked like a huge stone golem. With the power of a living mountain, he bore down on the tribal chief and then crushed him with vicious ruthlessness. Elder brother Zhao can kill nascent soul experts, and so can Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, How is this possible? Chapter 502, How is this possible? Below the tribal chief was the water swamp kingdom. He was surrounded by frigid chi, and was looking up at Bai Xiaochun's living mountain power. The combination of all of those factors created a deadly gambit that was Bai Xiaochun's last hope for survival. These were his most powerful trump cards. Early on, he had assumed that he would face a moment of ultimate danger such as this, and as such, he had been holding back a bit of fleshly body power, and even some of his spiritual power, all for a moment like this. Furthermore, because of his godly vestige pills, he was much more confident of being able to survive. Therefore, he also knew that he had to go all out, although he feared death, in a moment like this when the flame of his life force could be snuffed out at any moment, such fear was useless. If he wanted to keep himself from dying, he had to risk his life. Throw caution to the wind. That was his line of thinking. As he descended, the maddened tribal chief also drew upon every ounce of power he could to fight back against this unprecedentedly deadly crisis. The most unbelievable aspect to the entire situation was that he was a nascent soul expert. Although he was only in the early nascent soul stage, that still counted as nascent soul. And it didn't matter how strong Bai Xiaochun was, the chief could sense that he was only in the late core formation stage, not even the great circle. Despite the fact that this was a late core formation cultivator, he imparted such a sensation of imminent danger that the chief couldn't help but feel both humiliated and terrified. However, there was no time for thought or planning, nor any time for discussion. The tribal chief's cultivation base power erupted out, bolstering his fleshly body to the point where he looked like a heavenly king. The savage giants were different from soul cultivators in that they focused mostly on fleshly body cultivation. Although this tribal chief had some magical techniques at his disposal, the true foundation of his power was fleshly body strength. "Wanna kill me?" The chief roared, throwing both his hands above him to smash into the living mountain incantation. None other. Bai Xiaochun roared back, unleashing everything that his living mountain incantation, water swamp kingdom, and frigid master powers were capable of. Boom! Wind blasted out in all directions, and brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. The entire battlefield trembled, and cultivators from both sides of the conflict all simultaneously stared in the same direction to see what would happen. The eyes of the other tribal chiefs were glued to the scene, and at the same time, their minds were battered with waves of shock. Even the necromancers and the top experts from the 5 legions were all looking over at Bai Xiaochun. He was the complete and utter center of attention. As everyone looked on, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom ripped through the air. Then, a moment later, the frigid master aura began to fade, and the water swamp kingdom spikes began to vanish. Up above in the air, Bai Xiaochun was trembling and coughing up blood as he tumbled backward. Cracking sounds rang out as his living mountain form cracked and crumbled. Soon, his true form was revealed, and after coughing up another mouthful of blood, he popped another godly vestige pill into his mouth. When he looked up, he didn't even take the time to see the outcome of his attack, but instead, bolted toward the shield. At the same time, the fading effects of the living mountain incantation, water swamp kingdom, and frigid master aura slowly revealed the nascent soul tribal chief. At first, he stood there completely unmoving, but then a breeze swept past, and he trembled. Then the chief slowly crumbled and transformed into ash, starting from his feet and head, and slowly spreading to the rest of his body. He had been completely destroyed, from his physical form down to his soul. In the moment of his death, his eyes continued to shine with terror and defiance. And yet, nothing could stop him from fading away into the wind. The battlefield went silent for a long moment before panting sounds began to rise up, and then a huge commotion. Impossible! Heavens! A late core formation cultivator just killed a nascent soul expert. This. He wasn't an ordinary nascent soul expert either, he was a tribal chief from one of the wildlands tribes. His fleshly body power must have been shocking. This devil Bai. Damn it, not only did he come out alive, but he actually ended his opponent. What brilliance! Even as the exclamations of astonishment rang out, the more than 10,000 cultivators in the area began to cry out in joy and cluster around Bai Xiaochun as they all shot toward the shield. The other giants and soul cultivators in the area were completely shaken. As Bai Xiaochun barreled toward them, their faces turned ashen with fear, and they scattered, not daring to provide even the slightest bit of resistance. Xiaochun had put far too many giants and soul cultivators to death. He had even killed one of the tribal chiefs. How could any of them even think of trying to stand in his way? The enormous eye began to send beams of light out with even more rapidity, making it impossible for any other tribal chief to get closer. Meanwhile, Xiaochun's own battalion was also speeding in his direction. They had been trying to reach him the entire time, intent on joining and guarding him. After all, Xiaochun had always treated them well, plus, his current achievements in battle ensured that he would almost certainly be promoted in the army. How could they possibly be anything but awe-inspired? As for the spell formation shield, it continued to bulge out toward him, to the point where all of the savages and soul cultivators, and even the tribal chiefs could see, that he would be within that shield in moments. In the moment he did, a tremor ran through him, and all of the valor and bravery from moments before vanished, to be replaced by lingering fear. His face was ashen, and he was panting as he turned back to look at the countless savages gnashing their teeth beyond the shield. You just wait for Lord Bai to come back and show you a thing or two. Inside of the shield, Bai Lin and the other top experts were still fighting the necromancer souls. Unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of the necromancers, many of whom had received grievous injuries. As soon as Bai Xiaochun made it back inside the shield, the necromancer souls exchanged glances and made as if to charge in his direction. And yet, how could Bai Lin and the other top experts let that happen? Without the slightest hesitation, all of the major generals, as well as other nascent soul experts from the 5 legions, leapt forward to fight them. Moments later, the necromancer souls scattered, not in an attempt to get at Bai Xiaochun, but to flee back outside of the shield. They all headed in different directions, and although some of them were close enough to Bai Xiaochun that they might have been able to send a casual attack in his direction, considering how many cultivators surrounded him, and considering how he had fought the tribal chief, they were so frightened that they just left. Bai Xiaochun maintained full vigilance as all of this happened. Soon, the necromancers were gone, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surrounded by all the cultivators he had led off of the battlefield, he began to speed back toward the Great Wall. When he finally reached the wall itself, he finally seemed to run out of energy. Heart-pounding, he thought back to everything which had occurred during the fight, and was left with the sensation that he had barely escaped with his life. Eventually, as evening gave way to night, Chen Hetian and the red-garbed young woman finally stopped fighting. The day of battle had finally come to an end, and the only thing left behind on the battlefield were mounds of corpses. The wildlands had suffered grievous casualties, and yet, so had the 5 legions. After a night of rest, the fighting resumed in the morning, just as fierce as before. 3 months passed, during which time the fighting raged. At the same time, the savage giant's army continued to receive reinforcements, and it was the same with the 5 legions. Cultivators from World City were continually being sent to bolster the forces at the Great Wall, and ensure that their overall strength didn't lessen. During the 3 months, one name after another rose to prominence within the 5 legions, all thanks to the battle credit they had accumulated. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was the most spectacular of them all. Although he never went back to the front lines during the 3 months which had passed, his bravery and veins of steel during the initial battle caused the more than 10,000 cultivators who he had led to safety to view him with reverence and awe. Furthermore, his battle credit continued to rise, although no one in the 5 legions could determine the exact extent of it. Meanwhile, a similar situation occurred among the Wildlands forces. Because of the fierce fighting, one powerful expert after another rose to fame, the vast majority of them being necromancers. A month before, as the battles seemed to be winding down, the necromancers seemed to abandon the tactic of using souls as their weapons, and instead began to fight personally on the battlefield. When they did, the attacks they unleashed shocked everyone present. That was because the magical items they wielded, despite not being at the level of precious treasures, were all decorated with a minimum of 7 spirit enhancement designs. There were even some of them that had received 10-fold spirit enhancements. Most shocking of all were 3 particular necromancers who were in the late nascent soul stage. Their magical items unleashed shocking power that not only enabled them to easily kill other nascent soul cultivators, but also allowed them to challenge Quasi-Deva realm experts like Bai Lin. Each of those 3 necromancers wielded magical items with 13 silver designs on them. Shockingly, they were magical items with 13-fold spirit enhancements. Many of the cultivators from the legions were shocked by this, especially by Xiaochun. In fact, it was so unbelievable to him that he personally went up to the wall to see for himself. How is this possible? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Promotion to Colonel. Chapter 503, Promotion to Colonel. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the lands of Heavenspan, the most advanced spirit enhancement he had ever seen was tenfold. But now, in a completely unexpected turn of events, he was looking at magical items which had been enhanced far beyond that. There's something strange going on. Could it be that the Wildlands harbors some mysterious secret regarding spirit enhancement? Even as he pondered the issue, he subconsciously cast his senses toward the turtle walk inside his finger. Most telling of all about the whole thing was that Bai Lin and the other most powerful experts didn't seem to find the matter unusual at all. It was almost as if they were used to seeing necromancers using such spirit-enhanced magical items. Furthermore, their eyes burned passionately at the sight of them, and they attacked with greater fervor than before, clearly in the hopes of getting their hands on one of the enhanced treasures. Apparently, for the generals and major generals, one of the key things they could gain from battle wasn't battle credit, but rather, the spirit-enhanced treasures of the necromancers. The fighting went on for another month, after which the Wildlands finally retreated. The Great Wall forces didn't chase after them. After all, the Great Wall had suffered extensive losses in this battle as well. Neither Chen Hetian nor the red-garbed young woman came out on top in their conflict, and in fact, both received similar injuries. It was only in the moment that the Wildlands armies began to retreat that Bai Xiaochun finally got a good look at the young woman in red. She wore a long red garment and had flowing black hair. She seemed very young, and was beautiful in a way that surpassed even Chen Manyao. Of greater significance, however, was her cultivation base, which made her radiate an air of nobility that would cause anyone who looked at her to feel their heart pounding in their chest. Of course, Bai Xiaochun didn't really care about any of that. At the moment, he was looking glumly at Li Hongming, who had come to the armory to visit Bai Xiaochun the very afternoon the fighting ended. Li Hongming had been a colonel to begin with, and still was, but had risen within the ranks of the colonels thanks to his accumulation of battle credit during the fighting. Xiaochun, you're famous now. Completely famous. According to the secret reports I saw, the Wildlands has increased the bounty on your head. Do you know what the reward is for your death? A Deva beast soul. Although the reward is only one of them, and it's not clear what type, that's still something incredibly valuable. After all, if you can collect enough 5 elements Deva beast souls to meet the requirements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, you can step into the nascent soul stage. Only people in the top 10 of the Wildlands execution list have rewards like that attached to their names. Congratulations! Xiaochun, you're already in the top 10. The only people even close to you on that list are nascent soul cultivators. In fact, you are the only core formation cultivator in the top 30. Devil Bai. That's what the Wildlanders call you now. Li Hongming was sincerely offering his congratulations to Bai Xiaochun, and had actually hurried over here just to tell him this news. However, Bai Xiaochun was left shaking in fear. A Deva beast soul as a reward. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp in shock as his heart began to pound. He could only imagine how badly the savages and soul cultivators in the Wildlands would want to kill him now. Li Hongming was left sighing continuously in his heart. When he thought back to the time Bai Xiaochun had first arrived, it would have been impossible to predict that he would become so famous both inside and outside the Great Wall. The two of them chatted a bit more about some random things, until eventually Li Hongming could sense that Bai Xiaochun was feeling down. Finally, he patted his shoulder and left. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun sat down and sighed. Ah, whatever. No matter where I go, I always put on a breathtaking performance. AI. Worst case scenario, I just don't go outside the Great Wall after this. I'll stick around until the 10 years are up, and then head back to the sect. Only by comforting himself in this way could he somewhat still his pounding heart. And yet, his anxiety just wouldn't go away. Not only was he worried about the wildland soul cultivators trying to get the bounty on his head, but he also couldn't keep from being nervous about the other cultivators in the 5 legions. After all, his head was very valuable now. Thankfully, he didn't have to stew in his worries for too long. Now that the fighting was over, the promotions were being handed out. Many cultivators were being promoted from ordinary soldiers to the rank of lieutenant or captain. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was one of only 2 captains who were promoted to colonel. Now that he was a colonel, he could occupy both the armory and his own personal colonel's command center. Furthermore, in addition to Zhao Long and the original battalion of 100 men, he would now command an additional 900 cultivators. It took a huge amount of battle credit to earn a promotion from captain to colonel, which made such promotions very uncommon as a result of only one battle. The other captain to receive a promotion to colonel had already been stationed in Great Wall City for 100 years. The only reason he had finally been able to get his promotion was because he was about to break through into the Great Circle of Core Formation, and had risked his life in countless battles. The truth was that despite how many soul cultivators Bai Xiaochun had cut down, and regardless of the fact that he had slaughtered a tribal chief, he still shouldn't have had enough battle credit to get promoted. The only reason he was now a colonel was because of his soul convergence pills and pill furnace bombs. In that fashion, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, and been promoted to colonel in one fell swoop. As an apothecary, he had invented soul convergence pills, which ended up changing the course of the battle. Furthermore, his exploding treasures also shocked everyone near and far. And then there was his battle prowess. After cutting down numerous soul cultivators, and even a tribal chief, it was clear that his fleshly body was similar to the nascent soul level. And although he wasn't a true nascent soul expert, he could obviously do things that ordinary core formation cultivators could not. In addition to all that, he had saved the lives of over 10,000 soldiers, causing countless cultivators to revere him. To top it all off, he was now in the top 10 on the Wildlands execution list. All of these various honors and glories were like a shockwave that rolled through all of Great Wall City. In addition, it caused the generals of the other 4 legions to suddenly view Bai Xiaochun as being vastly more important than he had been before. Whoever had Bai Xiaochun in their legion would not only have a valiant warrior, but would also have soul convergence pills and exploding pill furnaces. Plus, they would have someone who thousands upon thousands of other cultivators revered. He was really a comprehensive package. The generals of the other 4 legions were quite excited, and therefore, it was no surprise that on the evening in which Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared outside of the armory. Within that beam of light was an old man wearing a pitch-black suit of armor. He pulsed with a black energy, and had the illusory image of a fierce tiger floating above his head. His eyes were bright red, and he seemed to pulse with demonic qi. Overall, he made a very terrifying sight. In addition to all that, he had a very profound cultivation base, being half a step into the Deva realm. Heaven and earth trembled upon his arrival, and all of the cultivators in the armory looked up and then clasped hands in salute. It's the general of the Black Demons. Greetings, General. Zhao Long and his compatriots were shaken, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he had been in the middle of meditating when he felt the sudden pressure in the area. Walking out, he saw the general of the Black Demons hovering in midair. Bai Xiaochun had never interacted personally with the man, they had only seen each other on the battlefield. Feeling a bit surprised to see him here, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and bowed. The old man laughed heartily as he landed in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with approval and admiration. "Grandmaster Bai, why don't you join the Black Demons? Whatever compensation they're giving you here, I'll triple it." Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He had a lot of freedom in the skin flayers, and hadn't planned to leave. However, this general's eyes burned as if with fire. Clearly, he really wanted Bai Xiaochun to agree to the proposition. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, and just when he was about to say something else, another beam of light appeared in the sky. Before anyone could say a word, a new voice rang out. "Don't listen to him, Grandmaster Bai. Why don't you join the Banestars? Not only will I offer you 10 times your current compensation, but I can also guarantee that you won't be injured by the Wildlanders even a single time. I definitely won't let you end up in any critical situations such as those which unfolded before." Even as the words rang out, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe appeared. He was very attractive, and had a warm smile that lacked even the hint of a bad temper. He was almost humble-looking. However, Bai Xiaochun had seen him fight in battle, and knew that his murderous aura was beyond comparison to anyone except for Bai Lin. "You'll guarantee my safety?" Bai Xiaochun blurted, his heart suddenly pounding. He had just been pondering the issue of how dangerous things were, so to hear the general of the Banestars make an offer like that instantly got him excited. When the general of the Black Demons saw Bai Xiaochun's expression, he instantly started to get nervous, and was just about to insert some words when, all of a sudden, a cold snort filled the air. "The Black Demons and the Banestars are all stingy tightwads, Grandmaster Bai. What's the use of joining miserly legions like theirs? If you come to the Savage Butcherers, I'll increase your compensation by 20-fold. I'll also guarantee your safety, and get you any medicinal plant you need. The same goes for spirit alcohol and medicinal pills. Whatever cultivation resources you require will be at your disposal." A third beam of light appeared, and as it touched down, a tall, burly man came into view. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 504, The 5 Legions Compete. Chapter 504, The 5 Legions Compete. The burly man wore a suit of heavy armor, and looked almost like a mountain. His eyes flickered with a brutal gleam as he glared at the old man and the middle-aged cultivator. The generals of the Black Demons and the Banestars glared back at him, and it almost looked like a fight might break out at any moment. "Ah?" Bai Xiaochun said, blinking a few times. Although he was very pleased by the fact that the generals of these 3 legions were competing over him, he had to conclude that the offer from the Savage Butcherers seemed the best of them all. However, it was in that very instant that another cold snort echoed out, along with a blast of wind that caused intense rumbling sounds to fill the air. Then, numerous bolts of lightning descended from the sky, which swirled together into the form of a white-haired cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he was standing there in Bai Xiaochun's courtyard, lightning crackling beneath his feet, transforming the entire courtyard into something like a lake of lightning. Of course, the lightning didn't harm Bai Xiaochun or his men. However, the faces of the other generals flickered as they were forced to rotate their cultivation bases to keep themselves from harm. "What do you think you're doing, Master Soul Slaughterer?" shouted the burly man from the Savage Butcherers. "What am I doing? Competing with you people, obviously. Grandmaster Bai, why not join the Soul Slaughterers? I can guarantee you 10 years of safety, and 50 times your current compensation. Plus, I can ensure that you will be rich and taken care of after you go back to the sect. I'll give you access to all the medicinal plants and other resources you need, and I'll even give you a priceless nascent soul pill. All you have to do is nod your head yes, and I'll hand the pill over immediately." Even as he spoke, he lifted his right hand, which was holding a crystalline medicinal pill. The pill instantly erupted with a shocking medicinal aroma that Zhao Long and the others had no trouble identifying as that of a nascent soul pill. Nascent soul pills were one of the most important types of cultivation resources in existence at the Great Wall. They were even hard to get in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and extensive records were kept on their distribution. They were second in value only to Deva beast souls. In fact, most people actually valued them more than Deva beast souls. After all, despite the fact that using Deva beast souls to step into the nascent soul stage would lead to incredible power, it would only work if you possessed all 5 souls of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, any cultivator in the great circle of the core formation stage would have a good chance of achieving a breakthrough with a nascent soul pill. Although breaking through using that method came with certain downsides, such as being less powerful than someone who used Deva beast souls, it was still the nascent soul stage. And besides, very few people would be able to build up a full collection of 5 elements Deva beast souls. Not even Bai Xiaochun had been able to get his hands on a nascent soul pill since he had arrived in Great Wall City. As such, he knew how valuable they were, and here, this white-haired cultivator was holding one of them in his hand. All he had to do was nod his head, and he could have it. How could Bai Xiaochun not be excited about that? His eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the pill. Although he didn't actually plan to step into nascent soul using that method, the pill could still be very useful. With it, he could ascend to the great circle of core formation almost immediately. That would definitely save him a lot of time. The other 3 generals looked at the nascent soul pill, their hearts trembling. It wasn't that they didn't have nascent soul pills of their own to offer, they did. However, such pills were so valuable that they couldn't help but hesitate about what to do. The more Bai Xiaochun looked at that nascent soul pill, the brighter his eyes shone. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at the other 3 silent generals, and decided that if he hesitated any longer, he might lose this chance. Just when he was about to nod, an enraged shout ripped through the air. Absolutely disgraceful. Screw off, fools. Damn it, how dare the 4 of you bastards show up here in Skin Flayer's territory and try to steal my people, That's nothing more than a nascent soul pill. Ignore them, Xiaochun. I'll give you 3 nascent soul pills. It was none other than Bai Lin, his voice cracking like thunder as he appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun to stare furiously at the 4 other generals. As far as he was concerned, the fact that they had shown up in his territory to brazenly attempt to recruit one of his men was completely embarrassing. Thus, his murderous aura raged as he waved his sleeve, sending a blast of air rumbling toward the other generals. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun backed up, and as for Zhao Long and the others, they had long since fled. The 4 generals' faces fell. Clearly, none of them had expected Bai Lin to actually unleash an attack. They immediately drew upon the power of their cultivation bases, and were about to start fighting back, when all of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the enormous eye atop the pagoda. The beam slammed down right in the middle of all 5 generals, forcing them to back away from each other. At the same time, Chen Hetian's ancient voice echoed out with icy coldness. You're dismissed, all of you. The 5 of you are generals, so start acting like it. Gritting his teeth, Bai Lin glared at the other 4 generals. The generals, fully aware that they were in the wrong, cleared their throats, then cast longing glances at Bai Xiaochun before turning and leaving. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, looked around, and then turned his attention to Bai Lin. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, they came looking for me. Face grim, Bai Lin walked over to Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun, those 4 bastards are real tricksters. Don't listen to them. You stay here with me. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe, and I'll keep you supplied with whatever medicinal plants you need. Compensation won't be a problem either, nor will nascent soul pills. With that, he winced a bit as he pulled 2 nascent soul pills out of his bag of holding and handed them over to Bai Xiaochun. I only have 2 at the moment. Take them. With a bit of time, I can come up with a way to get a 3rd. Inwardly, Bai Lin was cursing at the fact that he now needed to come up with yet another nascent soul pill. The truth was that they weren't impossible to acquire, but it always took a long time to save up enough resources to buy one. Bai Xiaochun took the 2 nascent soul pills, his heart quivering with anticipation. Then he looked back at Bai Lin, suddenly struck with how well the general was treating him. And then he thought about how he would be continuing to serve as the man's subordinate for some time, and his expression suddenly turned very serious. Shaking his head, he said, "What kind of person do you think I am, General? If I wanted to join one of the other legions, I could have agreed before you showed up. General, don't you understand why I was buying time? I can't afford to provoke those 4 generals. Therefore, I also couldn't simply refuse them. And that was why I was waiting for you to come take control of the situation." With that, he flicked his sleeve. Looking more serious than ever, he continued, "General, you have treated me with great kindness. How could I possibly cause difficulties for such a benefactor? 2 nascent soul pills are valuable enough on their own. I won't take a third from you even if you offer it." With that, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in salute, feeling very pleased with himself. From what he could tell, his words just now had brimmed with righteous intent, and had been worded perfectly. Regardless of how much Bai Lin truly trusted what Bai Xiaochun had just said, he was still moved. After looking at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, he realized that he was definitely the type of person who knew how to act properly in front of others. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Xiaochun, if possible, try to build up enough battle credit over the next 10 years to become a major general. If you can reach that rank, your status and position will be completely different. Even your river-defying sect's position will change for the better. When major generals return from the 5 legions to the sect, they become elders of the Hall of Steel Veins. That's a status that surpasses the position of anyone in any of the other halls. If you can reach that level, you would be in one of the most powerful groups in the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As long as you didn't ever betray the sect, you could do almost anything you wanted." Bai Lin didn't offer any more detailed explanation than that. After making a few more vague statements, he turned and left. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun thoughtfully walked back into his room. Then he pulled out his command medallion and checked how much battle credit was required to be promoted to Major General, and gasped. That much. He was left almost completely speechless. He had no idea how the other major generals had ever managed to get promoted. It took more than 100 times as much battle credit as it took to get promoted to colonel. That basically implied that it would take 100 battles such as the one he had just fought in to get that promotion. Well, forget that, then, he thought. I'll just stick with being a colonel. Feeling a bit discouraged, he shook his head and put his command medallion away. Then he pulled out a nascent soul pill, whereupon his eyes yet again began to shine. The Great Circle of Core Formation. Trying to keep calm, he set up some restrictive spells around his residence, and then told Zhao Long and the others that he would be going into secluded meditation. By the time all his preparations were complete, it was deep into the night. When everything was ready, he slowly put one of the nascent soul pills into his mouth, but instantly, he began to tremble, and his mind filled with rumbling sounds. Then, shocking energy of heaven and earth surged through him, converging in the location of his gold core. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Great Circle of Gold Core. Chapter 505, Great Circle of Gold Core. Rumble. The boundless power of the nascent soul pill slammed into him like an enraged wave, pouring into his gold core and causing his chi passageways to thrum. His gold core, which was filled with a heaven Dao aura and 9 spiritual seas, rumbled as the spiritual power of heaven and earth crashed into it, causing his cultivation base aura to immediately begin to rise. Before, he had been in the late gold core stage, and very close to the Great Circle. The frigid chi within him had already reached the 80% level, and once he reached the 100% level, he would achieve the breakthrough he sought. As the energy of heaven and earth filled his gold core and its 9 spiritual seas, he unleashed his frigid school will evolving incantation, causing frigid chi to pulse out rapidly. That wasn't ordinary frigid chi, it was of the frigid master level, but once he entered the Great Circle, his frigid chi would also break through to the frigid paragon level. As a frigid paragon, he would be able to freeze portions of heaven-span river water. Furthermore, when combined with his other extraordinary abilities and powers, he would be able to freeze anyone in the core formation stage in place, and even kill them with a mere thought. The aura of a frigid paragon could even cause major problems for nascent soul experts. After his breakthrough into the Great Circle, the power of his Heaven Dao Gold Core would be able to unleash its true potential. It was the most powerful type of Gold Core, the type which could shake the nascent soul stage. Before, he had only been able to fight the nascent soul tribal chief by relying on godly vestige pills and his incredible fleshly body strength. But once he stepped into the Great Circle, then even if he faced ordinary soul cultivators with divine abilities of the nascent soul stage, he would definitely be able to fight them toe-to-toe. The Great Circle of the Gold Core stage. Such thoughts filled Bai with anticipation, as well as excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and therefore, he calmed his thoughts and focused on the frigid school will-evolving incantation, sending pulses of frigid chi out of his body. Frigid chi filled the building, instantly freezing everything over. In fact, from the outside, the building almost looked like an enormous ice cube. As the cracking sounds rang out, Zhao Long and the others who were standing guard looked on in shock. Moments later, even some of the nearby pill furnaces were frozen just like the building. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had warned them ahead of time of what to expect, and they were some distance away. Were they not, they very well could have been in danger of being frozen in place. What technique does our exalted colonel cultivate? That frigid chi is so strong. It's horrifying. Zhao Long and Lu Li exchanged glances, as did everyone else. Even as they looked on, frigid chi filled more than half of the armory. Everywhere it went became a world of frozen ice. Thankfully, during the course of Bai Xiaochun's rise to prominence, the other grandmasters had all moved away. If they hadn't, they would also have been frozen in place in their residences. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the entire armory was frozen. It looked like an ice mountain that astonished not only Zhao Long and the others in the regiment, but also the other skin flayers in the area. There were even major generals with nascent soul cultivation bases who were astonished, and as for Bai Lin, he personally flew over to see what was happening. After looking down at the armory, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. If he'd possessed frigid chi of this level before, he would have been able to fight his way back to safety much more easily than he did. Eyes sparkling with approval, he quickly issued orders for more skin flayers to come and stand guard as Dharma protectors. The last to take note was the Deva Chen Hetian. A beam of light shot out from the enormous eye to shine upon the armory, which closely examined the situation before retracting a moment later. This seems to be some new transformation of frigid chi. Chen Hetian murmured thoughtfully. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun's session of secluded meditation lasted for several months, during which time fighting resumed outside the Great Wall, but little more than small-scale skirmishes. Nothing like the fighting earlier that year occurred. Eventually, his months of cultivation led to a crucial moment. The energy of heaven and earth provided by the nascent soul pill had converged in his gold core, causing his spiritual seas to vibrate as frigid chi completely froze his gold core. From the look of it, his core was transforming into an ice core. By this point, the gold core was more than 90% iced up, and pulsed with a freezing aura that left Bai Xiaochun motionless and seemingly frozen. Another 3 days passed. That evening, when the final bit of the gold core came to be covered with ice, Bai Xiaochun's gold core truly had transformed into an ice core. Rumbling sounds echoed out in his mind as his eyes snapped open. At the same time, boundless streams of energy erupted out from inside of him. Cultivation base breakthrough. No longer was he in the late gold core stage, he was now in the Great Circle. It worked! He shouted, his eyes gleaming with strange light. As of this moment, he could sense that the golden ice core inside of him contained frigid chi that vastly surpassed anything from before. Furthermore, as that chi flowed through him, it didn't harm him in the least. He slowly extended his right hand, causing a stream of frigid chi to emerge from his fingertip. Instantly, the layers of ice around him began to tremble, as though an incredible pressure had suddenly descended onto the existing ice. a pressure from the emperor of all freezing things. Instantly, more ice began to build up in the armory, causing all of the cultivators who had been standing guard to back up to avoid it. Frigid Paragon. Bai Xiaochun murmured, his expression the same as ever as he looked thoughtfully at his fingertip. For some reason, it felt as if some unexplainable transformation was occurring to the ice core inside of him. It was almost as if something were growing inside. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Although he couldn't be sure if something really was inside of the ice core, he could definitely sense some familiar fluctuations, and was certain that if he made another breakthrough, the results would be astonishing. It almost seems like control power. He murmured. Wait, I get it. Since I cultivate the frigid school will evolving incantation, and have just made a major breakthrough, then I most likely have will growing inside of the ice core, but... Bai Xiaochun already had his own speculations and understanding regarding the so-called will. After a bit of time, he suppressed his curiosity. The answer would come when his willpower was eventually brought out into the world. Then he would know for sure. My cultivation base is now in the great circle of the gold core stage. Next is my undying live forever technique. The strength of the nascent soul pill had already pushed him into the great circle, but there was still a bit of power left, which he could transform into life force. These nascent soul pills really live up to their reputation. What a pity I don't have the medicine formula. Of course, based on what I can tell, main ingredient is almost certainly immortal birthing grass, but immortal birthing grass was a near-extinct type of medicinal plant whose primary function was to provide life force power. In the legends, that type of life force could be used to become an immortal. Of course, that wasn't true at all, and yet, it went to show how valuable immortal birthing grass was. From what I can tell, as long as I prevent the nascent soul pill from taking my core and forming a nascent soul, then I can absorb the life force with my undying live forever technique, and make a huge advancement. The third level of the undying codex is the undying tendons. I've already cultivated it in both arms and both legs, and am lacking only in the torso and head. The requirements for the torso are significant. After a moment of thought, he looked at the second nascent soul pill, gritted his teeth, and put it in his mouth. Anyone on the outside who saw him consume a second nascent soul pill would have been completely flabbergasted. For one thing, nascent soul pills were incredibly valuable, and furthermore, few people would ever need to consume more than one to make their breakthrough. As soon as he consumed the second pill, the energy of heaven and earth erupted out into his chi passageways. Almost immediately, it began to head toward his ice core, where normally speaking, it would shatter the core and begin to form a nascent soul. However, as soon as the energy began to speed toward the ice core, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he unleashed his undying live forever technique. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge vortex formed in his torso, and a shocking gravitational force sprang into being. In the blink of an eye, all of the energy of heaven and earth veered off course and began to pour into that vortex. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, The True Undying Hex. Chapter 506, The True Undying Hex. The undying live forever technique could be cultivated with incredible rapidity as long as enough life force was available. Bai Xiaochun had learned that many years ago. Also, he had come to understand that cultivating it required a huge, almost preposterous expenditure of resources. There was no way the river-defying sect could sustain such a resource drainage, and even the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, one of the river source sects, would be hard-pressed to do so. And as of this moment, he had only reached the third level of the undying codex, the undying tendons. Later, he would need to work on the undying bones and undying blood, and could scarcely imagine what level of life force would be required for that. I can't worry about all of that, he thought, his eyes shining with determination as the vortex in his torso sucked in the life force from the nascent soul pill. Almost immediately, his body began to radiate intense heat that began to melt the surrounding ice, and caused his blood to seethe as it surged through his veins. As the heat filled him, he could clearly sense his chi passageways being reformed. As they were, black light filled him, the representation of powerful fleshly body power flowing through his body. As it connected to the power in his four limbs, something like a restrictive spell began to spread out to surround him. Time passed, although Bai Xiaochun couldn't be sure how much. Suddenly, his eyes opened to find that his entire body with the exception of his head was radiating a black light that was painful to look at. Eyes shining, he cast his senses throughout his body, and could immediately tell that his fleshly body power had increased far beyond its previous level. However, that was not the most shocking aspect to the change. He could also sense that his body was much lighter. Or at least, that was what it felt like. As of this moment, he was quite sure that he could move so quickly that he could pierce through the air. Curious, Bai Xiaochun was struck with the desire to test out his theory. However, he suppressed that desire and decided to examine himself a bit further. Suddenly, he gasped. This. To his delight, he realized that he was just on the verge of making contact with the next shackle of mortality. That feeling brightened his spirits immediately. From what he could tell, all it would take would be one more bit of advancement to spread his undying live forever technique to his head. Unfortunately, the life force from the nascent soul pill was already fading away. What a pity, he thought sadly. However, he was still excited. I'm in the great circle of the gold core stage, and made a big breakthrough with my undying live forever technique. As of this point, not a single ordinary core formation cultivator would ever dare to provoke me. Laughing heartily, he rose to his feet. No longer suppressing his desire to pierce through the air, he took a step forward. When he did, the layers of ice in front of him exploded, and Bai Xiaochun vanished. As that happened, the other layers of ice in the area cracked and shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the building was revealed. The effects quickly spread out into the courtyard, and within the space of a few breaths of time, to the entire armory. Cracking sounds filled the air, causing the skin flayers to look around in surprise. Zhao Long and the others from the regiment looked on in shock as the masses of ice, and the mountain that had been the residence, all collapsed. Everything in the armory, from buildings to pill furnaces, all shattered as they transformed into a blast of wind that spread out in all directions. Then, countless gasps rang out as people realized that Bai Xiaochun was nowhere to be seen. The Grandmaster is missing? What's going on? Zhao Long, Lu Li, and others from the regiment rushed over to the collapsed residence, and sure enough, Bai Xiaochun was gone. As they began to search for him, something happened on the battlefield outside the Great Wall. Of course, there was no fighting going on at the moment, although the landscape was shattered and there were corpses everywhere. That was how the area outside the Great Wall usually looked, like a scene from the underworld. Occasionally, various wildlands animals that enjoyed feasting on carrion could be seen munching on severed limbs and crunching on other parts of the corpses. Suddenly, ripples spread out into the air, after which a black glow appeared, which seemed to take the shape of a magical symbol. The carrion-eating animals were startled, and many shot off in the opposite direction, not daring to get close to the black glow. At the same time, the cultivators on duty atop the Great Wall also noticed what was happening. Some of the magical cannons even began to warm up, as if they were about to unleash attacks. The ripples outside of the wall eventually formed into the shape of a bubble, which popped, after which a figure staggered out. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the cultivators on the wall, and they were about to attack when suddenly, some of them began to call out in surprise. Grandmaster Bai! It's Bai Xiaochun! Gasps could be heard as the cultivators realized who it was they were looking at, and yet were unable to reconcile his sudden appearance on the battlefield. The person down there was definitely none other than Bai Xiaochun. At first, he glanced around in confusion. When he finally realized where he was, his scalp began to prickle in fear. What am I doing here? Instantly, his anxiety mounted as he thought about what would happen if a group of soul cultivators suddenly showed up. Without any hesitation, he began to speed back toward the Great Wall. Let me in! He cried as he flew along. Seeing that the cultivators on the Great Wall were hesitating, he quickly pulled out his identity medallion to prove who he was. With that, he passed through the shield and landed on the wall itself. The cultivators still seemed a bit suspicious though, and began to ask some questions. "Grandmaster Bai, what were you doing out there? We didn't see anyone go out beyond the wall. You're supposed to get permission from a general before doing that." An accident, that's all," Bai Xiaochun said, clearing his throat. "Just a little accident." Now that he was back inside the protection of the Great Wall, his heart began to calm down. Earlier, he had been attempting to test out his ability to pierce through the air, and hadn't been expecting to suddenly step into a void of darkness. Within that void, he felt like his body was collapsing, and, terrified, had struggled to emerge. When he did, he was dropped onto the battlefield outside of the Great Wall. The mere thought of what had just occurred left his heart pounding with residual terror. After offering some more vague explanations, he hurried back to the city. Way too dangerous, he thought. I definitely can't take risks like that anymore. Despite his lingering fear, though, he had to admit that what he had just done was extraordinary. He had actually pierced through the Great Wall and its spell formation shield with something almost like a minor teleportation. Or maybe that's not it. After all, outside of battle situations, the huge eye will prevent cultivators from the 5 legions from leaving the shield without orders. And of course, they can't get back in without an identity medallion. And yet, I definitely managed to get out. Why? He blinked a few times, and after a moment, couldn't help but feel that what he had done just now felt like a strange manifestation of his undying tendons. Don't tell me it's the undying hex? Maybe it can affect or even bypass other restrictive spells? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun considered doing some more tests. However, the sensation of almost being ripped apart in that void was something he couldn't stop thinking about. No, it's too dangerous. If I want to do some more tests, I'll have to wait until my undying tendons are complete, and I've broken through the next shackle. Shaking his head, he finally got back to the armory. That was when Zhao Long and the rest of the regiment finally found him. Zhao Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The members of his regiment felt more than ever that Bai Xiaochun was a mysterious and enigmatic figure, and were shocked that he had been able to vanish despite all of them being present to stand guard. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, do you want us to start rebuilding things? As of this point, the armory was uninhabitable, but as a colonel in the Skin Flayers, he had his own command center. Therefore, he simply waved his hand and said, "We're done with this place for now. Let's go to my command center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 507, I have to become a Major General. Chapter 507, I have to become a Major General. Great Wall City was divided up into East, West, South, North, and Central districts, one for each of the 5 legions. The Skin Flayers occupied the East District, which was further divided up into 10 garrisons, one for each of the Major Generals. The Major Generals were all nascent soul experts, people who had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood to get to their current position. Their murderous auras and battle prowess vastly exceeded those of others in their same cultivation level. Without illustrious service performed for the army, and also powerful backers, it was virtually impossible to become a Major General. As for the garrisons, they were divided into 10 command centers, which belonged to the 10 colonels who led them. As for the lieutenants and captains, they occupied locations within the command centers of the colonels. Bai Xiaochun's command center was in the garrison belonging to Major General Zhou Xingjuan of the 3rd Corps, right next to Li Hongming's command center. After Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, Major General Zhou Xingjuan had almost immediately arranged for troops to be assigned to him. Clearly, the army cared a lot about Bai Xiaochun, because all of those cultivators came from the group of 10,000 that he had personally rescued off of the battlefield. Originally, they had been members of other parts of the army, but had been specifically reassigned by General Bai Lin. The entire group of cultivators felt incredible gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun, and had personally witnessed his ferocity and madness in the heat of battle. As such, they were fully convinced of his abilities, and were very excited to serve in his regiment. As Bai Xiaochun was making his way over to the command center, some of the cultivators of the regiment were drilling on the parade ground, practicing the use of various divine abilities, their faces expressionless. Others were sparring amongst themselves. Although everyone appeared to be completely ferocious, they all maintained careful control at all times. The majority sat cross-legged, meditating in silence. The entire command center seemed filled with a very somber air, and a weighty pressure that would make any outsider hesitant to enter it. The place had been like this ever since Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, and in fact, the troops under the command of the other colonels all trembled in fear when they passed by it. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky which shot down toward the command center. Immediately, all the soldiers inside looked up with cold eyes. Within the beam of light was a middle-aged man with a somber expression and pulsing veins of steel. "The exalted colonel is coming." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivators in the command center trembled with excitement. Immediately, the captains began to shout out orders. "Get into formation." Soon, the entire place was buzzing. When Bai Xiaochun finally arrived, he saw many familiar faces lined up outside the command center. As soon as the group caught sight of him, they stepped forward a pace and then shouted out in a mighty voice, "Greetings, Colonel." Their words echoed like thunder to fill the entire Third Corps. As for Li Hongming and the other colonels, they were shaken, and quite a few of them rushed out of their own command centers to see what was happening. What they saw was the assembled cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment, pulsing with tenacity, as if their very bones were filled with the desire to do battle. It was as if all Bai Xiaochun had to do was say the word, and they would raise any area to the ground in a blaze of destruction. Li Hongming and the other colonels were deeply shaken. Valiant troops and a gallant officer. Not only are they grateful to Bai Xiaochun, but they also personally witnessed his veins of steel and vicious fighting. Therefore, they truly respect and admire him. Because of their zealous devotion to him, until the day comes that they pay back the kindness he has shown, they might as well be his personal army. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time visiting his command center and seeing all the cultivators he recognized from that fateful battle. Now that he could sense how heroic and dauntless they were, it got his own blood pumping a bit faster. All of a sudden, he found himself thinking about how he had faced countless dangers that day during the war. After a long moment, he took a breath as a feeling of profound emotion filled him. After all, he knew that, while he had saved them, they had also saved him. The looks of reverence and awe with which they gazed at him caused his heart to tremble. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand toward the command center and said, "Come on men, let's drink and eat together. What battle credit we earn, we spend together, and when we have to flee for our lives, we do it shoulder to shoulder." Bai Xiaochun felt that his words were particularly domineering, and when the cultivators under his command heard them, they exchanged amused glances, then clasped hands and shouted, "Sir, yes sir." As their voices resonated through the area, Li Hongming and the other colonels exchanged odd glances. They had seen quite a few commanding officers give speeches to encourage their troops, but had never heard anyone say things as directly as Bai Xiaochun had. Some distance away in the Skin Flayers district was an enormous building that looked like a coffin, within which Bai Lin stood looking in Bai Xiaochun's direction, shaking his head and smiling. 10 armor-clad individuals stood near him, most of them middle-aged, but some older. Moments ago, the group had been discussing business relating to the Skin Flayers, but after the scene which had just played out, they had sent their divine sense over to observe, and now, all of them seemed to be reminiscing about the past. "This Bai Xiaochun sure is candid," Bai Lin said with a chuckle. "I can't believe he just said that they would flee from battle shoulder to shoulder." He turned to look at one of the group of 10, an old man with white hair. "Brother Zhou, Bai Xiaochun is very important to the Skin Flayers. Please make sure to take special care of him." The 10 men surrounding Bai Lin were none other than the 10 major generals of the Skin Flayers. As for the white-haired old man, he was Bai Xiaochun's commanding officer, Major General Zhou Xingjuan of the 3rd Corps. Upon hearing Bai Lin's words, he smiled and nodded his head. "Don't worry, General. I'll make sure to keep Grandmaster Bai safe and sound." Bai Lin nodded in response, then looked away from the scene outside and resumed his discussion with the major generals. Meanwhile, the members of Bai Xiaochun's regiment clustered around him as he headed into the command center. Once inside, he looked around at what was to be his new residence. As for Zhao Long and his original squad, they were now Bai Xiaochun's personal guard, and they quickly made strict rules regarding who was allowed into the command center. Without express orders, no one from outside the regiment could gain entrance. After all, not only was Bai Xiaochun a colonel, but he was also on the Wildlands execution list, and in the top 10 at that. The reward on his head was a Deva beast soul, something that would be lucrative to wildlanders and cultivators alike. In fact, in the past, there had been situations in which people on the execution list were killed by cultivators, not wildlanders. Before long, half a year had gone by. By now, Bai Xiaochun had been serving at the Great Wall for 2 years. After his promotion to colonel, fighting went on as usual beyond the wall, but they were all skirmishes that didn't come close to the scale of the huge battle the year before. Bai Xiaochun was now very familiar with life in Great Wall City, and had taken up a new hobby. Every few days, he would don his colonel's armor and strut out of his command center, surrounded by large numbers of his men, to stroll through the city. He very much enjoyed the looks of awe and envy that people cast in his direction when he appeared in public. In fact, it was something he would never grow tired of. At first, Zhao Long and his original squad found this very odd, as did the other cultivators in the regiment. However, they gradually grew used to it, and realized that this was just Bai Xiaochun's personality. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it gradually became nothing out of the ordinary. However, Bai Xiaochun continued to do it so often that he appeared to be neglecting his day-to-day duties. It reached the point where Bai Lin caught wind of it. Annoyed, he made some special arrangements. The next day, when Bai Xiaochun led his regiment out of the command center to enjoy the gazes of the other cultivators in the army, he had just begun to savor the buzz of conversation around him when all of a sudden, a group of several thousand cultivators appeared, all of them wearing suits of armor. As they proceeded along, they cleared a 300-meter path through the crowds in front of them. Not even Bai Xiaochun was exempt, and was forced off to the side. "What are you people doing?" he complained. Without any hesitation, the cultivator in question flashed a command medallion which was emblazoned with the surname Nian, as well as the sigil of the skin flayers. "Major General Nian Hurong is coming through. Back up, all of you." Within the 5 legions, the only people who had command medallions with their surnames on them were the major generals. As soon as the command medallion appeared, the cultivator didn't need to say anything else. With the wave of his hand, the thousands of cultivators under his command began to drive Bai Xiaochun and the others backward. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too happy about that, but there was little he could do about. All he could do was watch as the nearly 10,000 cultivators cleared a path through the area. Moments later, a dazzling sight appeared not too far off in the distance. It was an old man in a crimson suit of armor, flanked by 10 colonels, all of whom had respectful expression on their faces. Everyone who had been cleared out of the 300-meter path began to cheer and cry out fervently, in a way that vastly surpassed how they had reacted when they saw Bai Xiaochun. The drone of their enthusiasm instantly bored deep into Bai Xiaochun's ears. "It's a major general. Heavens! You hardly ever see the major generals walking around. The major generals of Great Wall City can shake all creation. They're the kind of people who cause the lands to tremble wherever they go." Bai Xiaochun could merely gape in astonishment at the ostentatious and domineering scene which was playing out in front of him. At the same time, he felt a bit downhearted. What's so amazing about him? He thought. He's just a major general, right? Then he gritted his teeth. I have to become a major general. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Don't Tell Me I Have to Seduce Mistress Red Dust. Chapter 508, Don't Tell Me I Have to Seduce Mistress Red Dust. Bai Xiaochun had left in the highest of spirits, and came back feeling like he was at the bottom of the barrel. After returning to his command center, he thought back to the sight of the Major General's procession, and felt very irritated. Major General, he thought, gritting his teeth. Then he considered how the Major General had walked along with an escort of 10 colonels, while he himself was only a colonel. I can't settle for this. I have to become a Major General. With that, his eyes began to shine with determination. Over the course of the past half year, he had spent almost no time on cultivation, nor had he done any pill concocting. Most of his time had been spent enjoying the perks of being a colonel. However, as of this moment, he had received a sharp reminder that being a colonel was not the end of the line for him. Now that the idea of being a major general was stirring in his mind, he thought back to how Bai Lin had encouraged him to work hard to get promoted. If I retire as a major general, he murmured, then when I get back to the sect, I'll be an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. Realizing that he didn't have all of the information he needed, he decided to go out and make some inquiries. The truth was that such matters were not secret within the 5 legions, and were in fact quite well known. It only took a bit of asking around for Bai Xiaochun to get all of the information he was looking for. Elders in the Hall of Steel Veins had a position far above ordinary elders. In fact, they were on a level that put them only slightly below the sect leader, a fact which left Bai Xiaochun gasping and deeply moved. How is that even possible? This is the sect leader of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect we're talking about. He's only in the nascent soul stage, but he's still in a very high position. And elders in the Hall of Steel Veins are just below that. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe it at first, but after further inquiries, he came to understand why it was the case. The 5 legions operate beyond the control of the sect leader. Even the Deva stationed at the Great Wall is only here to oversee things. The only person who directly controls the 5 legions is the demigod patriarch. The reason the Hall of Steel Veins is so powerful is because it only follows his orders. Bai Xiaochun was both flabbergasted and also palpitating with eagerness. If he could somehow manage to become a major general, then when his commission was up and he went back to the sect, he could get a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls and step into the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, he could also become an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. When that happened, he would have a very high position, higher than ordinary elders in the sect. Not only would that be a big help to the river-defying sect, but it would also be immensely beneficial on a personal level. The mere idea left his heart burning with anticipation, to the point where his eyes sparkled with the light of countless stars. I absolutely have to become a major general, he said, slapping his thigh. Now that he had set his goal, though, it immediately led to new anxiety. After all, he had already calculated how much battle credit it would take to become a major general, which was more than 100 times the amount he had earned in that huge battle. In the better part of a year which had passed since then, no major battles had even occurred. More than a month went by, and he only got more depressed. Eventually, he climbed to the top of the Great Wall and looked out toward the wildlands. Unfortunately, all he could do was wish that their huge army would come back. Why aren't they attacking? He said as he stood there sighing. Damn it! I don't have much time to work with, only 7 or 8 more years. What am I supposed to do? I guess the savages and soul cultivators are just too scared, and don't dare to come over and fight. The other cultivators noticed how he was acting, and heard his constant sighing. Soon, they began to exchange awkward glances. As far as they were concerned, it was a good thing that the wildland savages hadn't attacked in full force. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to think so, which they found very strange. Of course, the sight of him acting in such a way led some of them sigh inwardly and muse, why aren't they attacking? Isn't it because of you? If it weren't for you and your special methods, they would be doing things the way they usually did, and attacking several times per month. Bai Xiaochun waited a bit longer, and yet there was no change. Every day that went by, he continued to try to think of a solution to the problem, until his eyes were bloodshot. Finally, he decided that he had to do something to speed things up. Fine, if the savages insist on being so uncooperative, then I'll just have to think of a new way to earn battle credit. I absolutely have to become a major general. With that, he headed toward the huge pagoda in the middle of the city. From what he remembered last time he had gone to exchange battle credit, the 5 legions had an execution list just like the Wildlands did. Taking the heads of some of the people on that list came with hefty rewards. Now that I'm a colonel, I have lots of powerful experts under my command. I refuse to believe that I can't earn some battle credit with their help. It didn't take Bai Xiaochun very long to reach the central district, and the base of the tower, where quite a group of cultivators was gathered. When they caught sight of him, they gave him solemn nods of greeting. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the eye at the top of the tower, then pulled out his identity medallion and sent some spiritual sense into it to begin browsing the execution list. The first thing that jumped out to him was the first name on the list. As soon as he saw it, his eyes went wide. Mistress Red Dust. Mistress Red Dust's information was clearly listed there in first place on the list. She had a Deva realm cultivation base, and was a ruthless fighter who was cold and cruel to the bone. In fact, there was even a reminder that, because she was a Deva, it was best to avoid her at all costs. The number of cultivators she had killed since she made her debut was shocking to behold, including many nascent soul cultivators. Most shocking of all was that she hadn't even been practicing cultivation for 200 years. To become a Deva so quickly seemed almost impossible to Bai Xiaochun, especially considering how impoverished the wildlands were. There was no energy of heaven and earth there, only soul power. And yet, despite being in those conditions, this Mistress Red Dust had managed to set a heaven-defying pace in her cultivation. I remember Mistress Red Dust. Bai Xiaochun murmured. As soon as he focused on her name, a picture appeared in his mind. It depicted a young woman, more beautiful than Chen Manyao, wearing red garments that accentuated her good looks, and yet made her seem very dangerous. Her murderous aura was shocking to the extreme, even though it was just a picture. Bai Xiaochun remembered seeing her in the flesh during the battle outside the Great Wall. She had been in the middle of fighting Chen Hetian when she had actually made a move to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. Of course, anyone who looked at Mistress Red Dust's name on the list would see the same image Bai Xiaochun was seeing. She was a spectacular figure, who had a reward on her head so high that it was astonishing to behold. Anyone who killed her would be promoted to general. If there were no generals who needed to be replaced, then a new legion would be created. That was a reward that surpassed even Bai Xiaochun's ideal of becoming a major general. As soon as he saw that reward, his eyes burned with passion and envy. However, it also caused him to purse his lips. So stupid. The only person who could take that shrew out is a Deva, and why would a Deva want to be a general in the army? Bai Xiaochun shook his head. If he was good enough to take out a Deva, then he wouldn't be sitting around at the Great Wall. He would definitely be back in the river-defying sect already. Besides, when it came to Devas, they weren't the type of people he would ever be willing to offend. Sighing, he went on to look at the second name on the list, which also belonged to a Deva, who went by the Taoist name Wakening Insects. The number of merit points offered up for his death was shocking, to say the least. Astonished, Bai Xiaochun continued to go down the list. Soon, he began to frown as he realized that all the names in the top 30 were those of nascent soul stage necromancers. Although some of the names at the bottom of the list were core formation cultivators, the battle credit reward for them wasn't very high. After a few calculations, Bai Xiaochun found that he would have to kill everyone from 30th place all the way down into the 200s to earn enough battle credit to become a major general. What am I supposed to do, then? He thought, sighing. Obviously, he had to give up on the idea of killing people on the execution list. It was simply too dangerous of an undertaking. However, the thought of the honor, glory, and benefits that came with being a major general were something he just couldn't give up on. There had to be a way to get more battle credit. What a headache! He thought. How am I supposed to pull something like this off when the only thing I'm good at is concocting pills? Wait a second. That's not right. There is something I'm good at. Stopping in place, he thought back to his time hanging out with Zhao Tianjiao, and how he had called himself a love saint. Suddenly, his heart began to pound. Looking back at the execution list, he blinked a few times, feeling a bit torn. Don't tell me that in order to become a major general, I'm going to have to rely on my sex appeal to seduce Mistress Red Dust. The mere thought left him grieving in indignation. That was especially true considering that she was so much older than him. Although she was pretty, who knew what kind of eccentricity she had? The more he thought about it, the more that plan seemed like a huge sacrifice. Not worth it, he thought, feeling more crestfallen than ever. With that, he abandoned the idea. Quick note about Mistress Red Dust's name. First of all, this is a Taoist name, not her real name. That fact is not confirmed until later in the novel, but it seems pretty obvious from the get-go. It's a hard name to pin down how to translate. There are different ways to interpret it, but I'm going with the way the term is used in Buddhist philosophy. The red dust is a metaphor referring to the world of mortals or human society. In terms of why she would have such a name, there is no explanation provided at this point, so you will have to contemplate that on your own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, My Own Mission. Chapter 509, My Own Mission. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of me, by Xiaochun? Have I been doomed to never become a major general? Feeling overwhelmed by sorrow, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. After a long moment, he sighed and turned to leave the pagoda. However, in that very moment, one of the cultivators nearby opened his bag of holding and produced a collection of vengeful souls. Bags of holding couldn't be used to hold vengeful souls for long periods of time, and in fact, these souls were already starting to grow dim. As soon as they flew out into the open, a gravitational force sprang out from the huge eye. In the briefest of moments, the souls were sucked up, which seemed to enliven the huge eye. Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped in place, his eyes growing wide. Clearly, after turning in all of the vengeful souls, the cultivator from just now had been given some battle credit. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted. Eyes shining brightly, he slapped his eyes. Of course. How could I have forgotten? You can turn in souls to get battle credit. In fact, as long as you keep turning in souls, your battle credit will continue to climb. However, only a moment after getting excited, he suddenly felt even more down than before. That won't work either. After all, there wasn't very much fighting going on lately, which meant that there were very few souls on the battlefield. He was extremely adept at taking care of souls, but had nowhere to exercise his talents. Sighing, he trudged away. After returning to his command center, he sat there in frustration, mulling the matter over from different angles. In the end, he could only think of one solution. If he wanted to get more souls, he would need to leave the Great Wall and go out into the wildlands to search for them himself. No way, I can't do that. It's too dangerous. There's no way I'm going to openly court death. Sighing, he gave up on the idea. No longer in the mood to go strolling about outside the command center, he decided to focus on cultivating his Undying Live Forever technique. The third level of the Undying Live Forever technique was the Undying Tendons. All he had to do was cultivate that part of the technique using his head, and he would be finished. At the moment, he had plenty of medicinal plants that he could use to make medicinal pills, and yet, he knew that the head was different from the limbs and torso. Therefore, he went about his cultivation cautiously. After a bit of work, he was able to confirm that there was indeed some danger in cultivating the undying tendons in his head. Therefore, he pondered the matter for quite some time before proceeding. Before long, half a year had gone by. In a few more months, Xiaochun would reach the 3-year mark at the Great Wall. As the months passed, there were a few battles here and there. Every time a battle came along, Xiaochun would get very excited. Although he wouldn't personally participate, his subordinates would fight, and as a result, he would get some vengeful souls in battle credit. However, he was still a very long way away from becoming a major general. When he was only 2 months away from the 3-year mark, he was meditating in his command center, working on his undying live forever technique, when he realized that he was 50% finished with the undying tendons in his head. However, it was at that point that he began to slow down with his cultivation. It was definitely dangerous to work on the undying tendons in the head, and he had almost fallen into deadly crises on multiple occasions. One day, he suddenly realized that something was glowing red inside his bag of holding. Surprised, he opened his eyes from his meditation and looked down. "What's going on?" he thought curiously. As soon as he opened his bag of holding, dazzling red light spilled out, light that was coming from his identity medallion. "It's glowing?" he thought. This was the same medallion he had received upon debarking the huge ship years ago. He remembered being told to never lose it or allow it to be damaged, lest he be incapable of going into and out of the Great Wall. Furthermore, it was also his ticket back to the sect. He had never forgotten those warnings. Afterward, he had even performed a few experiments, and had confirmed that the medallion was made in some fashion that made it impossible for him to affect it in any way. Now, that very same identity medallion was shining with blinding red light. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. But to Xiaochun's astonishment and anxiety, he found that the jade medallion was emanating the fluctuations of imminent self-detonation. "What's happening?" he thought, leaping to his feet, his face falling. Not daring to be hesitant, he cast some divine sense into the medallion, whereupon a message appeared in his mind. "You have only 2 months until the deadline to complete your first mission. If there is no record of you leaving the Great Wall within that time, this jade medallion will self-destruct." Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide. After sending more divine sense into the medallion to confirm that he had received the message correctly, he began to drip with sweat. "Damn it! I knew I had to go on 3 missions during the 10-year trial, but this is the first time I've heard about having to do one within the first 3 years. His anxiety immediately began to grow as he thought of the prospect of the medallion being destroyed, and being unable to return to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. This is blackmail. He fumed. The truth was that he wasn't the only one in this position. There were other chosen who hadn't gone on any missions during their first 3 years, who were now similarly staring at their brightly glowing identity medallions. Clearly, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had prepared methods to deal with any lazy disciples who neglected to go on missions. Racked with anxiety, Xiaochun flew out of his command center to find Bai Lin. Considering his current rank, he didn't have to make any special requests to see the general, and was soon right in front of him. "General, save me!" he cried piteously. Bai Lin had been meditating, but as soon as he heard Xiaochun's words, he opened his eyes. Before he could even ask about the situation, Xiaochun held the glowing red medallion aloft and explained. When he was done, he stood there staring at Bai Lin with wide eyes with a look that said, "I'm your subordinate, you have to help me." Most of Bai Lin's subordinates were lifetime devotees of the 5 legions, who had enlisted directly into the Hall of Steel Veins. As such, he wasn't very familiar with the rules and regulations regarding the chosen who were out on trials by fire. Furthermore, were it not for the fact that Xiaochun had put on such a spectacular performance when he had first arrived, Bai Lin would never have conscripted him. "All right, calm down," Bai Lin said. Pulling out a jade slip, he sent out a few messages of inquiry. After receiving the information he needed, he slowly looked back up at Xiaochun. Nervous, Bai Xiaochun said, "General, I'm a colonel. It won't really be a big deal if the medallion self-destructs, will it? You are indeed a colonel in the skin flayers," Bai Lin replied, "but you were conscripted. If you were a major general it might be a different story, but you still have to follow the rules of the sect. I should have thought of this myself, but don't worry, I'll help you resolve the situation." This was Bai Lin's first time seeing Bai Xiaochun in such a state, so he smiled and immediately started to call upon his network of contacts to try to solve the problem. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Bai Lin was starting to transmit a large number of messages through his jade slip, and remembered how he had an important background, he started to calm down. However, after a bit of time passed, a frown appeared on Bai Lin's face. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, an unsightly expression could be seen on Bai Lin's face. Putting away the jade slip, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Humph. Those people back at the sect are complete Philistines. Not flexible at all. Bai Xiaochun, I can reduce your mission requirement from 3 to 1. But you'll still have to go out at least once. Take some time to think about it. After all, it's only one mission, right?" Bai Lin was actually feeling a bit embarrassed. He really had tried to help Bai Xiaochun out, but had made so many special requests of the sect in recent years that it made things difficult. As for the elder in charge of the missions, he simply wouldn't budge. Unfortunately, there was nothing more Bai Lin could do other than offer Bai Xiaochun a bit of comfort. Bai Xiaochun felt like crying, but could tell that Bai Lin had already done all he could by reducing the mission requirement down to 1. "General, I'm in the top 10 of the Wildlands execution list. The people out there hate me to death. They'll kill me as soon as they see me. I don't dare to go beyond the wall." Bai Lin cleared his throat. "Don't worry. Look, just put on a disguise. Go out, finish a mission, and get back as soon as possible. Nobody will even notice that you left. Only the two of us will be in on the secret. Besides, although the sect won't budge on the mission issue, there are other ways I can help. For example, the rule says you have to go on a mission, which means that Great Wall missions also count. Since you're a colonel, I hereby give you the authority to post your own missions. Just make a mission for yourself, and go accomplish it. Simple. All you have to do is make sure that it's a mission suitable for the gold core stage. After all, the true spirit in the eye of the pagoda is responsible for declaring missions officially complete. I can post my own missions, and go on one of those." Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Laughing heartily, he clasped hands in salute and then left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Highway Robbery. Chapter 510, Highway Robbery. At one's darkest hour, a glimmer of hope always appears. Bai Xiaochun hurried back excitedly to his command center, his mind abuzz with ideas. As soon as he got back, he had Zhao Long bring him a map of the area outside the Great Wall. After studying the map for a while, he pointed at a little valley barely 5 kilometers away. "That's the place." Looking a bit surprised, Zhao Long peered down at the valley, which seemed ordinary in every aspect, and was generally a place devoid of signs of life. In fact, he couldn't think of any reason why Bai Xiaochun would be pointing it out. "Colonel, what's so special about that valley?" Zhao Long asked. Waving his hand in a grand fashion, Bai Xiaochun replied, "According to the intelligence reports I have at my disposal, there's an early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer that lives in that valley. Anyone who can kill that creature and turn in its soulhorn will receive a battle credit reward. Go post the mission immediately." "Huh?" Zhao Long said, confused. Soulhorn deer were native to the wildlands. Not only were their horns valuable ingredients for medicines, but they could also be used as the primary component to make soulhorn bows. However, soulhorn deer usually gathered in locations where there were a lot of vengeful souls. Considering that the valley in question was only about 5 kilometers away from the Great Wall, there definitely weren't any souls there, which mean that it would be impossible to find a soulhorn deer in the same location. Besides, battles were constantly being fought near the Great Wall, so even if a soulhorn deer happened to end up in the valley, it would quickly flee. After all, soulhorn deer weren't stupid, and definitely wouldn't choose a dangerous place like the Great Wall to settle down. Most importantly, early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer were almost never found outside of the depths of the wildlands. After a brief moment of confused hesitation, Zhao Long looked over at Xiaochun and said, Colonel, are you sure there's a soulhorn deer there? Also, major generals are the only ones who have the right to post missions. Look, if I say there's a soulhorn deer there, then there is. Just put the mission briefing together and send it to the general. Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Long smiled stiffly, clasped hands, and asked, Very well, sir. How many battle credits is the reward? Xiaochun cleared his throat and then said, Well, it's a very dangerous mission that will be filled with countless dangers. The chances of making it back alive would be small. I guess the only option will be to post a handsome reward. Very well. Set it at 100 million battle credits. Zhao Long's jaw dropped, and he gasped loudly. However, it only took a moment before he realized what was going on, whereupon a strange look appeared in his eye. All right, Xiaochun said, giving Zhao Long a very serious look, don't forget to remind the general to let me know just before he posts the mission. We definitely can't have anyone else snatching it up. Zhao Long gave another stiff smile, nodded, then hurried away. As he went along, he couldn't help but envy Xiaochun's ability to embezzle so brazenly. Soon, he reached Bai Lin, where he reported unofficially and then handed over the mission briefing. When Bai Lin took the jade slip and looked at it closely, then saw that the reward was 100 million battle credits, his eyes went wide and he almost threw the jade slip on the ground. This is highway robbery. If he wants battle credits, that's fine, but he can't be so obvious about it. A soulhorn deer in valley 5 kilometers away, and at the early nascent soul stage? And then he has the nerve to put a reward of 100 million battle credits. Bai Lin wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. However, considering that he hadn't been able to convince the sect to exempt Xiaochun from mission duty, he couldn't simply refuse to post the mission. After a bit of thought, he reduced the reward from 100 million to 1 million, then sent it to the pagoda in the center of the city. Even a reward of 1 million was still significant, and would be enough for an ordinary soldier to get a promotion to captain. The brat's getting a lucky break this time. Bai Lin posted the mission a bit begrudgingly. After all, since it was a skin flayer's mission, which meant that the reward would come from the skin flayer's coffers. Nonetheless, he posted the mission, sending a message to Xiaochun right before it went public. As soon as the mission appeared in the listings at the pagoda, it was noticed, causing quite a commotion to break out. A mission for 1 million battle credits. Heavens! Quick, get it! What mission is that? It's in valley 5 kilometers away? An early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer? How is that even possible? I want that mission. All of the cultivators who saw the mission instantly tried to do everything they could to be the ones to get their hands on it. However, none of them were a match for Xiaochun. He had been waiting for the mission to be posted, and had also received advance notice from Bai Lin. Almost as soon as the mission showed up, he accepted it, and then swaggered away under the envious gazes of those around him. Trying to steal my mission, huh? He thought. I was the one who made the mission. Even if you got it, you still wouldn't find a soulhorn deer in that valley. Feeling very pleased with himself, he peeked into his bag of holding, where he happened to have some soul horns that he had requested as ingredients for concocting soul convergence pills. One of them was clearly from an early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer. All I have to do is go over to that valley with my identity medallion in hand, then come back and turn in the mission. It was quite a stimulating feeling to be able to utilize one's power and connections to be able to earn battle credits in such an open and above-board way. However, despite feeling so pleased with how things were going, he was still very cautious about going outside of the Great Wall. After much thought, he decided that he definitely couldn't take any risks. Even though it's only 5 kilometers away, I can't just casually head over by myself. I definitely need to bring some people with me. He was absolutely convinced that this would be the best course of action, although he wasn't sure if it made sense to bring his entire 1,000-man regiment along. On the other hand, bringing too few people would be too dangerous. In the end, he gritted his teeth and murmured to himself, "I don't care about how it looks. Safety is the priority. I'm bringing all 1,000 of them with me." Having made his decision, he quickly passed down orders to his subordinates, making it clear that they weren't to spread word of the matter. None of them questioned by Xiaochun or what he was doing. He was their colonel, and had also saved all of their lives. Therefore, all Bai Xiaochun had to do was point in a direction, and they would fight with bloodthirsty ferocity. It also helped that Bai Xiaochun had always treated them fairly. He had even spent his own battle credits to equip them with plenty of armor and magical items. He had also passed out a lot of medicinal pills that he himself had concocted. As a result, his regiment was better equipped and prepared for battle than most others in the legions. After a few days of preparation, it came time to go out on the mission. That night, the moon wasn't very bright, and the lands were blanketed in darkness. The regiment dressed in disguises to make their passage outside the Great Wall easier, and then prepared to leave. Everyone in the regiment had been stationed at the Great Wall for years, and were very familiar with how soul cultivators operated. Furthermore, they were all acquainted with the lands bordering Great Wall City. By disguising themselves as soul cultivators, complete with a few vengeful souls on display, they would definitely be less noticeable on the outside. The only way their disguises would be pierced would be if some extremely powerful expert came along, or if they were forced to use a divine ability that required spiritual power. After all, there was little fundamental difference between ordinary cultivators and soul cultivators. The main distinction was that the former used spiritual energy, while the latter used soul power. The 1,000 members of the regiment didn't go out in battle formation. Rather, they scattered and headed out one by one. However, all it would take would be a single word from Bai Xiaochun, and they would all group back together. After making all the arrangements for his subordinates, Bai Xiaochun nervously put on his own disguise, then gritted his teeth and went out beyond the wall. Outside, he reached up to feel his face, and realized that he still didn't feel at ease. Therefore, he patted his bag of holding to produce a large bucket of water, which was full to the brim with heaven-span river water. Inside of that water was a semi-transparent mask made from flesh, the very same mask he had acquired from imposter Nightcrypt. That mask could change one's appearance and aura, and even the fluctuations of one's life force. There are some mysterious things about this mask, but at the moment, I absolutely have to hide my appearance and aura. I need to seize the moment. Go to the valley, come back, and then everything will be over. Besides, it's not like I'm going to run into some wildlands army in a little valley 5 kilometers from the Great Wall. Things shouldn't be too dangerous. With that, he took the mask out of the heaven-span river water and put it onto his face. Instantly, his appearance changed. No longer was he a young man, but instead, a sallow-faced, middle-aged soul cultivator. Furthermore, his spiritual power fluctuations vanished, to be replaced by intense, rippling soul power. As of this moment, he looked exactly like a soul cultivator. It was only at this point that he finally started to feel comfortable, and began to speed across the lands under the darkness of night. The light of the waning moon made it just possible to see the shadows cast by the boulders that littered the landscape, as well as bones of the dead. The occasional lonely soul could be seen floating through the air, and every once in a while, carrion-eating beasts would lift their heads to look around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, They Can't See Me. Chapter 511, They Can't See Me. It was late in the night, and the dim moon cast a pale, fragmented light over the lands. Coupled with the patchy clouds, it made everything murky and difficult to see. The occasional cries of various beasts could be heard, along with the wails of lonely souls that drifted to and fro. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time outside the Great Wall, but the last time he had been in the middle of a battle, whereas this time he was out alone, and that was terrifying. After all, despite being in the great circle of core formation, he was still a bit leery of ghosts and souls. He wasn't afraid of them as much as he had been in the past, mostly because of his years serving at the Great Wall, and his deeper understanding of the wildlands. Although he hadn't seen everything there was to see in the world, he had seen enough that he didn't fear the specters of the dead like he had in the past. As he sped along through the night, it was impossible not to notice the skeletons of savage giants sticking up from the soil. Sighing, he thought, the whole reason I got into immortal cultivation to begin with was because I want to live forever. Who would ever have thought that my path would bring me to a place like this? Shaking his head, he proceeded along, contemplating how fate liked to drag people down all sorts of different paths they might never have intended to walk. Another moment passed, and he cleared his mind of such thoughts and focused on being careful. He even slowed down a bit. By this point, he was about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Great Wall, and more souls were becoming visible. Although the amount of souls was nothing compared to the soul tide that would fill the area during battles, there were still enough of them that Bai Xiaochun had to be extra careful. Most of the lone souls weren't humanoid in shape, but were spheres of mist that pulsed with icy coldness. Occasionally, they would converge together into the form of beasts or vicious spirits that would then pounce on the carrion-eating animals in the area. Some of the souls would burrow into the corpses lying on the ground, as if attempting to possess them. However, most of the corpses in the area were too old and stiff, making such efforts fruitless. As Bai Xiaochun moved forward, he was careful to give any souls he saw a wide berth. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them in a fight, but rather, that there was no need to do so. There were too few of them, and they were too low quality for him to even care about. Besides, if a fight broke out, it could attract attention, and perhaps cause other problems. If there had been enough souls that it would be worth it to attack and collect them, he might have thought about it. But right now, it wouldn't be worth it. Eventually, when he was only about half a kilometer away from the little valley that was his destination, his eyes began to shine as he looked up ahead of him. That's quite a large number of souls. From what he could see, there were over 1,000 random souls flying about, occasionally letting out shrill cries. Normally speaking, there wouldn't be so many souls in this area. However, because of Bai Xiaochun's soul convergence pills, many of the souls in the attacking forces had fled and scattered, to gather in places like this. More than 1,000 souls would be a good bit of battle credit. Starting to get a bit excited, he inched forward, then pulled out a soul convergence pill, quickly disabled the explosion effect, and threw it forward with all his might. The pill became a bright beam of light that landed right in the middle of the flock of souls, where it shattered, unleashing a gravitational force that quickly sucked in all of the more than 1,000 souls. Then Bai Xiaochun rushed over, grabbed the soul sphere and giddily tossed it into his bag of holding. After looking around to confirm that he hadn't attracted any unwanted attention, he proceeded toward the valley. The moment he entered the valley, he realized that there were a few hundred souls inside, and his delight grew. Who would have thought that I would make a bit of extra profit on this little venture? As of this moment, he was pleased with how lucky he had gotten, and how smoothly things were going. After glancing around the valley one more time, he pulled out another soul convergence pill, and was just preparing to throw it out when all of a sudden, his heart trembled. Eyes sparkling with vigilance, he turned to look over his shoulder. Behind him, a cloud of red mist was billowing out of the ground. However, it didn't seem to see Bai Xiaochun, and flew right past him into the valley. That red mist was a soul that, upon entering the valley, took the form of a vicious bird head, which then began to attack and consume the other souls in the valley. It's at the nascent soul level, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed to himself. As the soul in question attacked and consumed the other souls, its red color grew brighter, causing Bai Xiaochun to lick his lips. Souls of that level weren't as valuable as Deva Beast souls, but were still worth quite a bit of battle credit. However, Bai Xiaochun was still a bit hesitant. Logically speaking, that soul should have attacked me first. Why didn't it? Maybe it can't see me? Something about the situation seemed very strange, so he carefully took a few steps forward into the valley. However, not a single soul in the valley even looked his way. In fact, some of them even flew right past him as they attempted to flee the nascent soul-level soul. They really can't see me? He thought. Both surprised and emboldened, he hurried further into the valley and looked around at the souls flying everywhere, his eyes shining more brightly by the moment. Finally, he reached out with his hand, grabbed one of the passing souls and threw it into his bag of holding. Not even the crimson nascent soul-level soul seemed to be paying attention to him, and was simply going around attacking other souls. Before long, there were almost no souls left other than the crimson one, and by that point, Bai Xiaochun was fully convinced that the souls couldn't see him. Heart pounding, he reached up and felt his face to confirm that he was wearing his mask. Last time I was on the battlefield, the souls could definitely see me. But this time they can't. It must be because of this mask. Then, oh so carefully, he reached up and took the mask off. The instant it left his face, the crimson soul suddenly shivered and turned to stare straight at him. Then it opened its mouth, apparently preparing to scream and pounce on him. However, before it could make a noise, Bai Xiaochun quickly put the mask back on. The crimson soul seemed surprised, but quickly closed its mouth and then began searching around the valley, apparently looking for traces of whoever it was it had just seen. Seeing all this happen caused Bai Xiaochun's excitement to grow. What a goldmine! I can't believe the mask can do this too. It's a good thing I didn't get rid of it back then. With that, he walked up to the confused crimson soul, and before it even realized what was happening, reached out with lightning-like speed, grabbed it, and threw it into his bag of holding. Got it! This mask is like a precious treasure for collecting souls. If I use it with my soul convergence pills, I should be able to get enough battle credits to become a major general in no time. The more he thought about the prospect, the more excited he got. He quickly walked the length of the valley to make sure that his mission could be counted as having been accomplished, then looked up to see that dawn was nearing. Walking out of the valley, he decided that since he was invisible to souls, and also had about 1,000 subordinates shadowing him, that he was actually in a very safe position. Unless a huge army of savages showed up all of a sudden, he wasn't really in any danger at all. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he made a decision. It would be a big pity to go back right now. Since I'm outside the wall already, I might as well take the time to collect a few souls for battle credit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Bring It On. Who dares to make a move? Chapter 512, Bring It On. Who dares to make a move? Chapter 512, Bring It On. Who dares to make a move? Having made his decision, Bai Xiaochun did his best to keep his excitement under control as he sped off into the distance. This time, instead of avoiding all of the random souls, he would walk right up to them and then grab them with the swish of a sleeve. The entire time, not a single soul noticed him at all. Ha ha ha. Now this is how to get battle credit. As he went along, he didn't let a single soul escape. His collection continued to increase, especially when he ran into larger groups of souls, which was when he would walk right into the middle of them and crush a soul convergence pill in his hand. With a whoosh, all of the souls would then be sucked into his bag of holding. So sick. This mask is the key to dominating the wildlands. Over the course of the next 4 hours, he continued to move about to and fro picking up souls, until he had well over 10,000. Unfortunately, that was the best he could do without running into a truly large group of souls. As for his subordinates who were shadowing him, ready to jump out and protect him at any time, many of them saw him going around collecting the souls, and were somewhat surprised, but took it in as a matter of course. From their perspective, Bai Xiaochun was the bane of vengeful souls, and therefore, virtually nothing he did with regard to them would be very surprising. Time passed. Eventually, the light of dawn was spreading out across the sky, and Bai Xiaochun was more than 100 kilometers away from the Great Wall. By this point, he was almost completely beyond the area that could be considered the battlefield, and was truly in the wildlands. All sorts of strange rock formations and ferocious plants could be seen, as well as the occasional beast. He even saw a few savages. At one point, Bai Xiaochun caught sight of a soul cultivator in the mountains off to the distance, chasing after a beast of some sort. This soul cultivator didn't look much like the ones he had seen on the battlefield. He wore ordinary clothing, and wasn't very handsome. Based on his aura, he seemed to be in the core formation stage, except that the soul power fluctuations coming off of him were not pure, but rather heterogeneous. A few years before, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have known what to make of this soul cultivator. But as a colonel of the 5 legions, he had access to intelligence reports that gave him a much deeper understanding of the wildlands. The soul cultivators in the wildlands were not united, and in fact grouped together in all sorts of different organizations. There were even some soul cultivators who didn't belong to any organization, and were like rogue cultivators. The most powerful forces in the wildlands were gathered in metropolises called cities of the kings. There was even one city that bore the imperial designation. The forces who occupied such cities were the ones who fielded the huge armies, and were the home of the type of soul cultivators he had seen before on the field of battle. However, people like that were actually the minority. Most soul cultivators were scattered, and did not belong to powerful organizations. Most of the time, they came from small groups that controlled tiny bits of territory in random places. As for the soul cultivator with the heterogeneous soul power Bai Xiaochun was looking at now, he was obviously one of those types. When Bai Xiaochun realized how far away he was from the Great Wall, he stopped and decided that it would be best to end his mission and go back. Just as he was turning around, though, a muffled boom could be heard from the mountains off in the distance. A cloud of dust shot up into the air as one of the mountains actually collapsed, transforming into something like a crater. Revealed within that crater was a huge group of souls that almost instantly began to fly out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. What's going on? He thought. Almost immediately, other savages and soul cultivators in the area noticed that something strange was going on. When they saw all of the souls suddenly flying out, they began to rush in the direction of the crumbled mountain to try to grab some of them. To Bai Xiaochun, souls were essentially battle credit, but they were just as valuable to the wildlanders. Not only could they be used as weapons to attack the Great Wall, but they were also useful for cultivation in a place where there was no energy of heaven and earth. Also, anyone who could get their hands on souls could turn around and sell them to necromancers, who would use them not only for cultivation, but to create soul medicine. Furthermore, the areas of the wildlands closer to the Great Wall would often have more souls because of all the people who died in battle. It was for that very reason that there were giants and soul cultivators lurking around in the area, hoping to collect more souls than was possible in other areas. Looking around, Bai Xiaochun could see at least a few dozen savage giants and more than 10 soul cultivators, all rushing forward to fight over the souls. There must be tens of thousands of them, Bai Xiaochun thought. As for the group which was rushing forward to compete over the souls, not a single one was in the nascent soul stage. They were all in foundation establishment or core formation, with the 3 strongest of them being in the great circle of core formation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to rush forward along with them, grabbing souls with every step he took. Mine. They're all mine. The savages and soul cultivators had no idea who Bai Xiaochun was, and assumed he was just another soul cultivator. However, it didn't take long before they realized that he was grabbing more souls than everyone else. In fact, he was getting about half of them. Then, it became apparent that, as he moved about, none of the souls were reacting to him. he would simply reach out and grab them, in quite a contrast to all the effort they were putting forth. For those who were in Foundation establishment, there was little they could do about it, but for the handful who were in the great circle of core formation, it didn't take long for their eyes to flicker with fury and killing intent. Where did this monkey come from? He's so fast. Damn it, he's single-handedly grabbing more souls than all of us put together? Does he have a death wish or something? One of them was an old man in nondescript clothing, whose eyes glittered with violet light. Although there were 3 soul cultivators in the great circle, the other 2 seemed to be following this one's lead as they all turned to look at Xiaochun with coldly glittering eyes. There were no formal rules in the wildlands, where the fittest survived, and the law of the jungle prevailed above all. In the end, strength was the most important. When Xiaochun saw the group of 3 staring at him, he stopped in place, narrowed his eyes, and looked back at them angrily, his murderous aura on full display. If any of them had been in the nascent soul stage, he would never have done such a thing, but since they were only in the great circle of core formation, how could he possibly fear them? That was even more the case considering that he had 1,000 subordinates not too far off. All it would take would be a single order, and they would rush over to help him. Therefore, not only was Xiaochun not afraid, he was actually feeling a bit arrogant at the moment. Glaring viciously, and looking very much like he was on the verge of attacking with full force, he roared, "Bring it on! Who dares to make a move on me?" None of the savages or soul cultivators had attacked him to begin with because of his fear-inspiring speed. Now, he looked like some sort of fiendish devil, the type who was used to vicious fighting. Therefore, the old man simply snorted coldly, ignored him, and proceeded on toward the crater. The other core formation experts did the same, and as for the other soul cultivators and savages in the Foundation establishment level, they obviously had no intention of provoking him. All of them just continued on toward the crater in the hopes of lucking out and getting some souls. Seeing this, Xiaochun chuckled darkly, and then let out a few cold harumphs. So, they do realize how awesome Lord Bai is. Guess they have some sense after all. Sticking his chin up, he looked very much like the kind of person who was unparalleled under heaven and could crush anyone in front of him in battle. At this point, he couldn't just leave and go back to the Great Wall, so he clasped his hands behind his back and headed toward the crater. As he got closer to the crater, he was finally able to spot a cave mouth at the bottom of it. That was where all the souls were emerging from. Surprisingly, some of them were even crimson, indicating that they were at the nascent soul level. How could there be so many souls? Elated, he leaped forward and began to collect one soul after another. When the soul cultivators and savages in the area saw him snatching so many souls right out from under their noses, their killing intent continued to grow stronger. Pursing his lips to suppress his laughter, Xiaochun envisioned what it would be like if they attacked him, and then he suddenly called 1,000 cultivators to his side to fight for him. The mere thought of the grandiose spectacle got him so excited he started hoping they would actually attack him. Come on, hurry up and make a move, he thought. With that, he picked up speed in collecting souls, focusing on those which were in the nascent soul level. Moments later, the old man in the great circle of core formation suddenly grinned in terrifying fashion. All of a sudden, a black mist poured out of him, transforming into the shape of a huge skull around him. Then he began to walk toward Xiaochun. However, in that very moment, an intense rumble that far surpassed any sound from before rose up from the crater. Rumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, This Soul is for Giant Ghost King. Chapter 513, This Soul is for Giant Ghost King. The sudden, intense rumbling was quite startling, both to the old man and to Xiaochun. That was not to mention the other savages and soul cultivators in the area. Before anyone could react, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering shockwave erupted from within the crater. As a result, everyone, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was violently thrown backward. In fact, some who were in the Foundation establishment level were ripped to shreds, with even their souls being destroyed in the process. Bai Xiaochun was left gasping, and everyone else was shocked to the core. What's going on? First the mountain collapsed into a crater, and now the crater is falling apart. This. Don't tell me that some powerful magical treasure is coming into the world. Even as the cries of astonishment began to ring out, a gravitational force erupted from within the crater that didn't affect anyone in the area except for the countless scattering souls. Instantly, they began to tremble as they were sucked back into the crater. At the same time, shocking roars began to emanate from the crater, causing Bai Xiaochun's mind to reel from the incredible, shocking force contained within it. Everyone reacted in such a way, with the exception of the old man. His eyes suddenly flickered with disbelief, and he even began to tremble in excitement. That's. Even before the man could finish his sentence, another intense rumbling sound echoed out, accompanied by a ball of white mist that shot up into the air. Just barely visible within that mist was a golden blur that appeared to be some entity trying to fly up into the heavens. Only a moment later, the golden entity within the mist became clear, which was none other than a golden crocodile. At the same time, a metal-type aura erupted out, causing rippling fluctuations that both Bai Xiaochun and everyone else instantly recognized. A Deva beast soul. The savages and soul cultivators began to cry out in shock, and their eyes instantly burned with madness and greed. Of course, those who were merely in the foundation establishment level began to back away, aware that they didn't qualify to compete for something like this, at least not do so and stay alive. The savages and soul cultivators who were in the core formation level were going mad with glee. As powerful experts of the wildlands, they lived in an impoverished place where fighting for resources was the natural order of things. Rewards come only with risk, and that was a virtual instinct for people like this. Deva beast souls were rare, something that some people might never even see in their entire life. Just catching sight of one could be considered good fortune for some. The sudden and unexpected appearance of one right here led everyone present to go wild with anticipation. Without any hesitation, everyone present shot directly toward the golden crocodile. Although the golden crocodile seemed confused, almost like a newborn creature without much intelligence, it quickly realized that a whole group was bearing down on it with the desire to take it. Booms could even be heard as some of the core formation soul cultivators and savages began to fight each other. Clearly, a large number of them were actually from the same organization, and were teaming up to beat away the rogue soul cultivators. As for the three who were in the great circle of core formation, they were virtually invincible, and quickly began to close in on the Deva beast soul. Although the Deva beast soul hadn't fully regained its senses, its instincts were still there, and it quickly began to back up. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were wide, and his mind was spinning. He actually possessed Deva souls, but this was his first time seeing a Deva beast soul. Despite being less rare than Deva souls, they were still astronomically valuable, and if he could turn it in for battle credit, it would count for nearly 30% of what he needed to get a promotion to Major General. Therefore, it was no surprise that his excitement instantly built to a frenzy. That belongs to me, he roared, unleashing all the speed he could to blast toward the Deva beast soul. In the blink of an eye, he was in the crowd of soul cultivators, waving his sleeve to unleash blasts of power and knock people out of his way. Although he was actually using spiritual power, the mask made it seem like soul power, and revealed absolutely no clues about the truth. Screams rang out as the soul cultivators were hit with power, causing blood to spray out of their mouths as they looked over in confused terror at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was like an explosive dragon, holding nothing back as he battled his way forward. Soon, he was almost upon the Deva beast soul, which would normally cause it to flee in the opposite direction. And yet it didn't even seem to notice him. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased at that, and was well aware that the beast couldn't see him because of his mask. Laughing heartily, he reached out to grab the soul. However, that was when the old soul cultivator madly shouted, "Heed my command and block this monkey. I want that soul as a gift for Giant Ghost King." The enraged old man's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. At the same time, the others under his command recklessly charged forward to block Bai Xiaochun's path, their eyes glowing red with madness. This was the combined attack of more than 10 people, 2 of them in the great circle of core formation, 4 in late core formation, and the rest in the early and mid stages. However, despite all of that, they weren't a match at all for Bai Xiaochun, and were incapable of preventing his advance. And yet, their wild charge did have the effect of frightening the Deva beast soul. The soul couldn't see Bai Xiaochun, but could see the others, and immediately began to flee. As a result, Bai Xiaochun snatched nothing but air, after which he was struck by the divine abilities and magical techniques launched by the more than 10 soul cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was shaken, but not hurt, and yet could do nothing other than watch as the Deva beast soul fled. At the same time, the old soul cultivator tossed out a glowing red sphere, which was a magical treasure specifically designed to capture souls. As soon as it left his hand, it transformed into a huge net which neatly wrapped up the fleeing Deva beast soul. Enraged, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the power of a frigid paragon in a blast toward the 10 core formation soul cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they were transformed into lifeless statues of ice as the entire 30,000-meter area became a frigid domain. The old man was scared out of his mind. How could he ever have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would be so terrifying? In this moment of crisis, all he could do was grab his net and then slap his hand down onto the crown of his head, causing a statue of a giant ghost to appear. It had 2 horns, green skin, and the faces of countless vengeful souls bulging out from its skin. Not only did it look matchlessly vicious, but it radiated a terrifying fleshly body power. As for its eyes, they glowed red, as if the statue had just climbed up out of the underworld. This statue depicted something completely and utterly legendary, something that existed above berserk ghosts. This was a giant ghost. As the statue flew out, it radiated green light, as well as a sinister, murderous aura that seemed to contain fluctuations of the Deva realm. Because of that murderous aura, Bai Xiaochun's frigid paragon domain suddenly slowed, giving the old man just enough time to flee with the Deva beast soul. Even still, he was covered with ice and coughing up blood. Clearly, his blood and internal organs had been negatively affected, and yet he still managed to shout, "I'm the 7th apprentice of Marquis Lan, direct subordinate of Giant Ghost King. I'm here on a mission. How dare you injure me?" The old man could see how much danger he was in, and how furious Bai Xiaochun was. Trembling inwardly, he pointed down at the statue of the giant ghost, which began to rumble loudly. Then, 50 shadowy figures burst out from inside, which transformed into 50 savage giants. All of them had expressionless faces and glowing red eyes, and quickly began to grow until they were fully 30 meters tall. Based on the powerful fleshly body fluctuations rolling off of them, they were all in the core formation level. Most shocking of all was that they wore matching armor engraved with images of giant ghosts. Because of that armor, they were even more powerful than they would have been normally. Furthermore, they were arranged in a formation designed to protect the old man. Protected from the frigid chi, the old man breathed a sigh of relief as he continued to speed away, and even had a bit of killing intent flickering in his eyes as he looked back at Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, I'm an army officer, fool. Chapter 514, I'm an army officer, fool. There was no way Bai Xiaochun couldn't be startled by the sudden appearance of more than 50 savage giants. He had been impressed with the statue to begin with, but this new development left his eyes flickering. Then he heard how the old man referred to himself, and realized that this was no ordinary soul cultivator. Furthermore, these giants were different from the other savages Bai Xiaochun had seen in battle. Although giants in the armies he had seen were numerous, and abounded with killing intent, they were very similar to the rogue soul cultivators he had seen. They were disorganized and unable to work together. These 50 giants he was facing right now were clearly different. There was something even colder about their demeanor, and the madness lurking within them caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. Clearly, these giants practiced some special type of cultivation that made them elite among their savage compatriots. Even their armor was beyond ordinary, and capable of defending them against his frigid paragon powers. Plus, the power of their formation was such that they could easily protect the old man as he fled. Simultaneously, when the power of that formation reached its pinnacle, it thrummed with an energy similar to the spell formation giants of the river-defying sect. That was a power similar to the cultivation base of a nascent soul expert. Of even more concern to Bai Xiaochun was the giant ghost statue, which contained a bit of Deva-level defense power. Even if he managed to use his frigid paragon powers to freeze all of the elite savages in place, it was the power of a Deva that formed the nexus of the spell formation. So, is this the true power of the wildlands? He thought. Over the course of the battles he had fought with the wildlands armies, he had slowly come to look down upon them. But now, such feelings were fading away. Within the spell formation, the old man's eyes glittered with killing intent. How dare you attack me after I revealed my identity? Do you have a death wish or something? Although he was a bit intimidated by Bai Xiaochun's display of strength, he knew that if he didn't kill him, the enmity caused because of the stolen Deva beast soul was not something that could be easily resolved at a later date. Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly. Staring the old man in the eye, he slowly said, "What's so impressive about ganging up on people? Do you have the guts to fight me in a duel?" In response, the old soul cultivator laughed as loudly as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the entire world. Eyes flaring with icy killing intent, he said, "Are you a moron or something? So what if I'm ganging up on you? What are you going to do about it?" With that, he lifted his right arm in preparation to give the order to kill Bai Xiaochun. However, it was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun also started laughing. Lifting his chin up proudly, he suddenly revealed a jade slip, which he then crushed between his fingers. "Fine. Ganging up it is. Come, my brothers." The old soul cultivator was taken aback by Xiaochun's words. Then, sensing a change in the wind, he looked off into the distance. Suddenly, dozens of beams of light appeared off in the distance to shoot toward them. The old man laughed coldly. "Oof. That's not very many POP." However, before he could finish his sentence, more beams of light appeared in a different direction. Rumbling sounds echoed out as, within the blink of an eye, dozens upon dozens of beams of light appeared, shooting through the air at blinding speed. Within the briefest of moments, hundreds of beams of light could be seen. The old man's face turned ashen, choking on his own breath and trembling physically. And yet, things weren't over yet. Hundreds more beams of light began to speed toward the area, causing the old man's defenses to begin to vibrate. There were 1,000 of them, causing the old soul cultivator's face to turn as white as a sheet of paper. Eyes wide, he began to pant with incredulity and disbelief. This is impossible. He had no idea why so many people had been hiding in the area, nor was he sure how he had missed any signs of them. Most frightening of all was that, without fail, all of them were in the core formation stage, but there were even quite a few who were in the same cultivation stage as himself, the great circle of core formation. Feeling very dashing and spirited, Bai Xiaochun pointed at the old man and shouted, "Brothers, put this old man to death." "Die!" shouted the 1,000 cultivators, pouring through the air like a grand army, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill the area as their murderous auras raged. These were top troops under the command of an intrepid officer, a sight which caused the old soul cultivator's mind to spin. Even more shocking was that the 50 savage giants gasped and began to back up. Not even they could possibly have dreamed that they would end up facing a huge number of cultivators in this place. The old soul cultivator could immediately tell that if this group massed together, there would be no way for him to make it out of the situation alive. "Flee!" he screamed. The 50 savage giants immediately drew upon the full power of the spell formation, which accelerated rapidly in an attempt to get the man outside of the closing net. "Get him, boys!" Bai Xiaochun roared. Although the spell formation was moving at incredible speed, these were cultivators of the 5 legions. Furthermore, they had gone through a life-or-death trial with Bai Xiaochun, and had been handpicked from tens of thousands of other soldiers. Therefore, it was with murderous ferocity that they shot toward the 50 savage giants. The majestic sight of 1,000 of his men attacking 50 giants with deadly intent immediately got Bai Xiaochun's blood boiling, so he shouted, "Fudge! How dare you steal my Deva beast soul? Even worse, you actually went so far as to gang up on me." There was no way the 50 giants could last for long under such an attack. They fought back, roaring, and yet the 1,000 cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment were well trained, and quickly fell into their own formations, which the giants were incapable of defending against. As the giants were destroyed in spectacular fashion, the old soul cultivator trembled, clearly on the verge of tears because of the unfairness of the situation. "You big bully!" he screamed, his hair flying about wildly as the few surviving giants tried to force their way out of the situation. "What's so impressive about ganging up on people? If you have what it takes, why don't you fight me in a duel? Are you a moron or something?" Bai Xiaochun replied proudly, spitting the old man's words right back at him. "So what if I'm ganging up on you? What are you going to do about it?" With that, he shot toward the old man with deadly force. Soon, more bitter screams rang out. By this point, all of the 50 giants were dead, most of them having chosen to go out in self-detonation. However, the resulting explosions were of little use. Bai Xiaochun had been prepared for that, and used his frigid paragon energy to dispel the force. As a result, not a single one of his men were killed. Actually, if he had allowed his men to go all out, disregarding even their own safety, it would have been even easier to get rid of the 50 giants. However, he didn't do that. He wanted every single person that he took out of the Great Wall with him to get back safely. As the last of the 50 giants died, the statue of the giant ghost above the old soul cultivator's head began to power up to attack. But how could Bai Xiaochun possibly let that happen? Now that the old man was alone on the battlefield, Bai Xiaochun sped forward and lashed out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, a force like that of a mountain slapped into the enormous statue. A boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of the old man's mouth. As for the statue, it immediately began to spin downward toward the ground, clearly on the verge of collapsing. "Get that statue!" Bai Xiaochun barked as he pursued the old man. "It's definitely a precious item." Some of his men immediately went to retrieve the giant ghost statue. Meanwhile, the vengeful souls had all been sucked back into the crater, which had fully collapsed into an enormous, mist-filled pit. The old man finally fell down out of the sky and landed at the edge of that pit, coughing up blood. Bitter laughter escaped his lips. The attack from just now had revealed to him how shockingly powerful his opponent really was. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were almost completely destroyed. His soul power was in chaos, and the flame of his life force was about to wink out. "I'm the 7th apprentice of Marquis Lan, direct subordinate of Giant Ghost King. It doesn't matter where you're from, if you kill me, then you'll die for sure." Despairing, the old man made one last-ditch effort to frighten Bai Xiaochun. However, even as the words escaped his lips, Bai Xiaochun appeared in front of him and reached out to grab his neck. Then he relieved him of the Deva beast soul and said, "Who gives a crap about some giant ghost king? I'm an army officer, fool." The disdain in his voice was clear as he laid some restrictive spells onto the old man and then tossed him over to some of the men in his regiment. "Take him with us, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 515, Be a good boy and take the medicinal pill. Chapter 515, Be a good boy and take the medicinal pill. When the old soul cultivator heard Bai Xiaochun call himself an army officer, his eyes went blank. Then, a moment later, his mind began to reel, and his face completely fell. He even forgot to breathe for a moment. Earlier, he had been confused as to why Bai Xiaochun would suddenly have 1,000 men to back him up, and had assumed that he was from another of the powerful group of soul cultivators. Fear of displeasing the organization led by Giant Ghost King might have been able to keep him alive. After all, Giant Ghost King was one of the 4 great kings of the Wildlands, and one of only 5 demigods. Therefore, few people would be willing to offend him. But now that the old man realized that Bai Xiaochun was actually from the lands of Heavenspan, his eyes filled with despair. However, that only lasted for a moment, whereupon venomous hatred appeared. Before he could do anything else, though, Bai Xiaochun bopped him on the head. "What are you so surprised about? And what is that look in your eye supposed to mean?" Bai Xiaochun was clearly not very pleased with the man's reaction. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he was actually being very merciful. Most other people in his situation would have just killed the old man right off the bat. Instead, he was a very kind person. Instead of killing him, he planned to take him back to the Great Wall and trade him in for battle credit. But then the man dared to give him a dirty look. The old man gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly at his lack of options. Unless he wanted to die on the spot, he would just have to endure the situation. After all, considering his background as someone from Giant Ghost City, it was likely that he wouldn't be killed after being handed over to Great Wall City. Sighing, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Bai Xiaochun bopped him on the head again and then complacently said, yes, that's much better. Behave yourself, now, . Feeling like a very grand figure, he was just about to flick his sleeve and withdraw his regiment back to the Great Wall, when all of a sudden, a chorus of piercing screams rang out from the mist inside the pit. For some reason, those screams sounded familiar to Bai Xiaochun, as if they were coming out of the mouths of souls. Frightened, he backed up a few paces and then peered down into the pit. The pit was so incredibly deep that, combined with the mist, it was impossible to see the bottom of it. In fact, not even divine sense could reach its end. And yet, the screaming just now had clearly been coming from a large number of vengeful souls, perhaps even as many as 10,000 or more. Even as Bai Xiaochun assessed the scene cautiously, grave expressions appeared on the faces of the cultivators of his regiment. Then, Zhao Long stepped forward and whispered, "Colonel, there's something strange going on here. It almost seems like there's some sort of natural restrictive magic in place. We should probably get going immediately." Bai Xiaochun agreed that there was something very odd about this place. First the mountain had collapsed into a crater, and then the crater had turned into a pit. Plus, there was that Deva beast soul. All of those things had happened in a very short period of time. Plus, neither the Great Wall nor any of the savage tribes had sent anyone to investigate the matter. It was almost as if nobody had been able to detect what was happening. Bai Xiaochun's expression was just as grave as everyone else's as he nodded in agreement. But then he looked down into the mists, which were apparently filled with large numbers of souls, and couldn't help but think about how much of a pity it would be to just leave. "That's a bunch of battle credit down there," he murmured to himself. Opening his third eye, he rotated his cultivation base, which sent a beam of violet light out. Almost immediately, the power of his heavenspan Dharma eye began to dispel the mists. Seeing that this method was working, he added some cultivation base power, which caused the mists to melt away at an even more rapid pace. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one who could see what was happening. The old soul cultivator and all of the men in his regiment could also see the mists vanishing. Soon, the gaping pit was revealed. Although it was still impossible to see the bottom itself, it was possible to see innumerable souls floating around inside of it. Even just at the entrance, there appeared to be more than 100,000 of them, with quite a few being at the nascent soul level. Considering how many there were, it was impossible to even guess how many the entire pit contained. The number was essentially incalculable. The scene was profoundly shocking to Bai Xiaochun, and caused the cultivators of his regiment to stare with wide eyes. There were so many souls in sight now that, despite the fact that everyone in the regiment had soul convergence pills, they could tell that if the souls all attacked them at once, they would definitely be killed. Furthermore, the rancor these souls emanated surpassed that of ordinary souls, and made it clear that if they attacked together, it would be a situation of enormous danger. As for the old soul cultivator, he was staring into the pit of souls, feeling completely shaken and unwilling to even move a muscle. He knew what kind of terrifying power that group of vengeful souls represented, and that if their attention was attracted, he wouldn't have to worry about the cultivators who had just captured him. The souls would rip his flesh apart as they consumed him and then possessed his body. If he got taken back to the Great Wall, he might be a prisoner of war, but at least he would be alive. But if those souls took to action, then he would definitely be fated to die. As a soul cultivator of the wildlands, he was far too familiar with souls to do anything other than fear them in this situation. Thankfully, the souls seemed to be in a state of partial hibernation, and weren't interested in leaving the pit. As long as they weren't riled up, they would likely stay put and not attack. Everyone was shocked, and Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling. However, as he looked at the vengeful souls, he saw something a bit different than everyone else. He saw a huge amount of battle credit. If I could capture those souls, I could turn them all in for battle credit. Look at how many of them there are. Heavens! Maybe becoming a major general isn't just a pipe dream after all. His lips were pursed tight in excitement, and yet he was still feeling a bit hesitant. After all, the sheer number of souls meant that even with soul convergence pills, it was still a very dangerous situation. The best thing would be to lure them out a bit at a time, or maybe split them up into groups. Although he had his mask to protect himself, he still wasn't comfortable relying completely on that to stay safe. On the other hand, simply walking away would be a huge pity. After a bit of thought, he crept backward and quietly signaled for the rest of his regiment to do the same. After they were a few hundred meters away from the edge of the pit, in a relatively safe location, Bai Xiaochun looked over with glittering eyes at the old soul cultivator he'd captured. The old man had just been sighing in relief that they were moving away from the pit of souls when, all of a sudden, he realized that Bai Xiaochun was staring at him. The old man's heart started to thump in his chest. He had the distinct premonition that whatever plans this core formation cultivator had for him, they definitely couldn't be good. Before he could open his mouth to say something, Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly, stepped forward, and patted the man on the shoulder. "Listen, fellow Taoist, why don't we forget about the matter of you trying to steal my Deva Beast soul? All you have to do is just do me a little favor. What do you say? It's nothing difficult. I'll simply give you a medicinal pill, then you walk into that big pit and crush it. Remember, you can only crush it after you get into the pit. All right? Simple." Then, it was with a very fervent and hopeful look in his eyes that he produced a soul convergence pill and held it out. The old man's mind spun, and he began to tremble as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Seemingly on the verge of tears, he said, "Please let me off the hook, oh exalted one. I'm more than happy to become a prisoner of war. I have a lot of information about Giant Ghost City. I'm very valuable as a hostage. I know. Come. Just be a good boy and take this medicinal pill." Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun forcibly opened the old man's hand and put the soul convergence pill in his palm. "All right, off with you now." Starting to struggle, the old man loudly said, "I'm not going anywhere. You might as well just kill me." "Forget it." Bai Xiaochun was clearly very displeased. "If you refuse," he said angrily, "then I'll have my men rough you up a bit and then throw you inside. Look, you're gonna go into that pit where you want to or not." Instantly, the surrounding cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment began to stare at the old man with cold, killing intent. The old man was trembling in fear, and simultaneously bristling with rage. However, he could tell that he was out of options. If he didn't do as he was asked, then it was obvious that this fiendish killer would toss him headfirst into the pit of souls anyway. Gritting his teeth helplessly, the old man closed his hand around the medicinal pill. Then, he threw caution to the wind as he began to creep forward to the edge of the pit. In the same moment that he began to move forward, Bai Xiaochun and his regiment fell back until they were 3,000 meters away. There, they prepared to run away at top speed if necessary. Only at that point did Bai Xiaochun finally turn to look back at the old man as he prepared to dive into the pit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Kill Me First. Chapter 516, Kill Me First. The old man's face was a mask of grief, and his heart was filled with ceaseless venomous curses toward Bai Xiaochun. Even though he realized that he was holding a soul convergence pill, he hadn't yet made any connection to Bai Xiaochun himself. After all, while not every single cultivator in the 5 legions was armed with soul convergence pills, enough were that they could be considered common. Damned monkey! You're definitely not going to die a good death. Gritting his teeth, he edged closer to the pit, where he looked back to see Bai Xiaochun and the other cultivators waiting nervously, clearly ready to flee at a moment's notice. Immediately, the old man's heart filled with disgust. And yet, he had no other options in front of him. If he did as Bai Xiaochun asked, maybe he would get out of the situation alive. But if he caused problems, he could theoretically revel in the thought of his captors being killed, but he himself would also perish. As he stood there at the edge of the pit wavering back and forth about what to do, Bai Xiaochun impatiently cried out in a hushed voice, "Hurry up! We're all waiting on you." "Yeah, well, keep waiting, bitch." The old man cursed inwardly. Clenching his jaw, he toed the edge of the pit, and was just preparing to jump in when the vengeful souls inside suddenly stopped floating around and then turned to look at him. The old man's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode, and his mind was spinning into a complete blank. Finally, he let out a shout and simultaneously crushed the medicinal pill. Before any of the souls could do anything, a massive gravitational force sprang out. Instantly, more than 10,000 vengeful souls were sucked up, without even a chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they became a soul sphere, which the soul cultivator grabbed. However, the other vengeful souls were now riled up, and began howling, even the ones in the depths of the pit. Then, they began to pour out into the open like a massive tempest. The old soul cultivator shrieked as he spun around and began to flee. Behind him, a cloud of souls rose up into the air, tens upon tens of thousands of them. "Help me!" the old man shrieked as he fled. Feeling angrier than ever at Bai Xiaochun and his men, he headed straight in their direction. The old man was quick, but Bai Xiaochun was quicker. In almost the same moment that the old man crushed the soul convergence pill, he and his men began to flee in the opposite direction. The old man saw this, but had no other option than to push forward with greater speed. Sadly, his cultivation base had already been sealed and limited, making things very difficult. Behind him, a sea of souls bore down, their howls echoing out in all directions. The sensation of deadly crisis that filled him, and the despair, made it so that the old man couldn't hold back his curses. "You won't die a good death, you monkey. If I become a ghost, I'll haunt you to the end of your days." The cultivators were trembling at what they saw, and Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he fled. As he looked over his shoulder, what he focused on was not the old man, but the huge sea of souls. 1 million, no, wait, 10 million. No, wait. Heavens, how many souls are there? Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling in terror as he pushed forward with greater speed. As for the old man, there was no time to pay any attention to him, which Bai Xiaochun felt a bit bad about. After all, it was his own greed which had put the man in this situation. Even as he smiled bitterly, his expression suddenly flickered, and he looked over his shoulder again to see the old soul cultivator howling as he fled from the souls. But then, after the souls reached a position several hundred meters away from the edge of the pit, they suddenly stopped giving chase. Instead, they flew back up into the sky and then circled back toward the pit, where they vanished. Moments later, everything was quiet again. Bai Xiaochun looked on in shock, as did the other cultivators. As for the old man, he felt like he had just survived a deadly catastrophe, and was looking around with incredulous delight. I'm not dead," he muttered as tears of joy streamed down his face. However, before he could even calm down from the thrill of having survived, Xiaochun walked up and gave him an appraising glance. The old man suddenly went stiff with anxiety. Considering that he was completely surrounded by Xiaochun's forces, it was obvious that he couldn't escape, and all of a sudden, the old man thought back to the curses he had just been uttering. Without any hesitation, he handed the soul sphere over to Xiaochun. Exalted One, however, before he could continue with any explanation, Xiaochun began to walk around him slowly, poking and prodding him a bit here and there. The old man's anxiety quickly mounted. "They didn't chase you very far, did they?" Xiaochun said. "Don't tell me it's because of some secret of yours?" After circling the man a few times without finding anything out of the ordinary, still seemed suspicious. "Alright, how about this? Considering that the souls don't seem inclined to chase you, why don't we do a little experiment?" With that, he produced another soul convergence pill and handed it to the old man. In response to Xiaochun's words, the old man nearly exploded. Eyes going wide, he was unable to suppress his rage as he yelled, "No. Fudge, I don't care if you tell your men to skin me alive, there's no way I'm going. Kill me first." The old man really was angry. Earlier, he had been staring death in the face, the result of which was that he was now hovering on the verge of mental collapse, and even hysteria. The surrounding cultivators didn't feel bad for the man at all. Furthermore, they realized that if the man really would rather die than do as requested, then it would be virtually impossible to force him to help them. Therefore, a few of the cultivators stepped forward with clasped hands. "Colonel, allow me to go test things out." "Let me go, Colonel." "Colonel, this experiment was made for me, Xiaochun could immediately tell that these cultivators were trying to return the kindness he had shown them. However, there was no way he would agree. After all, he was most likely in the safest position of them all with his mask. Looking over at the pit, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stand down, all of you." Then he glared at the old man. "And as for you, what are you yelling for? Boy, do you have a loud voice." With the wave of a hand, he bound the man up again and then tossed him back to his subordinates. With that, he looked at the pit for a moment before walking toward it. Zhao Long and some of the others were just about to try to persuade him not to go, but he was too quick. Even as he flew toward the pit, his voice echoed back into their ears. "Get back and wait for me." When Xiaochun arrived at the edge of the pit, his heart was gripped with anxiety and indecision. Further back, the cultivators of his regiment were waiting nervously, in contrast to the old soul cultivator, who was chuckling coldly and cursing inwardly. "I'm a wildland soul cultivator, and probably do have some of the aura of Giant Ghost City on me. Those souls didn't want to chase me, but as for that monkey of a cultivator, he's definitely dead." Actually, the old man had no idea why the souls had abandoned the chase, but was relatively convinced that his own analysis was correct. Even if it wasn't, he was still sure that the souls would consume Xiaochun the instant he got too close. As he chuckled coldly to himself, and the other cultivators looked on nervously, Xiaochun's eyes began to shine with determination. "I should be fine. They definitely can't see me." Rubbing his mask to reassure himself, he took another step forward, and was inside the pit. Of course, at the slightest sign of anything wrong, he was prepared to call upon the full strength of his fleshly body power, even to the point of harming himself, to flee. However, as soon as he entered the pit, he realized that the souls weren't even looking at him. Instead, they simply continued to float around like before. The 1,000 cultivators of his regiment, as well as the old soul cultivator, were all shocked. "What's going on?" Xiaochun was delighted, but continued to maintain vigilance. He proceeded carefully through the throngs of souls, and the entire time, not a single one showed even a hint of paying attention to him. Soon, he was deep within the crowd of souls, where he pulled out a soul convergence pill and crushed it. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a gravitational force erupted out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 vengeful souls were sucked into a soul sphere, which Bai Xiaochun tossed into his bag of holding. In response, the other souls were thrown into a commotion, which caused Bai Xiaochun to tense up for a moment before he realized that they still weren't able to see him. Even as his subordinates looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun chuckled, clasped his hands casually behind his back, and stuck his chin up, making himself look just like a lonely hero. Everyone looking at him saw what appeared to be tens of millions of souls howling and screaming in madness, ready to destroy everything in their path. There were even some crimson souls of the nascent soul level who appeared right by Xiaochun. And yet, he calmly waved his hand and collected all of the souls nearby into a soul sphere. He looked like a consummate master, completely calm and collected, and in no danger whatsoever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, a Deva? Chapter 517, a Deva? The 1,000 men in Bai Xiaochun's legion looked on in both shock and fervor. However, when they considered who Bai Xiaochun was in the army, they realized that with him, nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. He was Grandmaster Bai. He was in the top 10 on the Wildlands execution list. He had crushed a nascent soul cultivator in battle. In terms of how many vengeful souls he had put an end to, it was impossible to even say. In fact, to call him the bane of vengeful souls was no exaggeration. These cultivators viewed Bai Xiaochun with blind devotion, and therefore, were able to take the matter in stride. However, the old soul cultivator was so shocked he felt like the world was spinning around him. How? How is this even possible? There must be hundreds of millions of souls in there. The old man had already reached the point where he could barely speak coherently. Considering what he himself had just experienced, the fact that Bai Xiaochun was acting completely calmly was almost impossible to accept. But what happened next was even more terrifying. Even as the old man's mind teetered on the verge of collapse, he watched Bai Xiaochun pull out another soul convergence pill and crush it. Immediately, more souls were sucked in, whereupon he pulled out another pill. And that was how Bai Xiaochun proceeded into the depths of the pit. Every step along the way, he pulled out another soul convergence pill. 10,000 souls. 30,000, 50,000. 100,000, 200,000. 500,000. Not very much time passed at all before Bai Xiaochun had collected at least 1 million souls. And he was barely exerting any effort at all. Of the 10 million or so souls that existed at the entrance to the pit, it was clear that over 10% had already been collected by Bai Xiaochun. The old soul cultivator was completely and utterly flabbergasted. What was especially shocking was how casually Bai Xiaochun strutted along, almost as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. The old man's eyes looked like they might fall out of his face at any moment, and he could hardly breathe. Nascent soul! He screamed inwardly. Damn it, this guy is definitely a nascent soul eccentric. That's the only explanation for this. He's definitely a nascent soul eccentric who possesses some sort of powerful magical treasure. The old man was convinced that this was the only way to explain Bai Xiaochun's incredible performance. The way he had cut down core formation experts as if it were child's play indicated that he was definitely a nascent soul cultivator. Damned heavenspan cultivators. I can't believe someone who's clearly a nascent soul expert would find it amusing to disguise himself as a core formation cultivator and then go around bullying people. Even as the old man stewed in his bitterness, Bai Xiaochun reached the point where he had collected the majority of the souls around the entrance. Although he was excited, he suddenly realized that he was running low on soul convergence pills. He quickly flew out of the pit and sped over to Zhao Long and the other members of his regiment, who were staring at him as if he were some sort of god. Hurry up and loan me your soul convergence pills, Bai Xiaochun said. I'll pay you back later. Without hesitation, The cultivators in his regiment began pulling out their soul convergence pills and handing them to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was delighted to suddenly have so many soul convergence pills at his disposal. He quickly turned and rushed back into the pit, where he began to head down toward the very bottom of the pit to collect more souls. Zhao Long and the others hesitated for a bit, but then cautiously creeped over to the edge of the pit and looked over the edge to watch. What they saw was shocking to the extreme. There was Bai Xiaochun, standing on top of a white surface, looking around in astonishment and disbelief. At first, no one was quite sure what they were seeing, but upon closer examination, they realized what that white surface was, and their minds reeled. That's... Heavens, he's standing on a... All of the cultivators in the regiment felt like their heads were about to explode, and as for the soul cultivator, he was literally screaming. How is this possible? It's a skeleton. The mouth of the pit was actually an entryway leading into what they were now looking down into, an enormous necropolis. It was virtually impossible to describe how large the necropolis was, but it was possible to see a shocking skeleton right there inside. It was fully 300,000 meters in size, and from what they could see looking through the passageway, that was only part of the skull. Bai Xiaochun was actually more shaken than the rest of them. At first, he hadn't realized what exactly the white surface that the was standing on was, but after a moment, he realized it was a skull. And then he saw the ghastly 300,000 meter skeleton. It wasn't a human skull, but rather the skull of some enormous crocodilian creature, stretching down into the necropolis. The bones were like mountain peaks, so shocking that Bai Xiaochun gasped out loud. Furthermore, the enormous necropolis also contained seemingly innumerable vengeful souls. None of the souls had fixed shapes, but rather existed as misty spheres of different colors, within which faces would occasionally appear. Considering how many of the souls there were floating around in the necropolis, it was possible to estimate that there were at least 100 million, or maybe more. Even a deva who was privy to this sight would feel shocked to the core. After all, if 100 million souls all attacked at the same time, even a deva would perish under the assault, unless they possessed some special means of controlling the souls. Crocodile. The deva beast soul that I grabbed looked like a crocodile. Could it be that this skeleton was its fleshly body? The mere thought left Bai Xiaochun utterly shocked. So, does that mean that all these other souls showed up after it died, or did they kill it? It was impossible to determine the answer to the question just by looking, but Bai Xiaochun certainly hoped that his former supposition was the correct one, not the latter. And yet, for some reason, he had the feeling that something very strange was going on here, and that the latter might not be too far from the truth. It took a long moment for him to calm down. The only thing he could do was bury his speculations in his heart. Only one thing was for certain: there was definitely some big secret hidden in this place. Clearly, the restrictive spells that filled the area were one reason why no one had noticed the strange phenomena or come to investigate. Of course, a huge hole had opened up, which ensured that it wouldn't be long before either the Great Wall or the Wildlanders discovered the place, and when that happened, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would be able to investigate the area alone. These souls are all battle credit, he thought, his eyebrows dancing in anticipation. With that, he reached out and began to crush soul convergence pills. In the blink of an eye, countless souls were all rushing toward him to form soul spheres. However, there were so many souls in the area that the ground began to shake, and the screaming of the souls pierced dangerously into the minds of the onlookers. The cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment, as well as the old soul cultivator, felt their own souls trembling in response to the sound, and some people even found blood oozing out of the corners of their mouths. They quickly began to back up in terror. The soul cultivator was especially frightened considering that his cultivation base had been sealed. He was coughing up mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as ashen as death. How many souls are down there? Heavens! That sound couldn't come from any less than 10 million souls. Or maybe even 100 million. The old man was reeling in disbelief. Based on his experience, even large armies that marched into battle would never go in with more than 10 million souls. A force of 100 million was something that he had never even laid eyes on. Zhao Long and the other cultivators in the regiment were astonished, and also worried for Bai Xiaochun. However, none of them revealed such feelings as they backed up and kept their eyes fixed on the pit. Down inside, Bai Xiaochun was looking around ashen-faced as he realized he had discovered another use to the mask. Shockingly, it could reduce the effects he felt because of the shrieking of the souls, making it possible to stand there without being hurt. Rich! I'm rich! He exulted inwardly. Eyes shining with excitement, he continued to collect more and more soul spheres, simultaneously calculating how much battle credit he would earn. A day flashed by, during which terrifying howling sounds continued to echo out from the pit. Outside, everyone was looking on nervously, except for the old soul cultivator, who was trembling in astonishment and terror. Heavens! Just what kind of cultivation base does this guy have? There's no way that a core formation cultivator could remain so close to that sound without exploding. Not even a nascent soul expert could do it for long. The only kind of person who could, would be a deva. He couldn't possibly be a deva, could he? The old man's thoughts were in chaos as his terror mounted. Before, he had harbored a slim bit of hope that he might be able to get out of the situation alive and then get revenge. But now, such thoughts were long gone. Heavens! If he's really a deva, then everything makes sense. Deva eccentrics always have strange habits, perhaps even masquerading as core formation cultivators. Convinced that he had gotten to the bottom of the truth, the old man felt even more terrified than before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, It's all to become a Major General. Chapter 518, It's all to become a Major General. To everyone on the outside, the passage of time left them more and more nervous. Inside the pit, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining, and his eyebrows were dancing with happiness. He was now almost out of soul convergence pills. It had taken a whole day to go through several thousand of them, which meant that he had already collected tens of millions of souls. Whenever he scanned the thousands of soul spheres in his bag of holding, he could almost see all of the battle credit coming his way, and couldn't help but muse on how amazing he was. I absolutely have to become a Major General, he declared loudly, eyes shining with excitement. After using his last few soul convergence pills, he patted his bag of holding a bit begrudgingly. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have come prepared. There were still so many vengeful souls in the area that they were almost impossible to count. It made him feel like he had encountered an iceberg made of gold, but had only been able to see the tip of it. The feeling of not wanting to leave caused him to heave numerous sighs. Well, there's nothing I can do, he thought with gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes. For the sake of the safety of my brothers on the outside, I should probably get back. Then I can concoct some more soul convergence pills and come back later. There were definitely more than enough vengeful souls here to propel him to the rank of Major General. The feeling of having that promotion just within arm's reach was exciting, and the mere thought of how different his life would be as a Major General got his heart racing. Finally, he turned and headed out of the pit. As soon as he flew out into the open, the cultivators of his regiment bristled with excitement as they awaited his orders. As for the old soul cultivator, he was trembling physically because of the waves of shock battering his heart. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun wasn't injured at all. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed tired, but in very high spirits. All of that only served to convince the old man that his previous suppositions were correct. He's definitely a deva, the old man thought, seemingly on the verge of tears. As far as he could tell, nobody but a deva could possibly survive in that terrifying pit for a day without being hurt. Why the hell is a deva picking on me like this? He thought, staring at Bai Xiaochun with despair. Everyone watched as Bai Xiaochun set up a rudimentary spell formation over the entrance of the pit, then flew over, swished his sleeve, and said, "Let's get back to the Great Wall." The cultivators in the regiment breathed sighs of relief. Although these were all crack troops under the leadership of a famous officer, they had been away from the Great Wall for quite some time. Plus, the area they were in seemed far too quiet. Although they could tell that there were natural restrictive spells in the area that were likely the reason that no one had sensed the strange phenomena, they also knew that the longer they stayed in one place, the more danger they would be in. If any of the powerful groups in the wildlands showed up, they would definitely end up facing a major crisis. Therefore, as soon as the orders left by Xiaochun's lips, they scattered and began to make their own way back to the Great Wall. As for Bai Xiaochun, he began to retrace his own route back. After proceeding for a bit, he looked back in the direction of the pit, and saw what appeared to be nothing more than a mountain range of countless overlapping shadows. There weren't even any sounds coming from the area. Considering it was currently late at night, the countless shadows looked very foreboding. Are the restrictive spells in there really natural? Bai Xiaochun thought. Recalling the image of the huge crocodile skeleton, he quietly turned and proceeded back toward the Great Wall. On his initial trip leaving the wall, he had proceeded with caution as he made his way along. Although he was still cautious on the way back, he was in a much different mood. Furthermore, the trip back went very smoothly. Although he ran into a few small groups of vengeful souls, none of them slowed him down, and within a few hours, he was within sight of the Great Wall. It was now just before dawn on his third day outside. Although the lands were bathed in darkness, the spell formation shield on the wall made it seem like a huge dragon hulking there, radiating shocking energy that would astonish anyone who laid eyes on it. Of course, Bai Xiaochun and his regiment were used to the sight of the Great Wall, but not the old soul cultivator. He began to tremble even harder than before. And yet there was nothing he could do as the cultivators of the regiment produced their identity medallions and entered the Great Wall through one of the small entrances. Even till this point, the old man had no idea who Bai Xiaochun really was. After entering Great Wall City, the cultivators sent him to the prisoner of war camp, where he would be handed over to the interrogators for questioning. As for the 1,000 men in his regiment, Bai Xiaochun didn't treat them stingily. As soon as they regrouped, he rewarded each of them with a soul sphere. Although the 10,000 souls they were each being given wasn't necessarily a huge amount, considering that Bai Xiaochun had only collected a few tens of millions of souls in total, it still counted as a lot. It was an amount that not even Bai Lin or the other generals would hand out as a reward. "Brothers, stick with me, and you'll always have alcohol to drink and meat to eat. Whenever good things happen to me, I won't ever forget about you." Not only did the eyes of the men shine brightly, they needed no reminder from Bai Xiaochun to understand that the matters which had occurred on the outside needed to be kept under tight wraps. Bai Xiaochun didn't waste any time. After handing out the rewards to the regiment, he didn't rest, but instead, excitedly went to his residence to work on concocting medicine. His main goal, of course, was to produce as many soul convergence pills as he could in a short time. As for the soul horn mission, he had Zhao Long and some of the others go hand it in. Not long after they did, Bai Xiaochun's identity medallion vibrated and emitted bright red light as 1 million battle credits were added to it. Another 3 days passed, during which time Bai Xiaochun didn't rest at all. Eyes bloodshot, he concocted medicine like mad, producing one batch of soul convergence pills after another. Including some others he'd had lying around, he now had more than 5,000, and simply couldn't wait any longer. Long delays usually lead to trouble. The longer I wait, the more likely someone is to find that place. By this point, it seemed more likely than ever that he would be able to get a promotion to Major General. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. When night fell, he slipped out of the command center, not telling anyone that he was leaving. By utilizing his undying tendons and the undying hex divine ability he had gained enlightenment of, he left the city. After vanishing, he once again felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. A long moment passed, whereupon he reappeared on the battlefield outside of the Great Wall. Then, without any hesitation, he sped off into the night. Of course, he was already wearing his mask. Based on the soul fluctuations it sent out, along with his murderous aura, it ensured that any savages or soul cultivators who saw him along the way perceived him to be someone no one would provoke. After drawing upon all the speed he could muster, Xiaochun soon reached those same shadowy mountains that he had left a few days before. Making sure he wasn't being followed, he headed into the mountains. However, after searching thoroughly, his face fell as he realized that the pit was nowhere to be found. This is definitely the spot. Why isn't it here? Could it be something to do with the restrictive spells? After looking around a few times, he finally decided to open his third eye. However, not even that revealed any clues. Most other people would likely have given up at that point. But Xiaochun wasn't so willing to give in. He continued to search here and there, calling upon his heaven-span Dharma eye every so often. After several hours had passed, and dawn approached, the countless overlapping shadows that were the mountains suddenly seemed to start folding in on themselves. So that's how it is. Xiaochun thought, his expression brightening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Huge Soul? Chapter 519, Huge Soul? The natural restrictive spells in the area seemed complex, but were actually quite simple. The layout of the overlapping mountains in the area would shift depending on the time of day. The way the mountains were organized affected the method of entry. Back when Xiaochun had first come to the area, there hadn't been any such restrictive spells active. However, upon leaving, it had been when the break of dawn was approaching. Therefore, the route he remembered could only be retraced at that same time. In fact, even at that exact same time, it also required additional effort to find the path. Thankfully, Xiaochun had his heaven-span Dharma eye, and was thus able to find the path. Upon realizing these facts, he quickly left the mountains and then flew back in. This time, he quickly found a path leading into the depths of the mountains. After about 2 hours passed, he found the pit. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from immediately jumping inside, and instead surveyed the area. For one thing, he checked the spell formation he had set up earlier to see if anyone else had come by. After discovering that the spell formation was unaltered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he flew into the pit and descended into the necropolis. Upon entering the necropolis, Xiaochun was thrilled to find that the number of souls had returned to the amount from before. There were clearly more than 100 million, which was the original amount before he collected the majority of them. Could it be that the souls here are literally without end? Overjoyed, he began to toss out soul convergence pills. 100,000 battle credits. 1 million battle credits. Ha ha ha. 10 million battle credits. Xiaochun was bubbling with happiness. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't have more soul convergence pills. This time, he spent a total of 2 days before he ran through all 5,000 of them. The only reason he took so long was that he tried to make sure that each pill was used in the most effective manner. As such, he continued to proceed further and further into the necropolis. 2 days later, he emerged from the pit with 50 million vengeful souls in his possession. After waiting until the break of dawn was nearing, he followed the same path to the outside and then left for the Great Wall. He proceeded with extreme nervousness, feeling like he was holding an incredibly valuable treasure, and that someone might try to rob him at any moment. If some accident occurred, and his trip back to the Great Wall was interrupted, then his dream of becoming a major general might be dashed to pieces. Thankfully, his mask was very powerful, and made him look just like a soul cultivator. Coupled with the caution he showed, it ensured that he didn't run into any problems. When he finally reached the battlefield outside the Great Wall, he used his Undying Hex ability to get back into the city. Now I have more than 70 million vengeful souls. If I convert them all to battle credit, it will be a huge amount. Sadly, I still have to get a lot more before I can get that major general promotion. I have to keep working hard. Feeling excited, but also worried that something unexpected might occur in the pit, he recruited all of his subordinates to go out and borrow as many soul convergence pills from other members of the 5 legions as possible. After all, most of the soul convergence pills that he had concocted since arriving at the Great Wall had been distributed among the 5 legions. Of course, Xiaochun didn't remain idle while his subordinates went to borrow soul convergence pills. He went to many of the commissaries in the city that specialized in spell formations, and bought as many pre-packaged formations as he could get his hands on. After all, he wasn't sure how many soul convergence pills his subordinates would be able to get, and wanted to be fully prepared on his next trip to the pit. A few days later, he was delighted to find that his subordinates had managed to get their hands on over 90,000 soul convergence pills. So many! This time I should definitely be able to succeed in getting that promotion to Major General. With these 90,000 soul convergence pills, plus all the souls I've already collected, I should be able to get a total of 1 billion vengeful souls. With that, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Then, later that night, he slipped out of the city once again. Being so familiar with the route, he proceeded along casually, entering the mountains right before the break of dawn. He encountered no problems along the way, and was soon at the pit. There, he put all of the spell formations in place, and then flew on down. After looking around at all the vengeful souls, Xiaochun was ecstatic to discover that, yet again, they had been replenished to the 100 million level. This time, I'm definitely going to get that promotion to Major General. Feeling enormously proud of his imminent success, he headed into the necropolis, tossing out soul convergence pills left and right. The cracking sound of medicinal pills shattering filled the air. With every pill that shattered, 10,000 vengeful souls would be gathered into a soul sphere. Considering the vast amount of soul convergence pills he had at his disposal, it only took him 3 days to actually clear out the entire necropolis. Then, after an incense stick's worth of time passed, streams of mist began to flow up from the ground, which were filled with countless vengeful souls. The roaring souls began to fly to and fro inside of the necropolis as they searched for Xiaochun, and yet, couldn't find him. Xiaochun chuckled darkly as he waited for a bit until the souls had been restored to the 100 million level, then once again began to collect them. They're mine. All mine. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be a Major General. What made him even more proud was that he was developing some techniques to collect the souls even more quickly than before. This time, it only took him 2 days to clear out the entire necropolis. Then, before long, a third wave of souls appeared. It was in this fashion that 7 days sped by. At that point, he started to run low on soul convergence pills. He only had a few thousand left. Of course, he wouldn't leave until he was completely out. However, it was at this point that something unique happened. For some unknown reason, after clearing out the necropolis and waiting for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, no new souls appeared. Aren't there any more? Curious, he flew here and there in the necropolis for about an hour, and yet no souls could be seen. Stunned, he murmured, I guess there really aren't any more. He could only shake his head and sigh ruefully at the fact that he still had some soul convergence pills left, but no vengeful souls to collect. Unfortunately, he was very close to having 1 billion vengeful souls, which was how many he needed to become a Major General. And here I thought I had found a never-ending supply of battle credit. Who could have thought this place would run out so quickly? Feeling less than pleased, he waited around for a bit longer to confirm that no more souls were forthcoming. Finally, he began to fly toward the exit. However, just when he was about to fly out into the open, everything around him began to tremble, and then, a huge rift opened up in the ground of the necropolis. In fact, not only was there a rift, but there were numerous crashing sounds like thunder. Apparently, the necropolis was collapsing. Even the shocking crocodile skeleton was beginning to sink down into the earth. This development caused Xiaochun's face to flicker, and then transform into an expression of delight. Don't tell me there's another level down below? However, as he looked down, all he saw was a thick, seemingly endless stream of black mist pulsing out from below. Within that mist, it was just possible to see a gigantic ghost hand stretching out as if to grab by Xiaochun, accompanied by a roar of rage. The sight of the gigantic ghost hand caused by Xiaochun's face to fall, and filled his heart with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Every bit of his flesh and blood began to scream at him that he was descending into incredible danger. It can see me. I'm finished. I must have provoked some gigantic soul that wants to destroy me. Screaming and shivering, he hurled out several thousand soul convergence pills, which detonated shortly after, creating a massive gravitational force that caused the ghost hand to distort and slow down. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun began to flee for his life. Even as he shot out of the pit, another roar of rage could be heard from behind him, and the enormous ghost hand once again reached out to grab him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Black Pillar of Light. Chapter 520, Black Pillar of Light. As the ghost hand moved forward, the air around it distorted, causing everything near Bai Xiaochun to be completely locked down. Bai Xiaochun couldn't escape any more easily than he could have escaped from a locked cage. Because of the profound sensation of crisis, his eyes were completely bloodshot, and blue veins even began to bulge out on his face and neck. Just when the hand was about to grab him, though, he roared and called deeply upon his undying hex. He took a step forward, causing his body to suddenly begin to turn blurry. By the time his foot landed, he had suddenly vanished. A boom rang out as the shocking ghost hand closed around the space Bai Xiaochun had just occupied, and yet, grabbed nothing but air. An enraged roar filled the pit, a roar so loud that it broke through the spell formations, causing everything to tremble and attracting the attention of numerous people in the area. Meanwhile, only about 500 meters beyond the entrance, Bai Xiaochun appeared, staggering forward, coughing up numerous mouthfuls of blood, his face ashen. Shockingly, his back was also bloodied, and 5 long wounds had been scraped down it. It looked the type of serious injury that could even damage internal organs. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had a very powerful fleshly body, and thus managed to hold himself together. Blood was oozing out of his mouth, and his heart was pounding with lingering fear, and yet he didn't even pause for a moment before speeding off. Even as he shot out of the strange mountains, a black pillar of light rumbled up into the sky behind him, creating a shockwave that rolled out in all directions. The natural restrictive spells in the area were all smashed by the powerful energy shooting out from the pit, and were completely destroyed. Bai Xiaochun was scared out of his mind, and was fleeing for his life through the wild terrain, heart pounding as he focused solely on getting back to the Great Wall. I'm finished. Kaput. I got too greedy, didn't I, and summoned something big. Feeling very dismayed that he had brought about such a catastrophe, he pushed forward with greater speed. Meanwhile, many savages and soul cultivators near the pit could see what was happening, and looked over in astonishment. What's going on? Those fluctuations are unbelievable. Even as they cried out in surprise, they began to head in the direction of the pit to investigate. Thankfully for them, after the black pillar of light shot up and destroyed the spell formations and natural restrictive spells, the enormous ghost hand didn't appear again. Therefore, they weren't in any extreme danger, and in fact, after they arrived at the pit and peered down inside, some of them flew in to look around more. The forces in Great Wall City also noticed the black pillar of light. Chen Hetian stepped out of the huge pagoda, and looked at the black pillar and its incredible fluctuations, a very serious expression on his face. Send someone to investigate, he ordered. Find out what that is. Even as he passed down orders, Bai Lin saw the black pillar and sensed its fluctuations. Further out in the wildlands, on the plain with the encampment of hundreds of savage tribes, a large tent could be seen in the middle of the camp. Seated inside the tent was a young woman in a long red robe, who was none other than Mistress Red Dust. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she looked up into the sky at the pillar of light. Could that be? After a moment of hesitation, she passed down orders for people to go investigate. Even as the two major forces sent people to look into the situation, two figures could be seen standing in the mountains a few kilometers away. One was a young man, the other a young woman, and they appeared to be in sore straits. Their clothing was ripped and torn, and haunted expressions could be seen in their eyes, the type that would leave anyone who saw them shaken. They almost looked like wild beasts. There was nothing about these two that indicated they were cultivators. They had soul fluctuations rippling off of them, and also possessed shockingly murderous auras. The young man seemed cold and proud, while the young woman was extremely beautiful. Both of them had clearly been injured fairly recently. Although their injuries had healed, the evidence of their presence was clear. Apparently, these two had fought numerous bloody battles. This young man and woman were none other than Zhao Tianzhou and Xiaochun. After leaving the Great Wall years ago, they had begun to travel about in the wildlands. They had fought many battles, and even built up a small team composed of other cultivators from the Great Wall whom they had encountered during their travels. However, at this point, everyone else was dead, leaving them as the sole survivors. They had gone through what was essentially a baptism of blood, leaving them completely reborn inside and out. In the past, there had been something tender and immature about them, but that was long gone now. Instead, they were completely composed and cold-looking. "We need to get back to the Great Wall as quickly as possible," Zhao Tianzhou said. "I already sent a message to Master. Once we get back, we can spend the rest of our time as members of the 5 legions." He chuckled, causing the scar that ran from the right corner of his mouth to his ear to twist in ferocious fashion. Chen Yuishan seemed slightly distressed as she stood there next to Zhao Tianzhou. In response to his words, she looked over at him and nodded, her gaze lingering on his scar. He had earned that scar in battle when he had saved her from a dangerous necromancer. The mere thought of the bitterness of that battle left her heart thumping with fear. Thankfully, their training outside the wall had resulted in injuries, and yet had resulted in them finding a Deva beast soul. Just as they were about to head back to the Great Wall, they saw a shocking black pillar of light shooting up into the air off in the distance. After some discussion about the matter, Zhao Tianzhou sent a message to his master Chen Hetian asking for instructions about what to do. After word came back, they began to head, not toward the Great Wall, but toward the Black Pillar. Thanks to the Black Pillar of Light, both the Wildlands and the Great Wall were sending people to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Xiaochun was speeding along at top speed, his face ashen. Eventually, he caught sight of the Great Wall, whereupon he gritted his teeth and yet again called upon the undying Hex to pass inside. After coughing up some blood, he staggered back into his residence in his command center, whereupon he fell over, unconscious. 3 days later, he woke up and struggled into a cross-legged position. After examining himself, he found that his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were all in extreme pain, and his cultivation base was in total chaos. That ghost hand was absolutely horrifying, he thought. And it didn't even grab me, just grazed my back. When he thought back to everything that had occurred, the fear in his heart continued to eat away at him. Of course, he also knew that one of the reasons he was so hurt was because he had used the undying hex to pierce through the air and get past multiple spell formations. Whether it was the natural restrictive spells from the mountains, or the Great Wall spell formation, piercing through the air to get past them was very harmful to him. Thankfully, his undying live forever technique was very powerful, and was able to sustain such stress. Normally speaking, even a nascent soul cultivator would hardly be able to accomplish what he had accomplished. Another upside to the situation was that Xiaochun's regenerative powers vastly exceeded those of normal people. In combination with all of the medicinal pills he had at his disposal, it only took him about 7 days to be almost completely recovered. During that time, he didn't dare to go out. As he pondered the ghost hand, the black pillar of light, the destruction of the necropolis, and the enormous, 300,000-meter crocodile skeleton, he came to the conclusion that the pit definitely harbored some monumental secret. Then he thought about how he was the one responsible for everything that had occurred, and it struck him with even more fear. At the same time, he felt wronged. It's not like I did it on purpose, he thought, sighing. After all, he had only been trying to get his hands on some souls. During his period of recovery, he continued to get reports from Zhao Long and the rest of his regiment. That was how he learned that both Great Wall City and the Wildlands had taken the matter of the Black Pillar of Light very seriously. In fact, quite a few people had entered the pit to explore the area. Unfortunately, there was no other news than that. Another half a month went by, during which time bits of news continued to trickle in. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was only a colonel, he didn't have access to very many details. Therefore, he went to Bai Lin to ask for more information. Apparently, quite a few people had been sent to gather intelligence, and although there had been some conflicts with the Wildlands forces, they were still able to send back some useful information. Supposedly, there was a big necropolis in the area where the beam of light had originated. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he felt a bit more at ease. "I guess I just opened a necropolis, that's all," he said to comfort himself. Looking out at the quiet streets in the city, he rubbed his bag of holding, and his eyes began to shine. "Well, the whole reason I went through all of that was to become a major general. I think now the time has come to finish the job. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 521, Turning in the Vengeful Souls. Chapter 521, Turning in the Vengeful Souls. When he thought about how impressive and glorious it would be to become a major general, his excitement began to build. With that, he hurried out into the command center, where Zhao Long and the others clasped hands in salute. Waving his hand in grand fashion, he tried to sound as heroic as possible as he said, "Come, my brothers. Join me at the pagoda to witness my promotion to Major General." Zhao Long's eyes went wide, but he quickly began to send messages to call everyone together. Before long, all 1,000 members of Bai Xiaochun's regiment were notified, and were hurrying over. "Brothers," he said loudly, "once I become a major general, we'll have more meat to eat and more alcohol to drink." Then he flew into the air toward the pagoda. All the cultivators in the regiment were very excited, and none of them questioned Bai Xiaochun's words at all. If he said that he was going to become a major general, then they had complete confidence that he would do just that. It made quite a grand sight as the entire group clustered around him and flew toward the pagoda. The sight of more than 1,000 beams of light shooting through Great Wall City captured the attention of quite a few other cultivators. However, many soldiers had looks of derision on their faces. After all, the sight of Bai Xiaochun parading through the city wasn't anything new. The only surprising thing was how long it had been since they last saw him do it. Most of them gave him little more than a single glance. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and his men were outside of the pagoda, where quite a few other cultivators were gathered to either purchase items or turn in souls. The arrival of Bai Xiaochun and his men didn't cause too much of a stir, and most people just continued on with whatever business they had at hand. Ignoring them, Bai Xiaochun walked up to the pagoda, took a deep breath, and then flew up into the air, just as he had seen the top chosen do in the past when they handed in vengeful souls. There, he waved his sleeve, producing a soul sphere which he subsequently crushed. A boom could be heard as souls poured out from the crushed soul sphere. The sight of so many souls attracted a bit of envy from some of the cultivators present, although most of them weren't paying much attention. "Oh, it's Bai Xiaochun." As soon as the 10,000 vengeful souls appeared, the giant eye atop the pagoda absorbed them. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun patted his bag of holding to produce another soul sphere. After crushing it, another 10,000 souls appeared, which the eye absorbed. Then he produced a third sphere, causing quite a few curious eyes to look up at him from below. Just when he was about to crush the third soul sphere, a blood-colored beam of light appeared off in the distance, which caused a murderous aura to fill the entire area. That's Ji Feng. Colonel Ji Feng. Back before Bai Xiaochun rose to prominence, he was considered the core formation cultivator most likely to become a major general. I wonder which of the two of them will actually succeed. As the crowd buzzed, the beam of light faded away, revealing a young man with long hair, clad in a suit of blood-colored armor. That young man was none other than Ji Feng, but he hovered to a stop in midair on the other side of the huge pagoda, making it possible for him to look Bai Xiaochun right in the eye. When he did, an expression of scorn appeared on his face. Trifling apothecary, he thought. Other than a nice cultivation base, what do you have? I, Ji Feng, have too much battle credit to count. What makes you think you deserve to compare yourself to me? Not only did Ji Feng despise Bai Xiaochun, he despised his soul convergence pills as well. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was nothing more than an apothecary who had used some fancy tricks to get into a good position, and didn't compare to him at all. He actually hadn't planned to hand in any souls today, but after seeing Bai Xiaochun show up, he decided to come put him in his place. Bai Xiaochun recognized Ji Feng. Technically speaking, this was their second time encountering each other. The first time had been back when he first got to the Great Wall, and had come to check how much battle credit he had to spend to get certain items. At that time, Ji Feng had handed in 10,000 souls to the pagoda and caused quite a stir. Of course, that was before the advent of soul convergence pills, when getting 10,000 souls together in one place had been quite an accomplishment. When Bai Xiaochun saw the scorn in Ji Feng's eyes, he was actually a bit surprised. I never did anything to offend you, did I? He thought. But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized what was going on, and glared at Ji Feng. Ji Feng looked back at him coldly, and soon, it became obvious that they were having a bit of a showdown. When the cultivators down below saw what was happening, their spirits were roused, and they began to pay close attention. They're having a standoff. I'm more of a fan of Colonel Ji Feng. He got his battle credit from climbing mountains of corpses and swimming through seas of blood. Didn't Colonel Bai Xiaochun do the same thing though? Forget about the soul convergence pill, for a moment. Do you know how many people he saved in that battle? As people talked about the matter, and even placed some bets, Ji Feng chuckled coldly and then waved his arm, sending a collection of 100,000 vengeful souls streaming out of his bag of holding. Although the souls were somewhat listless and faded, as soon as they appeared in the open, the huge eye quickly absorbed them. 100,000 souls. Colonel Ji Feng definitely deserves his reputation as a top chosen in the 5 legions. He doesn't even use soul convergence pills, but still managed to collect 100,000 souls. After tossing out the 100,000 souls, Ji Feng looked over coldly at Bai Xiaochun, and from the look in his eye, his message was clear. You have souls, right? Well, let's have a little contest and see who has the most. A smile immediately broke out on Bai Xiaochun's face. Now that he thought about it, handing over souls all by himself was actually pretty boring. But who would have thought that Ji Feng would suddenly show up and want to have a contest? The truth was that Bai Xiaochun loved crushing opponents in this way. Sighing, he waved his hand to send 20 soul spheres flying out. A boom rang out as the soul spheres collapsed, sending out a vast cloud of 200,000 souls. Almost as soon as the shocking sight appeared, the huge eye atop the pagoda began to shine brightly, and quickly absorbed them. Then, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Ji Feng with an expression of open provocation. Ji Feng's expression turned grim, and he chuckled in disdain. Waving his hand, he sent tens of thousands of souls flying out of his bag of holding. However, he didn't stop there. Having emptied one bag of holding, he pulled out another, opened it, and sent an additional group of tens of thousands of souls out to be absorbed by the huge eye. This scene immediately provoked exclamations of shock from the surrounding cultivators. Heavens! Just how many vengeful souls does Colonel Ji Feng have? How did he possibly get so many souls? Everyone else was shocked, but Bai Xiaochun was actually feeling a bit impatient. Alright, how many souls do you have? He said loudly. Just spit out the number. Sitting around while you open up a bunch of bags of holding is too boring. How about this? You say a number, and if I can't produce that many souls, then I'll admit defeat. The arrogant tone with which he spoke immediately caused the entire area to go quiet. Think you're really tough stuff, don't you? Ji Feng replied. Well, since you're asking to be humiliated, then I'll oblige. Then his hands blurred as he sent one bag of holding after another flying out, until there were 9 of them. Feast your eyes upon 2,700,000 vengeful souls. Although Ji Feng's words were spoken with coolness and calm, it was impossible to conceal the arrogance which existed deep in his bones. Complete and utter silence met Ji Feng's words and actions. A few breaths of time passed, and then, with the exception of Bai Xiaochun's subordinates, everyone devolved into a huge commotion. 2,700,000? Heavens! I can't believe that the exalted Colonel Ji Feng can produce so many souls. That's as many souls as you'll see in a small-scale battle outside the Great Wall. In addition to crying out in surprise, many cultivators began to send messages to their friends, telling them to hurry over to watch the scene playing out. Hurry up, Colonel Ji Feng is handing in 2,700,000 vengeful souls. This kind of thing has never happened before, it's incredible. Get over to the pagoda. Meanwhile, Ji Feng was looking over at Bai Xiaochun with feigned indifference, a faint smile on his face that reflected his confidence in having secured a victory. I don't have that many souls, he said, only about 2 million. What about you, Bai Xiaochun? Sticking his chin up, Bai Xiaochun said, You're right, that isn't very many. Only 2 million? A drop in the bucket, Bai Xiaochun felt like he was a top martial arts master fighting a little kid. It was actually a wonderful feeling. Chuckling, he waved his hand. 300 soul spheres flew out. But things didn't stop there. Next came another 300, and then 400. That was a total of 1,000 soul spheres, all floating there for everyone to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, The True Spirit Protects Its Food. Chapter 522, The True Spirit Protects Its Food. The sight of 1,000 soul spheres flying out into the open caused jaws to drop everywhere. Ji Feng was so shocked that he wasn't even sure he could believe what he was seeing. Everything was deathly quiet in the area surrounding the pagoda. As for the cultivators who were currently in the middle of flying over to the pagoda, when they got close and saw 1,000 soul spheres, their eyes went wide. 1,000? Heavens! Don't tell me he actually has 10 million vengeful souls? How is that even possible? There's no way that each of those soul spheres has 10,000 vengeful souls in it. Is there? Everyone was reeling in shock, and Ji Feng was struggling with an intense feeling of unease. Although it was impossible to tell exactly how many souls were inside each of the 1,000 soul spheres, he couldn't help but get very nervous. Just when he was about to open his mouth to say something, though, Bai Xiaochun, who apparently didn't feel he had dominated the situation enough, licked his lips and said, Using 1,000 soul spheres to crush your 2 million souls is a bit boring. Check this out. Every time he encountered a situation like this to totally show off, he got very excited. Clearing his throat loudly, he waved his hand in a circle, causing another 1,000 soul spheres to fly out. However, things weren't over yet. Another 1,000 appeared. Then another. And another. In the blink of an eye, a total of 10,000 soul spheres were floating around. Everyone present felt their minds reeling as they gasped in astonishment. As they stared, they mentally calculated how many souls that could represent, and were filled with even more incredulity than before. In fact, many of them couldn't even believe that their own calculations were correct. No way. 10,000? Okay, theoretically it's possible. Maybe each of the soul spheres only has a few souls in it. Even as everyone waited in nervous uncertainty, Ji Feng lost his ability to keep his mouth shut. You think you can pull a fast one, Bai Xiaochun? He said loudly. I refuse to believe that you have 10,000 souls sealed inside each of those soul spheres. What a joke! 10,000 soul spheres with 10,000 souls each? Do you really think that someone like you can collect more than 100 million souls? Considering how bloodshot Ji Feng's eyes were, it was clear that he definitely didn't believe Bai Xiaochun had 100 million souls. After all, a group of souls that large would only be seen in large-scale battles. Furthermore, if they were all released at once, they would most certainly blot out the sky and cause the lands to quake violently. Don't believe it? Well, why don't you just take a look? Lifting his chin slightly, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger at the soul spheres. Open. Boom, dot. 10,000 soul spheres exploded, and in the blink of an eye, souls immediately began to spill out, filling the entire 30,000-meter area, and then rapidly expanding to fill a 300,000-meter area. And yet, things weren't over yet. Within a single breath of time, that area stretched to 3 million meters. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was doing that on purpose. If he had wished, he could have prevented such a dramatic display. But right now, the entire 3 million meter area around him was filled with vengeful souls. That area far surpassed the limits of Great Wall City, and ensured that the entire city was now cast into darkness. Heaven shook and the earth quaked, causing countless cultivators of the 5 legions in the city to look up in shock. Are the wild lands attacking? Did the spell formation get destroyed? What's happening? As countless exclamations of shock rose up, the cultivators near the pagoda were trembling mutely, as if their minds had been reduced to complete blanks. Even the generals of the 5 legions were shaken. Bai Lin flew out into the open and looked up in astonishment at the sky, as did the other generals. How many souls is that? Numerous beams of light were flying through the air toward the pagoda as almost all of the cultivators of the 5 legions struggled with each other to be able to witness what was happening. The commotion caused Chen Hetian to emerge from the pagoda, whereupon he looked around in disbelief. At that point, the huge eye atop the pagoda began to shine with unprecedentedly bright light, a light that seemed excited. It was almost as if the eye itself possessed a spirit, and that spirit were jubilant. A gravitational force sprang out, causing winds to scream as a vortex formed. Soon, the shocking sea of souls began to slowly shrink down as it was absorbed, the process of which took a full hour. As the light bathed Bai Xiaochun, he felt satisfied to an indescribable degree. And of course, his battle credits skyrocketed. As the sea of souls faded away, Bai Xiaochun hovered there in midair, his chin stuck up, his expression tranquil, but his heart leaping with excitement. In fact, he had to repeatedly remind himself that in this moment, he needed to keep his cool. The cultivators in the area were stupefied, and were looking at Bai Xiaochun both as if he were a god, and also as if he were some sort of freak of nature. Ji Feng was trembling as violently, as if Bai Xiaochun had struck him physically. His entire world suddenly seemed to have been turned upside down, his mind rendered a complete blank. Clearly, this was an event which he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. People began to look over at Ji Feng with expressions of sympathy. The blow which had just been delivered to him was a vicious one. His opponent had used 100 million souls to crush his paltry 2 million. Even Bai Lin and the other generals were looking at him with sympathy, as was 3-eyed Chen Hetian. In that moment of extreme pride, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat loudly and said, "Everybody back up a bit. The next set is even larger." Before anyone could react, the huge eye atop the pagoda sent out blinding beams of light that almost seemed to be pandering to Bai Xiaochun as they created incredible pressure that pushed all of the surrounding cultivators away. Not even Bai Lin and the other generals were exempt. Soon, the only person standing nearby was Chen Hetian, who was staring with wide-eyed shock at what was happening. He had never seen the true spirit inside of the eye do anything remotely like this. It was almost as if it were following orders from Bai Xiaochun. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead as he muttered, this. That was when Bai Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding, causing numerous soul spheres to pour out of it. 1,000, 3,000. 5,000. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 soul spheres had appeared. Even as gasps began to ring out, more soul spheres flew out. 15,000, 20,000. 30,000, 40,000. Every single cultivator in the entire city was shaken to the ultimate degree. Finally, when the number of soul spheres reached 60,000, the people erupted into a thunderous hubbub. Impossible. Did this by Xiaochun tap into the underworld river or something? So many souls. Heavens! Are they really souls? Unheard of. This is completely unheard of. Bai Lin and the other generals were dumbstruck, and Chen Hetian was completely flabbergasted, and incapable of even reacting. However, most elated of all was the huge eye. It seemed openly excited, as though it were trembling in joy. Soon, more than 80,000 soul spheres were visible, and the excitement of the huge eye began to affect the Great Wall's spell formation. The spell formation shield was rippling and distorting, the sight of which cast shock into the hearts of the onlookers. Outside in the wildlands, people could see the distortions on the spell formation shield, and although they weren't sure what was happening, they could tell that something momentous was occurring. Curious, Mistress Red Dust finally sent some divine sense out toward the Great Wall to see what was going on. It was at that point that 90,000 soul spheres were out in the open. Then the huge eye emitted a scream of frenzied delight that caused everything in heaven and earth to tremble. The sound of it caused Mistress Red Dust's divine sense to instantly shatter. Back in her tent in the wildlands, her eyes snapped open, and she coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Impossible! She exclaimed. I can understand why the true spirit in that eye is willing to protect the Great Wall, considering it made an agreement with the Celestial. But why would it go so far as to use true spirit resonance to wound me and force me away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Promoted to Major General. Chapter 523, Promoted to Major General. When Mistress Red Dust's divine sense was shattered, Chen Hetian detected it. First, he looked out at the wildlands, then he looked down at the huge eye, his expression that of amazement. Obviously, he had also detected the true spirit resonance. A true spirit could call upon the quintessence of its voice to unleash a true spirit resonance, but would usually only do so in extremely dire circumstances. It was quite draining on the true spirit, but was incredibly powerful, so much so that even a deva would be forced to go all out to defend against it. Although the true spirit resonance from moments ago had not been fully powered, it had been enough to destroy Mistress Red Dust's divine sense, and would definitely have been very draining to the true spirit. The true spirit and its pagoda were closely connected to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, and in fact, only a few people knew the true origin of the true spirit, one of those people being Chen Hetian. The truth was that it came from Heavenspan Island in the Heavenspan Sea. To the river source sects on the 4 branches of the Heavenspan River, Heavenspan Island was like a supreme entity. In the mortal world, emperors were often supported by noble ministers, and the relationship between the 4 river source sects and Heavenspan Island was much the same. The sects were the nobility, and Heavenspan Island was the imperial palace. Heavenspan Island was also the home of the Celestial. Naturally, he was the ruler of the lands of Heavenspan. And now, the true spirit who had been convinced by Heavenspan Island to guard the Great Wall had suddenly acted in this way. As a result, Chen Hetian couldn't help but look with glittering eyes at the more than 90,000 soul spheres, and by Xiaochun. It's protecting its food. Mistress Red Dust was just unlucky to send her divine sense over right in this moment. As for this by Xiaochun, how did he get his hands on so many vengeful souls? He's certainly full of secrets. Over the years, Chen Hetian had secretly been paying close attention to Bai Xiaochun. Whether it was his soul convergence pills or his exploding pill furnaces, he had watched over everything carefully. He had even sent some soul convergence pills back to the sect for them to analyze. Of course, he had done all of these things very carefully. He knew that running investigations into members of the 5 legions was a sensitive task. Even as Chen Heqian pondered these things, Bai Xiaochun grandly swished his sleeve. "Open up!" he roared. Instantly, all of the 90,000 soul spheres vibrated before bursting open. Clouds of souls immediately poured out, filling the entire city and then pouring out beyond it. 30,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 3 million meters. 30 million meters. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of souls spread out to cover all creation, but it was such a shocking event that it wasn't just the cultivators of the 5 legions in Great Wall City who were astonished. Even people in World City noticed what was happening, and their expressions flickered in surprise. It was the same in the wildlands, where the savages and soul cultivators were completely flabbergasted. "What's going on? Heavens! What is that?" As the cloud of souls spread out, shocking everyone in the area, the eye atop the tower began to tremble as if in excitement. Then, bright rays of light erupted from the eye, almost as if the true spirit felt that the previous absorption method was too slow, and that it needed to come out into the open. But the shining light rapidly converged down into a single point, which then flew out of the eye and transformed into a bat. It was partially translucent, with bright red eyes, and after it came out into the open, it threw its head back and roared, causing an enormous, shadowy figure to appear in the sky above it. That shadowy figure was also a bat, so big it filled the entire sky. As soon as it appeared, it took in a deep breath which caused heaven and earth to tremble as the cloud of souls began to move. They almost looked like tide waters as they moved inexorably toward the enormous bat. The ordinary cultivators of the 5 legions were trembling in shock. Never before had anyone been privy to the fact that there was a bat inside of the huge eye, but although Bai Lin and the other 4 generals had been aware of it, they had never personally seen it, and therefore, all of them were also gasping in astonishment. Heaven and earth distorted as the massive cloud of souls was absorbed by the gigantic bat. The process took approximately 2 hours, after which the enormous shadowy bat looked around with cold but contented eyes. A moment later, it ignored everything else around and allowed its gaze to focus on Bai Xiaochun. Within that gaze was approval, and also a sort of newly acquired closeness. A moment later, the image of the bat transformed back into a dot of light that returned to the huge eye. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback by everything that had occurred, having never imagined the act of turning in a few souls would result in such a scene. Now, he hovered there, heart racing amidst the quiet as all gazes shifted from the huge eye to him. He blinked a few times, mind racing as he tried to come up with an explanation. Meanwhile, his identity medallion in his bag of holding began to vibrate with unprecedented intensity. Startled, Bai Xiaochun pulled out the medallion and scanned it, whereupon his eyes went wide. So many! The battle credits in his identity medallion were currently skyrocketing. Within moments, it passed the point necessary to receive a promotion to Major General, and still kept going. Soon, he had enough for 2 such promotions. Only then did the total begin to slow. The staggering number of battle credits was such that Bai Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. His heart began to beat rapidly, and although he wasn't actually sure exactly what he could get with so much battle credit, he was sure that it was definitely enough to become a major general. Clearly, the true spirit in the huge eye was very pleased with him. Bai Xiaochun looked excitedly at his battle credit, and forgot any plans of trying to explain the situation. Holding his identity medallion high above his head, he shouted, "I want a promotion to Major General." The surrounding cultivators were stunned. What did he just say? Major General, Bai Xiaochun wants a promotion to Major General? This is astonishing. Whether it was the cloud of souls, or the actions of the eye, or his request for a promotion, all of this. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun is definitely going to become a legend. He's actually handing in souls to become a major general? In almost the same moment that the words left his mouth, the battle credit in his identity medallion was reduced by roughly half. Then, blinding light shone out from the medallion, as Bai Xiaochun's rank as listed inside was altered. Before, he was a colonel, but now he was a major general. However, attached to the title was another word, acting. After all, the rank of major general was a very important one, and was essentially the highest rank any ordinary cultivator could achieve within the 5 legions. The 5 generals and the Deva Patriarch all had to ratify the decision and submit it to the True Spirit, whereupon a report would be sent to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. Another factor to consider was that there were currently no open slots for major generals within the 5 legions. If a new major general were to be promoted, one of the previous major generals would have to be transferred away. It was a complicated process that required numerous formalities. Therefore, when Bai Xiaochun spoke the words out loud, and the crowd began to clamor in response, Chen Hetian, Bai Lin, and the other generals immediately felt headaches coming on. Sighing, Chen Hetian transmitted his thoughts to Bai Lin and the generals. "Well, what do you all think? How do we handle the situation?" However, none of them had any idea what to do. This sudden turn of events had been completely unexpected. If Bai Xiaochun had used some other means to rise through the ranks, they might not have needed to consider the matter. However, his actions had caught them completely unprepared. Not even Bai Lin, who had actually attempted to stoke Bai Xiaochun's ambitions in the first place, could ever have imagined that he would actually become a major general so quickly. Much of their shock stemmed from the fact that from the moment the Great Wall had been built until now, Bai Xiaochun was the first person to ever hand in enough souls to be directly promoted to major general. Seeing that nobody else was saying anything, Bai Lin braced himself and said, "Well, I think Bai Xiaochun clearly has the skills necessary. I don't see any problem. This is not children's game." Chen Hetian replied angrily. The rank of major general was far too important to be taken lightly. However, there was no way to deny that Bai Xiaochun had earned it. Refusing to acknowledge the legitimacy of the promotion would be preposterous. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was not very happy. Unaware that Chen Hetian and the generals needed to approve the promotion, he couldn't help but feel a bit irritated that he was listed as only an acting major general. "Senior Bat, this isn't very sincere of you," he said loudly. "I gave you a whole bunch of souls. I mean, there were more than 1 billion. And you only made me an acting major general?" Not willing to give up so easily, he raised his voice and continued, "If you act like this, then why should I turn in more souls later? And what about all the other fellow Taoists here? Why should they turn in souls if they can't trust that they'll be rewarded properly?" The huge eye glittered as if in thought. After a few breaths worth of time passed, and even before Chen Hetian and the others could finish discussing the matter, a message appeared within the identity medallions of all cultivators of the 5 legions. Bai Xiaochun has been promoted to the rank of Major General. The True Spirit had gone over the heads of Chen Hetian and the generals to directly report the matter to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Taking Command of the Third Corps. Chapter 524, Taking Command of the Third Corps. Major General? As news spread back in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, people were initially taken aback, and then quickly sank into astonishment. Big Fatty Zhang had long since succeeded at forming his will corps and had been taken in as an apprentice by the hallmaster of the Hall of Devil Slayers. He was in the middle of a session of cultivation when the news came in, and was immediately enthused. "Good job, Xiaochun." Meanwhile, back at the Great Wall, the 5 legions were in an uproar. Earlier, they had heard Bai Xiaochun's request, but hadn't seen any confirmation that the promotion had been granted. But then, moments later, the message was sent out indicating that Bai Xiaochun had indeed become a major general. Bai Xiaochun was beside himself with joy as he looked at his identity medallion, and the word acting vanished from in front of his rank of major general. Very pleased with himself, he laughed loudly and said, "From this day on, Bai Xiaochun is a major general." Chen Hetian, Bai Lin, and all the other generals were shocked. After exchanging glances, a strange expression appeared on Bai Lin's face, and Shen Hetian looked up wryly at the true spirit in the huge eye. Clearly, the promotion was the true spirit's way of thanking Bai Xiaochun. After all, a huge amount of vengeful soul like that would be unprecedentedly useful to the true spirit. In the end, Shen Hetian sighed and decided not to worry about the matter any more than necessary. Bai Lin, he said, considering that Bai Xiaochun is a skin flayer, why don't you arrange for one of your current major generals to retire? Then, he departed, shaking his head the entire way. 7 days sped by in a blur. The entire time, Great Wall City was filled with talk of Bai Xiaochun handing in souls, and his promotion to Major General. In fact, such stories would continue to persist for much longer than 7 days. Although countless cultivators were envious of what had happened, it also sparked hope in their hearts. Suddenly, they felt much more anticipation for the possibilities their own futures held. Bai Xiaochun was extremely famous by this point. Although his name wasn't necessarily known among everyone in the 3 major cities within the Great Wall region, everyone in a position of power had heard of him. Something else happened during the 7 days which passed. The Major General of the 3rd Corps, of which Bai Xiaochun's regiment was a part, was convinced by Bai Lin to return to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. That Major General wasn't angry with Bai Xiaochun, but rather, quite grateful. He had been serving at the Great Wall for far many years, and upon returning to the sect, would become an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. He would also be generously compensated by the sect for all the battle credit he had accumulated. Although he would miss the Great Wall in some ways, going back to the sect was actually the best option for him. Normally speaking, major generals were such important people that they couldn't just leave the Great Wall whenever they wished. In fact, the other major generals were actually a bit envious. Before leaving, he visited Bai Xiaochun to both express his thanks and also transfer his personal staff over for Bai Xiaochun to make use of. Bai Xiaochun was quite moved at the man's sincerity, and guaranteed over and over again that he would treat the staff extremely fairly. A few days after the old man left the Great Wall, Bai Xiaochun's official commission was handed down. He was now the Major General of the 3rd Corps of the Skin Flayers. The day the commission came down, Bai Xiaochun was trembling with excitement, and looked as proud as a rooster as he put on his intimidating, glittering Major General's armor. The suit of armor had a built-in spell formation that, upon activation, instantly caused his entire person to blur and distort, as if intense, shocking energy were building up. His hair even flew around him wildly for a moment before his features became clear again. With that, he pulled out his copper mirror to examine himself. After preening for a long moment, he chuckled and said, "What do you say, little magic mirror? How do I look?" Imposter Nightcrypt's soul appeared within the mirror, holding back a sigh as he put a shocked expression onto his face. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was elated by his response. After a long moment passed, Imposter Nightcrypt seemed to recover from his shock, and then began to praise Bai Xiaochun in very exaggerated fashion. Heavens! Sir, are you really the imposing, handsome, carefree, and consummate chosen Bai Xiaochun? Impossible! The exalted Bai Xiaochun, who in my heart is a figure who shines more brightly than the sun itself, is clearly a colonel. Although Bai Xiaochun was very pleased by this, he hid his smile behind a blank face and said, "All right, enough with the flattery. Do you really think Bai Xiaochun the kind of person who likes to be brown-nosed? I wanted your opinion on whether or not the armor fits properly." Imposter Nightcrypt rolled his eyes inwardly, well aware that if he did as Bai Xiaochun had actually asked, and stopped flattering him, then Bai Xiaochun would punish him. "I don't like brown-nosing either," Imposter Nightcrypt said. "Nobody in this world does." Inwardly, he was filled with disdain, but didn't show that. Instead, he continued to flatter Bai Xiaochun for the time it takes an incense stick to burn before actually getting around to answering the initial question. "That armor was made specifically for you, wasn't it? It fits perfectly. Although, I do have to say that the reason it looks so intimidating isn't because of the armor itself, but because of how you wear it." Hearing Imposter Nightcrypt's bootlicking was one of Bai Xiaochun's favorite pastimes, and he truly admired his way with words. Finally, he cleared his throat, tossed some medicinal pills into the copper mirror, and then somberly walked out of his residence. Outside, the 10,000 cultivators of the Third Corps were all standing at attention. As soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared, Zhao Long stepped forward and shouted, "Third Corps, hand salute." As soon as the words left Zhao Long's mouth, the 10,000 cultivators clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Major General." When they shouted their greeting, their words echoed about as loudly as thunder. Seeing 10,000 people lined up in front of him caused Bai Xiaochun to sigh inwardly and think back to how he had come to Great Wall City all by himself, and had climbed from the rank of captain to lieutenant, and then colonel. Now, here he was at the very pinnacle, a major general. The mere thought of how much work he had put into becoming a major general left him sighing ceaselessly. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Very well, let's go for a bit of a walk." With that, his 1,000-man regiment from before stepped forward and fell into ranks around him to act as his personal guard. At the same time, the 10 colonels under his command also stepped forward. As they flew up into the air, the rest of the corps spread out to clear a path and make sure no one got too close. Bai Xiaochun felt extremely excited to be so awe-inspiring, and was very pleased that all of his hard work had paid off. He even made sure to proceed along slowly so everyone could look at him, and also took time to chat with his colonels. The cautious way they carried out conversation with him left him very pleased. Quite a few people noticed that he was parading through the city. Some time back, he had done the same thing as a colonel, but this time, he was a major general. The news that Bai Xiaochun had been commissioned as the Major General of the Third Corps of the Skinflayers was big news in the wildlands. Intelligence regarding him was actually very important in general there. Whether it was his exploding pill furnaces or his soul convergence pills, everything he did seemed to hurt them. When the news reached Mistress Red Dust in her command tent, she looked at the intelligence report before crushing the jade slip. "So that's what happened the other day," she said. Bai Xiaochun turned in souls to get battle credit, which then earned him a promotion to Major General. Kneeling in front of her was a necromancer in a gray robe, whose cultivation base fluctuations placed him in the nascent soul level. "According to the information from our spies," he said, "that's exactly what happened. More specifically, Bai Xiaochun handed in more than 1 billion souls." Even the necromancer almost couldn't believe the number he had just spoken out loud. 1 billion, Mistress Red Dust murmured, her eyes flickering with cold light. After a moment, she waved her hand. "Send down orders to put Bai Xiaochun in 5th place on the execution list. Increase the bounty on his head to 2 Deva Beast souls." "Yes, ma'am," the necromancer said with a somber nod of his head. With that, he left. Before long, word spread to Great Wall City that Bai Xiaochun was now in 5th place on the Wildlands execution list, and that the reward for killing him had increased to 2 Deva Beast souls. When Bai Xiaochun heard the news, he was quite shocked. How ruthless of them, he thought. He almost couldn't believe that the Wildlands hated him so much that they were willing to pay 2 Deva Beast souls to see him dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Proud Song K. Chapter 525, Proud Song K. If things keep going on like this, Bai Xiaochun thought, I wonder if they'll increase the reward to an actual Deva soul one day? After thinking about the frightening implications for a moment, he buried such thoughts and then decided that he would never again take a single step outside the Great Wall on his own. HMMMPH. If I do have to go out, I'll take my entire 10,000-man corps with me. I refuse to believe that anyone in the Wildlands can kill me with them around. Of course, there might be some spies among the cultivators here, but I'm in the middle of Great Wall City after all. Such reasoning left him feeling a bit comforted, but not completely. Wait a second. My cultivation base is still too low. I'm only in the great circle of the gold core stage. If I want to make a breakthrough, I'll at least need a full set of Deva Beast souls. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Although he still had a lot of battle credit, he definitely didn't have enough to trade for a Deva beast soul. Furthermore, if he wanted to trade in one of his Deva souls, he would have to wait until he was back in the sect. To pull a Deva soul out by the Great Wall would be too risky. Maybe I can't increase my cultivation base, but I can definitely make some progress with my undying live forever technique. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun took out a jade slip, filled out a list of certain items he needed, and passed it off to Zhao Long to take care of. Now that Bai Xiaochun was a major general, he had a lot of special privileges. Not only could he post simple missions without needing any authorization, but he could also make requests for supplies. Of course, considering how much battle credit he had, he didn't want to take advantage of his position, so he also gave Zhao Long plenty of resources to purchase the necessary items. Before long, Zhao Long returned with the precious materials he had requested. Then, Bai Xiaochun announced that he would be going into secluded meditation, whereupon he began to cultivate his undying live forever technique. This time I can't hold anything back. I have to get my undying live forever technique to the great circle of the 3rd level. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out an earth spirit tuber and popped it into his mouth. As the life force within the tuber began to course through him, he closed his eyes and began to work with his undying live forever technique. Almost immediately, that life force transformed into streams of heat that flowed toward his head, where they began to take the shape of undying tendons. His work required focus and concentration, and couldn't be rushed. Thankfully, he had so much battle credit that it was easy to get the precious materials he required. Time passed. Before long, a year had gone by. That year was mostly spent in quiet cultivation. Bai Xiaochun rarely appeared out in the open, and therefore, the talk about the events leading up to his promotion gradually began to die down. Another half a year went by, and the talk died down even more. One day when Bai Xiaochun was sitting there cross-legged in his secluded meditation facilities, his eyes snapped open, and it almost looked like lightning was crackling within them. Settling his breathing, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then waved his hands out in front of him. Instantly, all of the precious materials arrayed in front of him shattered into dust. Then, the dust clumped together and flew into his mouth, sucked away in an instant. Boundless life force erupted out inside of him, which Bai Xiaochun immediately sent flowing toward his head. By this point, the undying tendons in his head were more than 90% complete, with only a tiny fraction remaining incomplete. It was almost like a huge door that needed to be slammed at with great force before it could open. As Bai Xiaochun was completely focused on achieving a major breakthrough with the 3rd level of the undying live forever technique, it was high noon outside, and the sun was shining down hot and bright onto the lands outside the Great Wall. Some distance away, the same black pillar of light could still be seen shining up into the sky. It was something the cultivators of the 5 legions had grown used to in the more than 1 year since it had appeared. Although many people had been dispatched to gather information about it, nothing conclusive had ever been determined. The only thing that was clear was that the necropolis was huge, and filled with the skeletons of many shocking beasts. Other than that, it appeared to be empty. However, neither the Wildlands nor the Great Wall forces were willing to give up on trying to uncover its secrets. They were constantly trying to uncover new information. It was because of that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect issued orders that all of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity superstars were required to investigate the location at least once. Therefore, all of the various chosen who had scattered in different directions over the years were forced at some point to head in the direction of Great Wall City. During the year and a half that Bai Xiaochun was in secluded meditation, quite a few people passed through Great Wall City on their way outside to investigate the necropolis. When it came to Bai Xiaochun, only the Hall of Steel Veins could give him orders, and naturally, they wouldn't order him to do something like that. Currently, there was a group of 3 chosen outside of the Great Wall, all of them disguised as soul cultivators. One was a beautiful woman, one was a gaunt middle-aged fellow in mid-core formation, and the third was a strapping young man with a murderous aura so strong it made him seem completely unapproachable. At the same time, though, there was something about him that made people trust him and not hesitate to follow his orders. His eyes were profoundly cold, making him look like a sheathed sword just waiting to strike. Clearly, he was the type of person who no one would be willing to provoke casually. Quite a few vicious-looking scars could be seen on him, but instead of diminishing his appearance, they actually served to make him even more attractive to female cultivators. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would recognize this young man in an instant. He was none other than Song Ke. As soon as the group of three caught sight of the Great Wall, the beautiful young woman sighed and said, "Finally back." The middle-aged cultivator was clearly moved as well. Who would have thought that our journey would take 3 years? Without you, Brother Song, I'm afraid we would have ended up dead and buried in the wildlands. He would never forget the events which had unfolded over the past 3 years. At the outset, their group had numbered more than 10. However, on their very first mission they ended up stranded in a very dangerous location, unable to send messages requesting backup, and also cut off from news about what was happening on the outside. They had been trapped in that danger zone together with a large group of savages and soul cultivators. Despite the fact that the two groups were from the wildlands and the Great Wall respectively, no major conflicts had broken out at first. However, as time progressed, the situation devolved into open fighting. It was Song Ke who had combined force and charm to bring the situation under control. By winning over the savages and the soul cultivators, he had managed to direct the efforts of the entire group into finding a way out of the trap. As for his two companions, they felt like they had survived a huge catastrophe, and they couldn't help but feel respect and gratitude towards Song Ke for how he had helped them. The young woman looked over enviously at him and said, "That's right, big bro Song. With everything you've accomplished, you'll definitely be able to achieve a meteoric rise. I wouldn't be surprised if you get into the top 10 of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Superstars. In fact, considering your current battle prowess, you probably already qualify to tangle with the current top 10. Song Ke smiled faintly and didn't bother to act modestly. Even he was convinced that his 3 bitter years in the wildlands had turned him into a completely different person. He had achieved a cultivation base breakthrough, and was currently in late core formation. Furthermore, thanks to certain secret magics of the bloodstream division, he now possessed enough battle prowess that he had been able to kill a soul cultivator in the great circle of core formation. Such an accomplishment was definitely worthy of pride. He could well imagine what it would be like to get inside the Great Wall, and go back to World City. At that point, he would surely be one of the best among the chosen. Even if some of the others stumbled into good fortune, none of them could compare to me. Another source of pride was the fact that during the 3 years in which he had been in the wildlands, he hadn't accomplished only 3 missions, but rather 7. All of them had been completed within the danger zone that he had ended up trapped in. Furthermore, because he had personally united the cultivators and the wildlanders, he had also made valuable connections with people in the wildlands. Although he hadn't acquired a Deva Beast soul, he had managed to get more than 300 nascent soul-level souls, each and every one of which could be sold for a significant profit. Most importantly of all, he had uncovered some clues as to the location of a Deva Beast soul. Not even his 2 companions were aware of that, only him. His current plan was to finish out his first 5 years of the trial finishing missions, improving his cultivation base, and exploring the wildlands. The final 5 years would be devoted to reaching the great circle of core formation, and searching for a Deva Beast soul. Considering my accomplishments in battle and the missions I've completed, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find someone who has surpassed me. HMMMMPH. From what I heard a few years ago, Bai Xiaochun got stuck in Great Wall City doing work as an apothecary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, New Major General? Chapter 526, New Major General? Song Ke chuckled coldly, convinced that this time, he would soon be crushing Bai Xiaochun 10 times over. He could even visualize himself stomping Bai Xiaochun underfoot and forcing him to beg for mercy. You dare to call yourself my uncle? Well, this time I'm going to make you call me grandfather. The thought of Bai Xiaochun groveling mournfully filled Song Kei's vicious heart with pleasant warmth. Of course, he had received absolutely no news about Bai Xiaochun's escapades in Great Wall City. After his 3 years in isolation from the world, he had rushed directly back toward the Great Wall, with no way of knowing how much things had changed. It was with a heart surging with pride that Song Kei finally arrived at the Great Wall and laid eyes on the enormous spell formation shield. Of course, before he and his group could even get close to the shield, cold gazes filled with killing intent locked onto them. Then, an icy voice rang out from the wall. "Who goes there?" Song Kei's expression flickered, and he suppressed the arrogance in his heart as he stopped in place. No matter how incredible he thought himself outside the wall, now that he was back here, he didn't dare to do anything rash. After all, he was absolutely not in a place to be able to provoke the 5 legions. Behind him, his 2 companions stopped in place, their faces ashen. Clasping hands respectfully, Song Kei called out, "Sir, I am your humble servant Song Quebec. These 2 friends of mine are fellow disciples of the sect. We are returning from running missions on the outside, and would like to request entrance into Great Wall City." The person who had spoken from the wall moments ago was none other than Zhao Long, who happened to be on duty at the moment. Of course, he was a member of the Skin Flayers' 3rd Corps, and one of Bai Xiaochun's private guards. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was in secluded meditation at the moment, most matters relating to the 3rd Corps were handled by him and the 10 colonels. Zhao Long looked Song Kei and his companions over, and after a moment, his gaze softened. After all, he was aware that Bai Xiaochun came from the sect headquarters, as did these chosen, and that it was possible they could all know each other. Waving his hand, he sent some cultivators flying out to retrieve the group's identity medallions and excursion permits for inspection. Zhao Long himself looked over the medallions, using a special technique to confirm that there was nothing suspicious about them. Then he checked the jade slips that were the excursion permits, which were required of any cultivator who left the wall. Whenever a cultivator went outside, the soldiers of whichever legion was on duty at the time would stamp the permit. Upon return, if the soldiers of a different legion were on duty, then the permit would need to be sent to the original legion for verification. However, Zhao Long could tell at a glance that their verification stamps were from the 3rd Corps of the Skin Flayers. The only difference was that they had been issued during the command of the previous Major General. According to the rules and customs of the 5 legions, whenever a new Major General took command, new verification stamps would need to be created. Zhao Long looked up and said, "Your identity medallions are authentic. However, let me remind you that once you enter the city, the spell formation will lock onto your identity medallion. If your true identity does not match up with the information in the medallion, if you are an impersonator or have been possessed, then you will be instantly killed in body and soul." Song Kei and his companions were a bit taken aback, but after exchanging glances and nodding, they proceeded forward. This was the first time for any of the 3 of them to return to Great Wall City after going outside, and therefore it was impossible for them to avoid being nervous. After all, it was impossible to say how many cold, murderous gazes atop the wall were fixed on them. Soon, they were passing through the spell formation. Rippling fluctuations appeared that scanned them thoroughly, then slowly faded away. After that, they found themselves standing there beneath the wall. Breathing a sigh of relief, Song Kei looked up at the figures atop the wall, and was suddenly struck with the impulse to join the 5 legions. After the many spectacular things he had accomplished on the outside, joining the 5 legions didn't seem like a bad choice, or anything particularly difficult. Seeing that the group had passed through the spell formation with no problems, Zhao Long smiled faintly and then issued orders for the side door to be opened. When the group actually entered the door, they found Zhao Long waiting for them on the other side. Clasping hands in greetings, Zhao Long smiled and said, "That inspection was a necessary formality, fellow Taoists, I hope you weren't offended." A moment later, his gaze came to rest on Song Kei, who was clearly the most exceptional of the group, and who he deemed worthy to try to recruit. Song Kei smiled in response. He could tell that Zhao Long seemed to be singling him out, and it already felt wonderful. Obviously, Zhao Long was no ordinary soldier, so Song Kei clasped hands respectfully and then began to chat amiably. Before long, they even exchanged names. Now that they knew each other a bit better, Xiaolong said, "Brother Song, are you interested in joining the Skin Flayers?" Although Song K was actually very pleased to be asked this question, he put a look of hesitation onto his face. From what Xiaolong could tell, Song K was quite a talented individual, and therefore, he had decided to try to recruit him for Bai Xiaochun. Facial expression warm, he said, "Don't worry, you don't need to make a decision right away. Take some time to think about it, and tell me your answer later. By the way, the three of you will need to update your excursion permit stamps. Your current stamp was issued by our third corps, but a new major general recently took command. The three of you will need to come with me to the garrison to update your stamps." "A new major general?" Song K exclaimed. His two companions exchanged a shocked glance. Although they weren't very familiar with the Great Wall, they knew that major generals were extremely important people, and that such a change in command didn't happen every day. Song K didn't dare to do anything rash. Of course, he would go so far as to chat casually with Xiaolong, but when it came to a major general, he wouldn't do anything even remotely offensive. He was well aware that the cultivators of the 5 legions, who lived their lives to defend the Great Wall, were the most terrifying of individuals. That was especially true of their major generals, all of whom were exalted figures who could shake heaven and earth. Even though Song K viewed himself as chosen, in front of a major general, he would be like a bug. The mere thought of what it must be like to be a major general caused him to sigh. "I wonder if I, Song K, might one day have a chance to reach a lofty position like that of major general." Although such thoughts left him slightly discouraged, he forced himself to be optimistic, and also reminded himself that although he might not have come back as mighty as a major general, he was still vastly beyond anyone else in his generation. He was also looking very much forward to encountering Bai Xiaochun, whom he would instantly stomp underfoot. When that happened, he would make sure Bai Xiaochun knew what a real chosen was like. Such thoughts made his heart blossom with delight, and he almost couldn't wait to finish handling the formalities regarding his excursion permit so that he could go find Bai Xiaochun. He immediately nodded to Xiaolong, as did his companions, and moments later, the three of them were heading to the garrison of the Third Corps. Along the way, Song K thought about asking for more details about the major general, but then decided not to. Instead, he gave a meaningful look to his female companion. The two of them had been working together for quite some time, and therefore, she immediately picked up on the hint and took it upon herself to make some inquiries. "Who exactly is the new major general?" she asked. "You don't know?" Xiaolong said. Chuckling, he continued, "Well, I don't want to say too much. Who knows, maybe you and the major general already know each other." With that, the conversation topic was ended, and Song K and his companions were left more curious than before. As Song K and his companions were having their stamps updated, Bai Xiaochun happened to reach a critical moment in his cultivation. After absorbing all of the precious materials, his eyes gleamed with determination as he gritted his teeth and felt the power of the energy flowing through his qi passageways. The rippling fluctuations turned into mighty waves that raged up to the top of his head, transforming into something like a heavenly water dragon that then shot through the final qi passageway in his head. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. No one but Bai Xiaochun could hear the intense sounds battering his mind. At the same time, he began to tremble violently, and even heard cracking sounds entering his ears. It was almost as if a door had been opened by the intense life force, whereupon Bai Xiaochun let out a roar and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, more precious materials were crushed and then breathed in through his mouth. As the final qi passageway in his head shattered, allowing the life force to rage freely through his entire body, he suddenly sensed something like a seal or weight pressing down on him with mountain-like force. It actually felt quite uncomfortable. It was almost like something completely suppressing him. Although he had never been able to detect this specific pressure before, it now pervaded his consciousness. Furthermore, it was something the likes of which he had sensed twice before in the past, when working with the Undying Skin and Undying Heavenly King. As of this moment, he had made contact with the third shackle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, You're the Major General? Chapter 527, You're the Major General? The next step is to figure out a way to break through it. Taking a deep breath, Xiaochun reined in the life force, whereupon his entire body began to glow with black light. At the same time, an intense fleshly body power coursed through him, to the point where simply clenching his fist caused cracking sounds to explode out. Most shocking of all was the speed he was now capable of. Eyes flickering, he waved his sleeve to open his secluded meditation room, and then took a step out. The instant his foot fell, he vanished. Although it almost seemed like a teleportation, it wasn't. It was just incredible speed that instantly took him out of the room and up into the air above. As he hovered there in the air above the 3rd Corps garrison, he realized that a bird was flying in front of him, its wings beating very slowly, a look of shock on its face. Then he looked around and noticed that everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion. It was a shocking feeling, and immediately led him to the realization that the speed he was now capable of was so great that it bordered on teleportation. Once you get fast enough, everything gets slow? He murmured. Because he was now hovering in one place and not moving, everything quickly returned to normal. It was at that exact same moment that Zhao Long led Song Ke and his 2 companions in through the main gate of the garrison. As they did, they saw a tall, slender figure hovering in the air above them, radiating shocking energy that made him seem like some devilish god. Just as they were looking up at that devilish god, Xiaochun looked down and saw Song Quebec. Instantly, their gazes locked. Song Ke's eyes went wide, and he gasped, then quickly looked down. Closing his eyes, he told himself that he had just been seeing things, most likely because of how he had been thinking about crushing Xiaochun recently. That's definitely it, he told himself. Just seeing things. However, even as he struggled to get himself under control, Xiaochun enthusiastically shouted, "Care!" Xiaochun was so excited he was trembling, and his eyes were shining as brightly as if they were on fire. As for Song Ke, as soon as he heard Care, his mind was shaken into emptiness. Any endeavors to convince himself that he had been seeing things vanished into absolute nothingness. His attempts to prevent himself from trembling left him looking very stiff and unnatural as he stood there with a blank look on his face, feeling like he was being struck by endless bolts of lightning. Xiaochun began to laugh heartily as he dropped down to the ground and then began to hurry over towards Song Ke and his 2 companions. It was only at this point that the other cultivators of the 3rd Corps realized that their Major General had emerged from meditation. Instantly, the cultivators who made up his personal guard began to fly over in beams of light. The first person to reach him was the beautiful Lu Li, accompanied by others of his private guard, who clustered around him and saluted respectfully. Congratulations on emerging from meditation, exalted one. Looking very serious, Zhao Long walked a few steps away from Song Ke and his companions, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Congratulations on emerging from meditation, exalted one. Looking very pleased at the words of congratulations being offered by his personal guard, he hurried up to Song Quebec. Meanwhile, other cultivators in the garrison realized that Xiaochun was out of secluded meditation, whereupon dozens upon dozens of beams of light began to fly in his direction. 10 of the beams of light surged with the aura of the Great Circle of Core Formation, and also radiated profound dignity. They were people who, in any other circumstance, would dominate any area they entered. They were the colonels of the 3rd Corps, including Li Hongming. All of them approached and offered respectful greetings. Greetings, Major General. As more and more people arrived and saluted in greeting, Xiaochun came to stand in front of Song Ke, his eyes shining with excitement. Everyone in the area could sense how happy he was. It's really you, Care. It's really you. How did you get yourself in such a bad situation, Care? I mean, I thought I had it bad, but obviously, you have it way worse than me. When we left, your aunt entrusted your safety to me. As your senior, that's simply my responsibility. Although you mercilessly cast me to the side in the past, as your uncle, I can be magnanimous when necessary. How about this? Forget about going out and doing missions. You stick with me. I'm a major general now, and you can be one of my personal guards. Bai Xiaochun really was excited to be reunited with an old friend. Of course, it was all the better considering how arrogant Song Ke had acted upon parting ways. Furthermore, although Bai Xiaochun was very happy to be a major general, he wouldn't be able to return to the river-defying sect anytime soon, and it was a bit disappointing to have no old friends around to bask in his glory. Therefore, he was so excited right now he felt like he could explode. It was really one of the most incomparable feelings in the world. Song Ke's two companions were clearly in a state of shock as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Although the clothing he wore was relatively simple, it somehow made him look very impressive. He was almost like the bright moon surrounded by countless lesser, faintly twinkling stars. There was something about him that just seemed innately superior. Although he clearly wasn't in the nascent soul stage, he seemed even more terrifying than if he was. Then they heard everyone calling him Major General, and their minds began to spin as they realized that this person in front of them was none other than the Major General of the Third Corps. Complex, indecipherable emotions immediately began to overwhelm them. Furthermore, they immediately recognized that he was Bai Xiaochun. After all, they were all chosen from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, and it would have been harder for Bai Xiaochun to be more famous than he was among their number. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of their very eyes, and could do little more than gasp in anxiety. Plus, it was all made even more shocking because this was the first time they had heard that Song Ke had such a shocking background. His uncle was a major general. Trembling, they subconsciously bowed their heads, clasped hands, and offered greetings. Greetings, Major General, greetings. A blank look could be seen in Song Ke's eyes as this happened. Everything was developing too quickly, and there was no way he could have prepared himself for this turn of events. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in thoughts of how incredible he himself was, and how he would heap humiliation onto Bai Xiaochun. And now, here Bai Xiaochun was standing right in front of him as a major general. Face ashen, Song Ke began to stammer, Bai Xiaochun, how is this even possible? Why you? You actually became a major general? He could hardly bring himself to believe that it was true. It was almost as if his life were a huge comedy playing out. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun's personal guards began to frown, clearly not happy at all. Luli even let out a cold harumph. They were crack troops who served a famous officer, and their murderous auras immediately began to rage, crushing down onto Song Ke and his companions. How dare you use the Major General's personal name? Zhao Long shouted. You can't just call him by name whenever you wish. Although he approved of Song Ke in general, the fact that he would question his commanding officer in this way caused him to immediately lose his temper. Li Hongming and the other colonels were also frowning in displeasure, to the point where killing intent rose up in their eyes. In fact, the entire garrison suddenly became like a hulking beast, staring at the three newcomers as if they were about to consume them. The sight of so many glares being cast at them caused Song Ke and his two companions' hearts to pound on the verge of bursting. As for the young woman, she immediately flopped to the ground to kowtow, to be joined moments later by the middle-aged man. Based on the intense murderous auras around them, they were certain that if they didn't do so, they would be killed in body and soul. Song Ke was trembling, and his face was ashen. He could sense the intensity of the murderous auras just as the other two could, and yet, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he just stood there staring at Bai Xiaochun, his grief and indignation pushing aside all other thoughts, and his frustration building to the point where it threatened to inundate him like floodwaters. This is impossible, it's simply impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, He's Just a Kid. Chapter 528, He's Just a Kid. Song Ke thought back to the first day he had met Bai Xiaochun, and everything which had happened since then. Bai Xiaochun had always been there, hanging over him like thunderclouds of misfortune, impossible to dispel. Back in the fallen sword abyss, Bai Xiaochun snatched his heaven-string energy. Then in the Bloodstream sect, he stole away the position of Bloodmaster. Later, he seized control of the lofty title of Junior Patriarch. Each and every time, Song Ke found himself outmaneuvered and defeated. After coming to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, he had mustered his courage and fought on his own as hard as he could, only to be outdone again. The same thing happened on the huge battleship. Later, after arriving in a strange land, he had unleashed every scrap of his explosive potential, all in the hopes of rising to prominence. When he did, he would finally crush Bai Xiaochun and put him in his place, make him kneel on the ground, and then crush him underfoot. Even in this moment, he could still envision himself stepping on Bai Xiaochun's chest, shoving his finger in his face, and yelling, "From now on, whenever you see me, you'll grovel your way off into the distance." And yet, such a thing could only happen in his dreams. Yet again, Song Ke found himself being crushed, and not just by a little bit. He was being crushed to a heaven-rending, earth-shattering degree, by a major general. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Song Ke's grief and indignation reached the point where tears began to roll down his cheeks. Startled at seeing tears on Song Ke's face, Bai Xiaochun spun around and yelled, "What are you people doing? Get rid of those murderous auras. This is my dear nephew. What are you doing trying to frighten him? He's just a kid." Then, he turned and gave Song Ke a warm look, and even reached out to touzle his hair. When Song Ke heard Bai Xiaochun call him a kid, veins began to bulge out on his neck and face. "Bai Xiaochun!" he roared. Then, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he toppled backward onto the ground, unconscious. This was actually the second time he had passed out in Bai Xiaochun's presence. The first time was back in Sky City in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Song Ke woke up the next morning. After looking around grimly, he gritted his teeth and prepared to leave. However, as soon as he walked out the door, 3 cultivators appeared in his path. The one in the lead position was Zhao Long, who leveled a cold stare in his direction. The Major General went back into secluded meditation. Before he did, he passed down orders to conscript you into service. From now on, you're one of the Major General's personal guards. You will accept this assignment. A snarl immediately appeared on Song Ke's lips. Remember your place, Song Ke, Zhao Long continued. In any other corps of the army, you would have been executed on the spot for the impudence you showed yesterday. Thankfully for you, the Major General took pity on you for old time's sake. Not only did he not punish you, but he also rewarded you by placing you in his personal guard, under my command. From now on, disrespect toward the Major General will not be tolerated at all. If you continue to act arrogantly, then for the sake of the Major General, I'll be forced to put you to death. Zhao Long hadn't consulted Bai Xiaochun regarding the last part of his speech. After all, he knew that there was a special relationship between the two of them. However, as the leader of Bai Xiaochun's personal guard, there were some matters that were better to nip in the bud. If it turned out that Song Ke didn't know what was good for him, Zhao Long would definitely risk Bai Xiaochun's wrath by putting him to death. He had been following Bai Xiaochun for years now, and therefore, viewed Bai Xiaochun's honor and glory as his own responsibility, and would brook no violations against it. Song Ke could see the killing intent in Zhao Long's eyes, and could sense the intimidating, murderous intentions within him. A tremor passed through him as he realized that everything Zhao Long had just said was no mere threat or exaggeration. Another half a month went by, and despite his reluctance, Song Ke was getting used to being one of Bai Xiaochun's personal guards. During that half month, Bai Xiaochun spent time stabilizing his undying live forever technique. At this point, he was at his absolute peak both in terms of fleshly body and cultivation base. Most importantly, he had become more familiar with his ability to move at such incredible speed that the world slowed down around him. After emerging from secluded meditation, he headed to his private office in the 3rd Corps to get the latest briefings from his colonels. Bai Xiaochun knew that since he was a major general, he had to listen very carefully to the reports. The last to report in was Zhao Long, who explained everything that had occurred in Great Wall City and within the Third Corps recently. The beautiful Luli stood behind Bai Xiaochun, kneading his shoulders. She had been one of Bai Xiaochun's personal guards for years now, and generally had a cold and icy demeanor. However, whenever Bai Xiaochun was exhausted, she wouldn't hesitate to give him a soothing massage. Up to now, more than 100 huge caves have been discovered inside the necropolis. Each one is filled with terrifying skeletons. 2 Deva beast souls were found there, and big battles erupted because of them. One of them was taken by our side, another was won by the wildlands. More news came in about half a month ago. Beneath the necropolis with the 100 caves, there is another terrifying area that no one has discovered how to enter yet. With that, Zhao Long concluded his report. Then he casually added one more item. The new member of your personal guard, Song Ke, has been performing satisfactorily. However, he has a bit of a rebellious side, and sometimes refuses to follow orders. As such, sir, I was planning to send him to the necropolis out in the wildlands to learn a thing or two. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and smiled. No, don't do anything to put him in real danger. I'm his uncle, you know. Besides, it's normal for kids to be headstrong sometimes. How about this? I'm planning to go take a trip to World City in a few days. Now that I'm the Major General of the Third Corps, it's my responsibility to conscript some new chosen to join our ranks. Actually, Bai Xiaochun had been planning to do this for some time now. After what had occurred with Song Ke, he thirsted to see more eyes bulging out of the faces of people who knew him. Zhao Long immediately started to get nervous, and was even thinking of trying to persuade Bai Xiaochun to change his mind. In the end, however, he simply voiced his assent, and went off to make special preparations to ensure that Bai Xiaochun was kept safe. Although it wouldn't be possible to take the entire Third Corps on the trip, Zhao Long did have the authority to select 5 colonels, along with their 5 regiments, a total of roughly 5,000 soldiers. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun submitted a request via Jade Slip to Bai Lin, asking for permission to go to World City for a recruitment drive. For a major general to leave the city like this was a major event, so obviously, a general had to sign off on it ahead of time. Upon reading the request in the Jade Slip, Bai Lin understood immediately that Bai Xiaochun wanted to go show off a bit, and make sure his companions realized how incredible he was. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only person who had ever done a thing like that. Even many colonels would do the same type of thing. Considering what he knew about Bai Xiaochun's personality, Bai Lin decided that he might as well just directly approve the request. In fact, he even transmitted some information to Bai Xiaochun, not only giving him some warnings about what to avoid, but teaching him a few things about how to successfully accomplish his goals. Bai Xiaochun was initially shocked, but then realized that it merely went to show how experienced Bai Lin was. We're here on the front lines, Bai Lin said, so the people in World City will definitely be ready to shower you with praise and even gifts. However, don't push things too far. He went on to offer a few more words of wisdom before finally approving Bai Xiaochun's request. Another 2 days passed, and after all of the formalities were taken care of, the gates of Great Wall City opened, and a procession of thousands of black-armored cultivators emerged to head in the direction of the Heavenspan Sea. Right in the middle of all of them, of course, was Bai Xiaochun. He wore a golden suit of armor, and looked remarkably intimidating. With the proud wave of an arm, he sent his men into motion. Zhao Long and Luli flanked him, and Song Ke was also there, albeit begrudgingly. The colonels had arranged for the troops to fly through the air in tight formation, and scouts had been sent ahead to make sure they didn't stumble into danger. Everything had been set up to protect Bai Xiaochun and crush anything that got in their way. Even from a great distance, it was possible to detect the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering murderous aura that radiated out from the group. Song Ke was actually a bit nervous as he looked around at the troops around him. He had come to a better understanding of Great Wall cultivators recently, and it was to his despair that he had come to realize that a group like this could eradicate him in the blink of an eye. He wouldn't even be able to make them pause in their tracks. What left him even more unsettled was that the entire group would leap to obey any command Xiaochun gave them. There were even nascent soul cultivators within that group of 5,000, including some of the colonels. This was roughly half of the entire Third Corps, and wherever they went outside of Great Wall City, vicious animals and plants alike would tremble and not dare to get close. Not even the bizarre cloudgyres would dare to appear in front of 5,000 cultivators from Great Wall City. Thus, not a single obstacle at all blocked their path as they drew closer and closer to World City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, The Riches of World City. Chapter 529, The Riches of World City. When Xiaochun originally made the trip from World City to the Great Wall, he had been with Zhao Tianzhou and the others. Because of the incredible dangers they had faced, their small group hadn't been capable of much speed on their journey. But now he was traveling through the same area with an army at his command. Furthermore, they had spell formations to increase their speed. Therefore, it was less than a month later that the group of roughly 5,000 cultivators saw an enormous city rising up on the horizon. It was a city that seemed to abound with murky darkness, and was none other than World City. The cultivators of the 5 legions who were camped in World City were there as a backup in case Great Wall City fell. If that happened, they would provide the bulk of the force which would counterattack. Because Xiaochun was a major general, news of his arrival had been previously announced to the garrison in World City. As such, there were numerous cultivators lined up in formation roughly 5 kilometers outside the city, waiting to receive him. Furthermore, the city magistrate, as well as the leaders of the other major organizations in the city, were all present. After all, a major general was the type of person that anyone would view with the utmost importance. Of course, the city magistrate had been directly appointed to his position by the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect, but not even he would be willing to sow hostility with the legions due to an act of negligence. The garrison in World City had 4 major generals, and they were all on their best behavior. Despite being the same rank as Xiaochun, he was from the front lines, which meant that they didn't quite measure up to him in terms of status. They had worked their way up through the ranks because of their administrative abilities, and were much more suited to the peaceful World City than the brutal front lines of battle. At the moment, well over 1,000 people were waiting for Xiaochun, roughly half of whom were from the 5 legions, with the other half being made up of the forces of the city magistrate and other powerful organizations. Most of them were whispering in hushed tones about the new major general, on his way to recruit troops. "It's definitely a bad thing for us that this guy is coming." "That's right. Normally, they only send colonels here from Great Wall City. Plus, this guy was just promoted. He wouldn't be here unless it was on some important mission. Do you guys really believe that he's here to levy troops?" The city magistrate was a middle-aged cultivator with a nascent soul cultivation base, who, contrary to expectations, was actually quite plump. Although he had a kind face, it was currently twisted with anxiety. Although his cultivation base could be considered high, when it came to the 5 legions, that didn't really matter. Besides, he had only achieved his breakthrough with a nascent soul pill, and had reached his current position by greasing the wheels back at the sect. He was also wondering why this major general had really come to World City. The fact that the 4 World City major generals all seemed similarly suspicious only served to further his reservations. Even as everyone was discussing the matter, 9 bright beams of light appeared off in the distance. As muffled rumbling filled the air, the congregated cultivators turned to look in the direction of the light, and soon, 9 soldiers came into view. All of them had expressionless faces and seethed with murderous auras. Despite being mere core formation cultivators, they very much seemed like the type of people who one couldn't afford to underestimate. "The exalted Major General will be arriving soon. Thank you for coming to receive him, ladies and gentlemen." After making their introductions, a few of the group of 9 went back the way they came to report in, while the rest inspected the area. Very serious expressions could be seen on the faces of the city magistrate, the major generals, and the other city leadership officials. Another 2 hours went by before intense rumbling sounds could be heard. Everyone in the waiting crowd looked up with sober expressions as rippling fluctuations filled the sky like waves. Moments later, the vanguard of the Third Corps appeared, bristling with energy, looking like a sharp blade as they sliced through the clouds. Everyone gasped at the impressive sight. That was especially true of the 4 major generals, who all smiled bitterly when they realized that the subordinates under their control were clearly not a match for the cultivators from the Third Corps. Just behind the vanguard were 2 regiments of 1,000 men each, stretched out in wings to the left and right. The 2 regiments with their pulsing murderous auras almost looked like a bow, taut and ready to unleash mighty arrows. Next came Xiaochun, surrounded by his personal guard, and flanked by more troops. Almost immediately, Xiaochun became the focus of all attention, what with his glittering golden suit of armor. As the army approached, the gathered cultivators got even more nervous. In contrast, Xiaochun was feeling very excited, and was continuously sighing in satisfaction. Back when I first came to this place, not a single person knew my name. Now, every single person with a title or power has come out to receive me. As of this moment, Xiaochun was fully convinced that all the hard work he had gone through to reach his current rank was definitely worth it. As they drew close to the city magistrate and other cultivators, Xiaochun barked out an order, and the army halted in place just in front of the city officials. Then, troops were sent out to scout the area, while the other cultivators under Xiaochun's command stared coldly at the people from World City. Of course, that made everyone, city magistrate included, even more nervous than before. Moments later, the 4 major generals took deep breaths and flew up into the air, where they clasped hands and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Bai, we've been waiting for you." Xiaochun laughed heartily, waving his hand at the vanguard soldiers, who parted to make way for the 4 major generals. They quickly approached and introduced themselves, and also offered some introductory gifts. Considering that they were all members of the 5 legions, and were being very courteous, Xiaochun was very happy. Smiling, he began to chat amiably with them. A moment later, the city magistrate and other important figures exchanged glances, then sighed, and flew up into the air to offer greetings. They also surreptitiously offered some gifts, which left Xiaochun feeling even more pleased than before. Then, they clustered around him and began to escort him toward World City. "Brother Bai, you are truly a consummate chosen. I almost can't believe you've reached the rank of Major General at such a young age. Your future prospects are limitless." "That's right. I've long since heard about all of your impressive exploits back in the sect, Major General Bai. You truly are a great hero, Major General. By the way, what important task has brought you here? If those of us here can be of any help at all, just say the word." Talk like this spilled out of the mouths of the officials, officers, and other important people the entire way toward the city, causing Xiaochun to burst with joy. However, he didn't utter a peep about why he was here, which was what Bai Lin had advised him to do. So far, everything had gone according to the plan laid forth by Bai Lin, including the cold demeanor of the soldiers, and the way that Xiaochun refused to talk about his reason for coming. The goal was to make the important people from the city more and more anxious, and prompt them to lavish him with more gifts. That was exactly what happened. Upon arriving at the city itself, he found that the road ahead had been cleared and barricaded to make the path clear for him. When he looked around at the expressions of respect and anticipation on the faces of the World City cultivators as they looked at him, he sighed even more deeply. If he wanted to, he could have anyone killed instantly with a single order. Or, if he fancied a female cultivator, a word from him, and everything would be taken care of. Men would be sent to handle the matter, and she would be delivered to his room later that night. At least, Xiaochun was confident that he could do such things given his current rank. A few days passed, during which time the powerful organizations in the city continued to send him gifts on a daily basis, until they were piled up like a little mountain. As of now, Xiaochun fully understood why so many people would fight hard to be promoted to Major General. Of course, he didn't forget about his plan to recruit troops. Zhao Long arranged everything. Men were sent out to look for the various members of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars who had come with Bai Xiaochun on the boat trip over from the sect. Whenever any of them were spotted, a record was made, and a report would be given to Bai Xiaochun. Then, the simple nod of his head would result in them being conscripted. After searching through all the familiar names, though, he didn't see any mention of Gongsun Wanner or Master God Diviner. Of course, when it came to Chen Manyao, Bai Xiaochun was fairly certain that she must have long since returned to her home in the wildlands. As for Gongsun Wanner and Master God Diviner, it was impossible to say where they were, and even using a transmission jade slip to try to reach them didn't work. Gongsun Wanner has always been very mysterious, so I might as well forget about her. But where did Master God Diviner get off to? 7 days went by, during which Bai Xiaochun continued to collect gifts. It reached the point where he didn't even bother to organize them, and would just casually toss them into his bag of holding. One evening when he was contemplating whether or not to send some people to search specifically for Master God Diviner, the plump city magistrate came for a visit. "Brother Bai," he said with a laugh, "today is your lucky day." "Huh?" Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, as he was completely unsure of what the city magistrate was talking about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, A New Move. Chapter 530, A New Move. The city magistrate still seemed to be in shock at the nature of the news he bore as he chattered. "Brother, the mere threat of your presence here has resulted in something marvelous. You see, a local official had become wrapped up in taking bribes, and was even embezzling military resources. However, he got so scared by you that he turned himself in, and ended up forfeiting all of his personal property in exchange for his life. I went over to inspect the confiscated materials personally, and was shocked to find that he was incredibly rich. Most spectacular of all was a ginseng root that was more than 9,000 years old. I doubt you've ever seen anything like it. The rootlets are as transparent as crystal, and the buds all look like spirit pearls. It's virtually priceless, and in fact, is probably worth more than all of the man's other assets combined." "More than 9,000 years old?" Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, his eyes going wide with shock. "You're right, I've never seen anything like that. If he used a ginseng root like that in a medicinal pill, the level of life force it could provide would defy description, and would be a huge help in his undying live forever technique." "Don't worry, brother," the city magistrate said with a knowing smile. Lowering his voice, he continued, "I already had the ginseng root secretly delivered to Xiaolong. After I leave in a moment, he'll surely come to present it to you for your enjoyment. As for all of the other confiscated resources, I've put them all in order for you to take back to the Great Wall and handle as you see fit with the other generals." Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the city magistrate. All of a sudden, he felt as if a new world were opening up to him, and couldn't shake the feeling that this city magistrate was a genius. As of this moment, everything became clear, and Bai Xiaochun felt as if he understood life in a different way. "So, this guy is also a bit dirty, and couldn't figure out why I was here." Worried that I had come to audit the military resources, he decided to take the initiative. Not only did he hand the confiscated resources over to me, but he also arranged for a big gift to placate me. Flawless. On top of all that, he didn't even directly give me the gift, that way he wouldn't run into any trouble later because of it. So smart. All of a sudden, he felt like he had learned a new move from this city magistrate, and was just about to say something to further the conversation when his expression flickered. Inside of this bag of holding, his identity medallion was shining with bright light. Pulling it out and casting some divine sense into it, he heard Bai Lin's stern voice. "Major General Bai Xiaochun, the Wildlands is mounting a huge offensive. Return to the Great Wall post haste." Bai Xiaochun's face fell, causing the city magistrate to hesitate for a moment. He was just about to ask about what was happening, when Bai Xiaochun suddenly called out in a thunderous voice, "Xiaolong." Xiaolong, who had been standing guard at the door, immediately rushed in and clasped hands in salute. Send down orders immediately. R&R is over. In half an incense stick's worth of time, the third corps moves out and returns to the Great Wall. A tremor passed through Xiaolong, who quickly voiced his assent and then left to pass down the orders. Feeling quite nervous, the city magistrate asked, "Brother Bai, this?" Bai Xiaochun interrupted him with a hearty laugh. "Nothing important. The wildlands are attacking, that's all. I need to take my leave now, brother. If destiny will have it, I hope we meet again in the future." Then he clasped hands and paid the city magistrate no further heed as he turned to leave. The city magistrate was delighted to hear that Bai Xiaochun was leaving, and respectfully escorted him along his way. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the roughly 5,000 cultivators of the Third Corps were all assembled. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and the entire group flew up into the air above World City and prepared to make their way off to the Great Wall. However, just when they passed over the city walls, two beams of light suddenly appeared off in the distance. Clearly, they were two cultivators engaged in a deadly chase. Being chased was a cultivator with disheveled hair and numerous wounds all over his body. Clearly, he was running low on spiritual energy, and were it not for his dogged persistence, would have already begun to beg for mercy. "Hey, Master God Diviner, that soul belonged to me. How dare you steal it? Are you looking to die? Nobody can save you now." A young man was giving chase, his expression so cold that he almost seemed to be made of ice. His eyes radiated rage, and he didn't hesitate to burn his spiritual power to chase after his quarry. "Don't be such a bully, heretic. I saw that soul first. You're the one who's trying to steal it from me." These two cultivators were none other than Master God Diviner and Heretic. Even as he yelled, Master God Diviner drew upon some more of his scant spiritual power to pull out a little flag, which he waved through the air to deliver a burst of speed. With a whooshing sound, he shot through the air toward World City, which was when he happened to catch sight of the more than 5,000 cultivators in the air. Immediately, his eyes shone with delight. After all, this group of cultivators was exactly what had kept him going recently. The last few years had been very rough on him. At one point, a chance series of events led to his bag of holding being broken open. All of his belongings were lost or destroyed, including his magical items, his identity medallion, and his transmission jade slip. He had almost died during that incident. However, he didn't come out empty-handed. He ended up winning a little flag that could increase his speed, which was truly a powerful magical treasure. In a desperate attempt to stay alive, he had used some of his last remaining spiritual power to perform a divination, which had told him that a major turning point in his life would come at World City. He had immediately begun to hurry in that direction, which was also when he had come across the unexpected news that Bai Xiaochun had become a major general. The news left him profoundly shaken, but at the same time, filled him with joy. Eyes shining, he had determined to seek asylum with Bai Xiaochun. However, along the way, he happened to come across a nascent soul-level soul, and had been just on the verge of nabbing it when Heretic came along. The two of them immediately began to struggle over the soul, and although it was impossible to say who had truly laid eyes on it first, somehow, Master God Diviner ended up with it in his hands. Overjoyed, he had taken to flight, using his little flag to keep himself one step ahead of Heretic the entire time during their chase. Now that he saw the 5,000 cultivators over World City, he immediately cried out at the top of his lungs, "Save me, Junior Patriarch! Heretic is trying to kill me!" Heretic's eyes began to shine brightly. Although he was shocked by the large group of cultivators, and was fairly certain that they were from the Great Wall, he had a strange, introverted personality, and thus, had not heard the news about Bai Xiaochun. The sight of the huge group of soldiers initially struck him with an uneasy feeling that caused him to pause for a moment, but then killing intent flickered in his eyes, and he decided that he couldn't let Master God Diviner reach his goal. Gritting his teeth, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, his face flushed red as a huge, illusory hand formed right in front of him. "Nobody can save you now. Intense rumbling sounds that tugged at the soul filled the air as the huge palm shot toward Master God Diviner. This was one of Heretic's trump cards, and it came at a significant wastage of spiritual power. As such, it wasn't the type of thing he would use casually, and yet the importance of the current situation definitely warranted it. Master God Diviner's face fell as his heart filled with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. His face also drained of blood as he realized that even his little flag wouldn't give him enough speed to evade the illusory palm. Moments before, Xiaochun had looked over at what was happening, and immediately recognized Master God Diviner. Then he heard Master God Diviner's shout, and saw the gigantic, illusory hand. Xiaochun's pupils constricted. Having no time to ponder the situation, he stepped forward, whereupon everything around him slowed down. Next, he shot forward to stand between Master God Diviner and the huge palm. There, he raised his right hand to meet the incoming hand. A huge boom echoed out, and at the same time, Xiaochun's view of the world returned to normal. The power of the attack dissipated, leaving behind nothing more than rippling fluctuations. Everything happened so quickly that none of Xiaochun's 5,000 soldiers realized what was going on. Not even Heretic or Master God Diviner had eyes fast enough to process the situation. All Heretic saw was his enormous illusory hand suddenly collapse. But then, as the energy faded away, he noticed a slender figure standing in front of Master God Diviner, hand raised up into the air. Heretic's eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath as a look of utter incredulity swept across his face. He immediately recognized Xiaochun, and realized that he must have drawn upon speed that bordered on teleportation to appear in front of the illusory palm, a trump card technique that he had subsequently destroyed. Even more shocking was that after destroying that trump card, Xiaochun didn't seem the least bit hurt or even fazed. Heretic's heart leapt up into his throat, and even the nascent soul experts among the forces of the Third Corps were looking at Xiaochun with very serious expressions. All of them were utterly flabbergasted at the incredible display of speed from moments ago. With such astounding speed, it wouldn't be impossible for Xiaochun to make a sudden, killing move against a nascent soul expert. Master God Diviner felt like he had just been plucked out of the jaws of death, and was filled with excitement at the sight of Xiaochun hovering there in front of him. "Save me, Junior Patriarch, Heretic is trying to kill me." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, It's like looking at myself. Chapter 531, It's like looking at myself. Xiaochun slowly looked up at Heretic and said, "What are you doing trying to kill one of my men?" Considering how he was clad in a golden suit of armor, he looked very impressive to say the least. Heretic's pupils constricted as he stared at Xiaochun. Inwardly, his heart was being battered by waves of shock, not only because of the 5,000 cultivators behind Xiaochun, but also because of his incredible display of speed, and how he had so casually dispatched Heretic's trump card. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, Heretic occupied second place among the Starry Sky Dao Polarity superstars, while Xiaochun was only in 10th place. For him to have transformed so much in a few short years was shocking to the core. After a few breaths of time went by, Heretic gritted his teeth and said, "He stole that soul from me." "Rubbish!" Master God Diviner shot back. "You're trying to steal it from me. Junior Patriarch, I saw it first, and was even planning to give it to you as a gift, sir." With that, he produced a soul from inside of his flag and then, suppressing the pain he felt in his heart, handed it over to Xiaochun. "You!" Heretic growled, eyes shining with cold light. Xiaochun already felt a headache coming on. Obviously, it would be impossible to determine who was stealing what from whom. Furthermore, he couldn't help but sigh at the fact that the two of them were fighting over a nascent soul-level soul. Is it really worth it for you two to be fighting over a soul like that? Shaking his hand, Xiaochun patted his bag of holding, causing 100 nascent soul-level souls to fly out. Master God Diviner and Heretic both shivered at the sight, and began to pant in mute shock. So many. Heavens! Bai Xiaochun was quite pleased at their reaction. Smiling faintly, he continued to speak to them in an admonishing tone, "You're both fellow disciples of the same sect. What's the point in all the fighting? It's just a soul, right? Here, you two take these 100 souls and split them between the two of you." Master God Diviner shrieked and lunged forward to start grabbing souls. He was so destitute that a single such soul could drive him crazy, much less the number floating out in the open right now. After grabbing half of the souls, he eyed the remainder of the group covetously, but didn't dare to touch them. Hurrying back over to Bai Xiaochun, he said, "I can't believe I finally found you, Junior Patriarch," he said with a bit of a wail. "You have no idea how bad things went for me when we were apart." From the look of things, he seemed determined to stick by Bai Xiaochun no matter what. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's 5,000 men were surrounding them. "All right, enough," he said with a slight frown. "Back when you cast me aside, I never saw any expression like that on your face. Well, considering how incredibly magnanimous I am, I suppose I'll let you become my follower." With that, he turned to leave. Deeply touched, Master God Diviner immediately made to follow Bai Xiaochun. By this point, his admiration for Bai Xiaochun flowed like a mighty river. Back in Sky City, he had believed Bai Xiaochun's rise to prominence to be something of a fluke. But here he was in the Wildlands, a major general, something that left Master God Diviner shocked on the deepest level. In fact, he had already sworn an oath to himself to never abandon Bai Xiaochun for the rest of his life. That was even more the case when he noticed Song Ke among Bai Xiaochun's men, which immediately got him even more on guard. Back in Sky City, Master God Diviner had been the first to start following Bai Xiaochun again, and it had led to incredible benefits. Now, he was only the second to join him, which put Song Ke in his sights as a major rival. When Heretic realized that nobody was paying much attention to him, he began to shiver, and it was made worse by the sight of all the souls floating in the air. It was all a huge blow to his self-esteem. Clenching his hands into fists, he ignored the souls and faced Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Xiaochun!" he roared. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's 5,000 men turned to look at him with cold glares. Heretic's body went stiff, but he clenched his teeth and continued, "I want to enlist at the Great Wall." When Bai Xiaochun saw how Heretic's eyes were shining with determination, he thought back to how Bai Lin had spoken with such solemnity to him all those years ago, when he had been about to leave through the side door of Great Wall City. Back then, he had been just as devoted to the idea of shedding blood for the sect that had caused him to sigh at the thought. So, he mused inwardly, it seems this heretic and I are similar. We both are willing to suffer personal loss in the pursuit of justice and righteousness. Although his heart was currently softening, his gaze only continued to grow sharper. Thinking back to how Bai Lin had looked on that day, he stuck his chin up, and clasped his hands behind his back. Armor glittering with golden light, and eyes sparkling brightly, he looked closely at Heretic. "Do you really wish to join the Skin Flayers?" he asked, trying to sound exactly like Bai Lin had sounded back then. His voice was somber, but also seemed to carry a weight that made it impossible to disobey. Anyone who heard that voice would instantly feel shaken inwardly. Heretic immediately responded in a loud voice, "I." However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine even more brightly. "Think your answer through clearly before you give it," he interrupted, his tone cool, and yet his words echoing like thunder. Panting a bit, Heretic gritted his teeth and replied, "I really wish to enlist." "You're so much like me back then." "All right, whatever. As the Major General of the 3rd Corps of the Skin Flayers, I have the authority to conscript anyone I want into service. Henceforth, you are one of my soldiers." With that, he flicked his sleeve. "You'll serve for 5 years. Each year, your salary will be twice what you get in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As for other rewards, you can gain them via battle credit. Furthermore, I can promise you that if you earn enough battle credit to become a Major General, then you can go conscript anyone else you like to become one of the Skin Flayers." With that, he gave Heretic a profound look, and mused that he was almost the spitting image of himself back when he had been recruited. I must have looked exactly the same back then, he thought. So passionate. So enthusiastic. So unique. Such a consummate chosen. Wrapped up in the enchanting memories, he cleared his throat and led the Third Corps off into the distance. Along the way, the army pushed with even greater speed than they had on their way to World City. After all, Bai Lin had ordered him to get back as quickly as possible. Therefore, it only took a few days before Great Wall City became visible up ahead. Almost immediately, it was possible to see a shocking, blood-colored cloud on the other side of the wall, which had taken the shape of the face of a young woman. She was very beautiful, but extremely solemn-looking, as if she viewed herself as being above all other living beings. She almost seemed a part of the heavens above, and emanated the shocking pressure of a deva. This young woman occupied first place on the Great Wall execution list. She was Mistress Red Dust. Fighting Mistress Red Dust was none other than Three-Eyed Chen Hutian. Their battle caused numerous booms and rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. Meanwhile, endless masses of savage giants could be seen on the ground below, as well as soul cultivators and necromancers. Although the spell formation shield was there to protect the Great Wall, the rumble of battle could still be faintly detected from beyond the wall. Clearly, shocking fighting was underway. As the protective shield rippled, the cultivators of the 5 legions grouped into spell formations and unleashed constant counterattacks. Beams of light erupted from war chariots and magical cannons, all of which caused widespread destruction. The huge eye was also participating in the fighting. Whenever the Wildlands forces managed to group together and lead a huge charge, they were routed before they could reach the Great Wall. Some distance away from the wall were 3 enormous vortexes, from within which poured countless masses of savage giants. However, there were no vengeful souls. Clearly, the Wildlands still had not devised a method of neutralizing the soul convergence pills, and were instead relying on a huge army of savage giants. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, he took a deep breath. As a major general, he could not shrink back in fear of the enemy, and therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Third Corps, proceed immediately to the Great Wall." As Bai Xiaochun roared and led the Third Corps forward, Master God Diviner and Heretic followed along in shock. Master God Diviner's eyes were as wide as saucers, and his knees were shaking. After seeing how dangerous this place was, he already regretted having sworn to follow Bai Xiaochun. However, he was also certain that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't let him go even if he wanted to, and sighed bitterly. As for Heretic, he was panting, and his eyes burned with passion, as though the prospect of being able to fight in battle already had his blood boiling. It didn't take long before Bai Xiaochun was taking his men through the side gate. Then they were inside Great Wall City and heading toward the wall itself. A rare situation was playing out in this battle. The fact that the Wildlands had chosen not to use vengeful souls made the 5 Legion soul convergence pills relatively useless. Furthermore, exploding pill furnaces were only of limited use, and this battle was so huge that they weren't effective on a large scale. However, the huge enormous pill furnaces were still the foundation of Bai Xiaochun's power in Great Wall City. Despite having grown very busy collecting souls earlier, he hadn't stopped his work with his pill furnaces. Therefore, it was only natural that some of the sealed pill furnaces would appear in this battle. Booms rang out, accompanied by miserable shrieks. Unfortunately, the fact that there were only a limited numbers of pill furnaces available ensured that they were quickly used up. The Wildlands had prepared well for this offensive. Considering how many savage giants were pouring out of their 3 vortexes, it was obviously that many more than 100 tribes were involved. There were definitely no less than 1 million giants fighting, many of them unhesitatingly resorting to self-detonation in their attempts to break through the spell formation shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Wronged. Chapter 532, Wronged. Strangely, no matter how powerful the attacks of the Wildlanders seemed, Bai Lin and the other generals didn't issue any orders for their soldiers to fight back. Instead, they were ordered to stay behind the shield. In fact, as the shield retreated, they retreated. The only fighting that went on was with any necromancers who were able to pierce through the shield itself. As of this moment, the battle seemed somewhat lopsided. Countless savage giants roared forth to attack the shield, which was slowly being pushed back across the battlefield. The cultivators of the 5 legions were pulling back until the point that they were in the shadow of the wall itself. Anxiety was mounting among the soldiers, and yet the eyes of Bai Lin and the other 4 generals glittered brightly, as though they were waiting for just the right moment to order a counterattack. And that should do it. Bai Lin murmured, looking both edgy and eager at the same time. Even as the cultivators continued to fall back, the huge eye atop the pagoda in the middle of the city suddenly flared to life, revealing the image of a bat. Instantly, cold-blooded laughter pierced into the ears of everyone present as the bat opened its mouth and then spit out a stream of vengeful souls. 1 soul. 10 souls. 1,000 souls. 10,000 souls. Soon, it was almost impossible to count how many souls were pouring madly out of the bat's mouth. The bat was like a bottomless pit. Within the blink of an eye, more than 100 million souls could be seen flying out of Great Wall City and through the shield toward the massive army of giants. And things weren't over yet. The souls continued to pour out. 100 million, 200 million. 300 million, within mere moments, there were fully 500 million. The cultivators of the 5 legions looked on, eyes wide with disbelief. The wildlanders were even more incredulous. Savage giants, soul cultivators, and necromancers alike reacted with complete shock. This. Impossible. Heavens! I can't believe there are so many vengeful souls. Aren't we the ones who fight with vengeful souls? How can the Great Wall have so many of them? Even if they saved up for a very, very long time, it would still be very difficult to get that many. As rumbling sounds rose up into the sky, the wildlanders looked on in disbelief. What was happening was so shocking they felt like their world had been turned upside down. After all, they were usually the ones who drove the vengeful souls into attacking the Great Wall. And yet now, everything had been turned around. The Great Wall was sending the vengeful souls charging an attack against them. Even more outrageous was that there were 500 million of them. That was more than had been used by the wildlands in the previous major battle. The sight of the seemingly endless group of vengeful souls rushing toward them caused the wildland savages to tremble in shock and terror. In the blink of an eye, the 500 million souls fell upon the savage giants, whom they bored into, provoking agonized shrieks before causing their bodies to explode. Such explosions did not merely occur here and there. Within a few short breaths of time, tens upon tens of thousands of giants exploded, causing a mist of blood to build up on the battlefield. As the souls charged forth, the huge army of giants began to fall apart, and the previously lopsided state of affairs changed. Almost instantly, chaos prevailed, and no matter what the soul cultivators did to try to keep the giants under control, nothing worked. Even the necromancers' eyes were bright red as they drew deeply upon their own powers to try to take control of the souls. However, there were simply too many of them, making such efforts totally futile. Most important was that the huge bat in the eye was continuing to spit out souls, creating a tide that crushed everything in its path like a boulder crushing a drinking glass. The cultivators of the 5 legions were extremely excited, and as their blood boiled, they began to cry out at the tops of their lungs. Those are the souls by Xiaochun handed over. I get it now. Those are Major General Bai's souls. Ha ha ha. This is unheard of. This is the first time the grand forces of the Great Wall have sent vengeful souls to attack the wildlands. At the same time, Bai Lin and the other generals threw their heads back and laughed uproariously. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Skin flayers, Bai Lin roared, follow me into battle. Howling with laughter, he charged forward across the battlefield, the skin flayers following along behind him. The other 4 legions similarly advanced into battle, and within moments, the 5 legions were cutting through the enemy like sharp blades. With the savages in chaos and the vengeful souls providing cover, they emerged from behind the shield to unleash slaughter. As for the spell formation shield, it flickered with bright light, and then, instead of pulling back, began to push forward, completely uninhibited. By Xiaochun! Someone screamed in a voice replete with hatred and murder. It was none other than Mistress Red Dust, who was in the middle of fighting back and forth with Chen Hutian. She wasn't the only one to put the pieces of the puzzle together. As the giants suffered defeat after defeat on the front lines, they heard the exclamations of the 5 legions, and soon realized that Devil Bai was to blame. Then, countless roars of rage and howled curses could be heard. The wildlands' humiliation will never go away unless Devil Bai is killed. Devil Bai, our holy people won't rest until you're dead. If you fall into my hands, by Xiaochun, I'll make you suffer for 1,000 years. Even as words such as these began to echo out across the battlefield, Bai Xiaochun and his 5 regiments stepped onto the wall itself. Immediately, Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. What did I do this time? Then he saw the countless vengeful souls smashing into the Wildlands army, and rubbed his eyes a bit before looking out again to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The 5,000 cultivators he led looked out at the battlefield, and then glanced over at Bai Xiaochun, odd expressions on their faces. Master God Diviner was completely shaken, and although he wasn't sure exactly what was going on, he could hear what the savage giants were screaming about. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, he felt his scalp prickling in shock, and even trembled from the feelings of reverence that rose up within him. Sure enough, the junior patriarch is completely extraordinary. Not only did he already become a major general, but he somehow got the Wildlands to hate him down to the core of their being. Heretic was as stunned into silence, as if he had been physically struck. Bai Xiaochun was feeling quite anxious due to the unimaginable events which were playing out. He turned his head to look up at the bat in the huge eye, and then back out at all the eyes on the battlefield staring at him, and then his eyes glittered. All of a sudden, he was struck with the realization that this was a perfect situation to show off a bit. Sticking his chest out, he looked down his nose at the battlefield. Clasping his hands behind his back, he coolly said, "Trifling savages. I can reduce the lot of you into ashes without even stepping foot onto the battlefield." In response, the savages cursed, and the 5 legions cheered. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun felt more important than heaven or earth. However, it was also in that moment that Mistress Red Dust turned to glare at him with gritted teeth. The last major battle had been a defeat for the Wildlands because of Bai Xiaochun, and now the same thing was happening with this battle. Mistress Red Dust's desire to kill Bai Xiaochun surged more powerfully than ever. However, with Chen Hetian there blocking her path, there was nothing she could do to Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, she raised her voice and said, "Wildlanders, hear my orders. I hereby call upon my authority as Mistress Red Dust to place Bai Xiaochun in first place on the execution list, and also increase the reward on his head. That reward is now a full set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. The bounty is good throughout all creation, and is available to both members of our holy people and cultivators from the Great Wall. The only requirement is to kill Bai Xiaochun. I, Red Dust, swear an oath upon my cultivation base, and vow to never break my word in the slightest aspect. Furthermore, I will not reveal the identity of the person who kills him, nor divulge even the slightest bit of information about them. If I violate any aspect of this oath, let my cultivation base be ruined and my life destroyed in body and soul." As Mistress Red Dust's piercing words rang out, thunder rumbled up in the heavens, as if to bear witness to her promise. That in itself indicated that Mistress Red Dust had just uttered a Tao oath. When a Tao oath was uttered, it could not be violated. As her words echoed back and forth, the entire battlefield went quiet, and countless eyes turned to fall upon Bai Xiaochun. Such gazes didn't just come from the Wildlands forces, but also from cultivators of the 5 legions. The reward which had just been proclaimed was simply too dramatic. A complete set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls was equivalent to a Deva soul, and their value to someone who wanted to step into the nascent soul stage was beyond description. Furthermore, Mistress Red Dust had promised not to divulge any information about the person who killed Bai Xiaochun. Because of that, many hearts began to race with excitement. When Bai Xiaochun saw so many murderous and greedy gazes falling upon him, his expression flickered, and he even started shaking. Without even thinking about it, he slapped his bag of holding, causing more layers of armor to build up around him. Suddenly, he had no desire to try to show off, and instead, had a very bad feeling. "Hey, this wasn't my fault," he muttered, feeling very wronged. Who would have known that Bat would spit all those souls out? The unexpected calamity not only had him feeling very nervous, but he was also filled with regret. It felt like a cold wind was creeping up his back as he suddenly realized that his poor little life was now being threatened. This is completely unfair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, Something Big. Chapter 533, Something Big. The entire state of the battle had changed. A boundless soul tide swept out, shoving the wildlands savages backward, causing agonized screams and intense rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. Blood soaked the ground red, and the sky darkened. In the moment before death, countless gazes came to rest on Bai Xiaochun, gazes of hatred and madness that caused Bai Xiaochun's own expression to rapidly become unsightlier than ever. He truly felt as if he had been wronged. To him, it made sense that people would hate him for his soul convergence pills or his exploding pill furnaces. But what was happening now had nothing to do with him. In fact, there wasn't even any evidence that the battle credit in his identity medallion was increasing. No battle credit, and on top of that, I'm the scapegoat? Something seems weird. The more terrified he got about the situation, the more it felt like he had somehow been scammed. However, even as he stewed in his anxiety, and the wildlands seemed to be on the verge of being completely crushed, the three distant vortexes began to shine brightly and emit thunderous rumbling sounds. Next, an enormous, pitch-black 3,000-meter-tall hand with 9 fingers stretched out of the leftmost vortex. The hand quickly grabbed one of the nearby savage giants, and then threw it toward the 5 legions as if it were as light as a baby chicken. The screaming giant turned into a beam of light that shot toward the 5 legions, where it then exploded, creating a powerful attack. A moment later, the huge hand grabbed another savage giant and threw it across the battlefield in similar fashion. Things weren't over yet, though. Another huge, pitch-black, 9-fingered hand emerged from the rightmost vortex. After that, an enormous head stuck out from within the centermost vortex. The head had no eyes on its face, but had a long, black horn protruding from its forehead, as well as a blood-red mouth. Apparently, it was some sort of evil ghost. Moments later, the ghost let out a roar that caused heaven to shake and the earth to tremble. Roar! A sound wave rolled out that crushed everything in its path, suppressing all other sounds until it was the only thing audible on the battlefield. As the sound wave passed along, it prevented the savage giants from retreating, and blasted the 5 legions back like a gale-force wind. From a distance, the 3 vortexes almost looked like windows leading into another world, from within which an enormous giant had stuck its head in hands. Even more noteworthy was that the roar of the ghost instantly pushed an indentation into the advancing tide of souls. Bai Lin, the generals, and Chen Hatian were all shocked. This development alone wouldn't be enough for the Wildlands to take back the initiative in the battle, but considering that they were the ones waging this war, it was obvious that they had come prepared. Although the unexpected appearance of the Soul Tide had been devastating, they obviously had other trump cards to call upon. This became apparent when, with no warning whatsoever, hundreds more of the window-like vortexes appeared in other locations on the battlefield. More arms and heads stretched out, along with roaring sounds that caused the savage giants' eyes to gleam with madness, as though their hearts were being touched. Instead of retreating, they all began to roar at the tops of their lungs and then charged toward the 5 legions, seemingly in complete disregard to their own safety. A grim expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face. Clearly, the Wildlands had come very prepared for this battle, and that idea left him feeling profoundly uneasy. There was no time to ponder the matter now, however, so Xiaochun simply extended his right hand and cried, "Third Corps, take control of the Great Wall's magical cannons. Blast those evil ghosts to bits." The cultivators of the 5 regiments quickly fanned out to follow his orders. As of this moment, the battlefield situation was more unstable than ever. Booms rang out, and enraged roars filled the air along with agonized shrieks. The spell formation shield rippled as both sides fought back and forth. Although the forces of the Great Wall were clearly outnumbered by the Wildlands, with the Vengeful Souls and the spell formation shield, they actually had the advantage, although they had to pay a heavy price to keep the upper hand in battle. The Wildlands savages were going crazy, and their strategy of self-detonation was almost impossible for the Great Wall forces to deal with. The battlefield was like a huge meat grinder, oozing blood every moment as countless combatants died. How bitter! Evening had already fallen. Chen Heten and Mistress Red Dust were still engaged in such a spectacular battle that neither of them could spare any attention for the battlefield. As for Xiaochun's corps, half of them were down on the battlefield, and half of them were on the wall itself. However, all of them were fighting passionately. As for Xiaochun, he was trembling, but as he saw the blasts of the magical cannons shooting out onto the battlefield, he knew that the time had come for him to actually take part in the fighting. However, even as his eyes began to glow red, and he leapt off of the wall with a large group of cultivators, the land down below began to quake. At the same time, deafening rumbling sounds filled the air, and a mighty wind kicked up. Mountains crumbled and trees were felled as sounds ripped across the lands that vastly surpassed the sound waves the evil ghosts had unleashed. Rumble! Savage giants coughed up blood, as did the cultivators of the 5 legions. The sound which was battering them was completely deafening. Blood sprayed out of Xiaochun's mouth as he looked off toward the horizon, where previously, a single black pillar of light had risen up into the sky. Now, there were 2 pillars of light. As the second pillar of light shot up, countless powerful ripples spread out through the air. Both sides of the conflict were shocked to the extreme. Another pillar of light appeared. Watts, what's going on? What happened? The expressions of all the combatants flickered, and as for Xiaochun, his heart began to tremble with anxiety. Before he could do anything more, though, another deafening roar split the air, causing more blood to spray out of the mouths of savages and cultivators alike as a third pillar of light shot up. Everyone was so flabbergasted that they couldn't hold back from shouting out in alarm. Up in the air, Chen Hetian's face fell, and it was the same with Mistress Red Dust. Immediately, they stopped fighting, backed away from each other, and looked over in the direction of the pillars of light. What happened? 2 more pillars of light have appeared. And yet, things weren't over yet. Even as everyone looked on in shock, yet another intense rumbling sound echoed out, and then a 4th and a 5th. A total of 8 explosive sounds rocked the lands one after another. Everything was shaking violently, and even the sky seemed like it might be rent apart. There was no need to even mention the mountains that existed between the Great Wall and the pit where the pillars of light originated. Almost everything was crushed flat and reduced to ashes. The drastic events playing out made it difficult for many people to even stand up. Blood oozed out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and agonized shrieks rang out constantly. Some of the savage giants and Great Wall cultivators were injured so badly, or had their cultivation bases destabilized so profoundly, that they instantly died. The spell formation shields shattered into pieces, and to Xiaochun's shock, cracks even began to spread out in the Great Wall itself. This. As the incredible rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, more pillars of light appeared. 6, 7, 8. Shockingly, a total of 8 black pillars of light appeared, bringing the grand total to 9. 9 pillars of light shot up into the heavens, creating something like a spell formation that seemed capable of pushing away the heavens and shaking all life forms. Chen Heten couldn't control his panting, and Mistress Red Dust's eyes were wide. Down below, savages and cultivators alike were stunned, standing there motionless as blood oozed out of their orifices. Xiaochun was similarly bleeding, and as he looked at the 9 black pillars of light, his heart surged with a very bad premonition. Something big is happening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, News about a Deva Soul. Chapter 534, News about a Deva Soul. Almost in the same moment that the 9 pillars of light appeared together, Chen Hetian and Mistress Red Dust both pulled out transmission jade slips. Clearly, both of them were receiving messages from other parties. Their faces flickered with equally unreadable expressions, and they began to pant. Finally, they looked up into each other's eyes and began to transmit a conversation. It only took a few breaths worth of time for the two of them to reach an agreement, whereupon Chen Hetian waved his hand and called out to the forces below. 5 legions, fall back. At the same time, Mistress Red Dust's eyes glittered as she looked at the Wildlands army and spoke in a cold voice. Holy people, fall back. Considering that both of them had been issued the same orders, there was no way for the fighting to continue. The battle was over. The Wildlands savages retreated, seemingly puzzled, and at the same time, shocked because of the 9 pillars of light. The Great Wall forces reacted similarly. Numerous speculations rose up in the hearts of the cultivators as they pondered what could possibly have caused the 2 devas to agree to stop the fighting. Whatever it was, there was a high likelihood that it had something to do with the 9 pillars of light. As Bai Lin and the other generals oversaw the retreat back to the wall, the Wildlands army disappeared into the darkness of the evening. As for Chen Hetian, he suddenly faded away, vanishing for several hours. When he reappeared in the huge pagoda, it was late in the night. The first thing he did was summon Bai Lin and the other generals of the 5 legions to convene a meeting. By that time, the cultivators of the 5 legions were all back in their various garrisons. Bai Xiaochun was there with his 3rd corps, looking at the 9 pillars of light rising up into the sky off in the distance. Although it was night, and the beams were black, they still emanated a soft glow that made them clearly visible. The uneasy feeling in Bai Xiaochun's heart continued to rise. Just what exactly is happening? He thought nervously. I'm not sure about the other pillars, but the first one came because I grabbed too many souls and instigated some kind of chain reaction. Could it be that someone else provoked the soul of that wicked ghost I saw? Or maybe something happened inside the necropolis? The more Bai Xiaochun considered the situation, the more he was convinced that someone else had done something. After all, both the Great Wall and the Wildlands had sent a lot of people into the necropolis to investigate it. What if the soul of that evil ghost escaped? What if it's after me? That thought caused him to start chewing on his lip in anxiety. Looking around fearfully, he thought back to how terrifying that evil ghost had been, and realized that he completely lacked any sense of security. What am I supposed to do? Please tell me I'm wrong about this. By now, he was scowling on the verge of tears, and couldn't stop sighing inwardly. Chen Hetian's meeting with Bai Lin and the other generals only lasted for about 2 hours. Afterward, the generals flew out of the pagoda, eyes shining with excitement that they couldn't keep hidden. By the time Bai Lin got back to the Skin Flayers district, it was almost dawn. The first thing he did was issue orders to the major generals. All major generals will come to my residence immediately for a meeting. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but then took a deep breath and flew out toward the huge coffin-like residence that belonged to Bai Lin. Before long, he caught sight of the other major generals of the Skin Flayers, all of whom had somber but curious looks on their faces. After exchanging salutes with clasped hands, the group flew into Bai Lin's residence. Inside the grand hall, Bai Xiaochun and the other 8 major generals stood before Bai Lin and saluted with clasped hands. Something big happened. Bai Lin said, his eyes flashing like lightning. Everyone shivered inwardly. As of this point, Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, as he expected Bai Lin to go on to talk about how an evil ghost had escaped from the necropolis. Before anyone could ask any questions, Bai Lin excitedly said, a Deva soul was located. With the exception of Bai Xiaochun, all of the major generals seemed stunned. A Deva soul. I can't believe a Deva soul was located. I've been stationed at the Great Wall for years now, and have only heard stories of Deva souls. I've never even seen one with my own eyes. Although all of the other major generals were already nascent soul experts, the astronomical value of a Deva soul was still very enticing. Bai Xiaochun finally relaxed a bit. He knew what Deva souls were like, and obviously, the powerful evil ghost he had faced in the pit was not a Deva soul. As long as that evil ghost didn't show up, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be too worried. Furthermore, considering how familiar he was with the Great Wall now, he was also acutely aware of how valuable Deva souls were. For one thing, a Deva soul could be traded for a full set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. Conversely, a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls could also be traded for a Deva soul, although it would be virtually impossible to find someone who would make that trade. After all, Deva souls were incredibly rare. Almost anyone who actually possessed a Deva soul would keep that fact a well-hidden secret, and attempt to collect the other 4 needed Deva souls. If word spread about such a thing, the ramifications would be grave. To date, only the Celestial on Heavenspan Island had ever done such a thing. It was even rumored that the Celestial did not wish for any other person to use Deva souls to reach the nascent soul stage. Although it was just a rumor, if the Celestial really did wish to prevent such a thing from happening, it would be a simple thing to have someone walking down that path be put to an end. All of the ambiguous stories left people feeling very unsure about what to believe. In any case, Bai Xiaochun didn't spend too much time worrying about it. What he cared most about was his poor little life. Upon looking around and seeing the expressions on the faces of the other major generals, he felt very proud of himself. It's just a Deva soul, right? What's the big deal? I have 2 in my bag of holding. Of course, despite such thoughts, he put a similar expression of madness and anticipation on his face. Bai Lin seemed to be very pleased at the reaction his words were getting. He had been equally shocked when Chen Huten gave the news to the generals. However, the reason for his shock was not the value of the soul itself, but rather, some further information that had been provided by Chen Huten. At first, Bai Lin was hesitant to divulge that information to the major generals. But since it was likely that the other generals would tell their major generals, and that Bai Lin would need help to come out ahead in the coming competition and win the Deva soul, he decided to proceed. A complete set of 5 Deva souls can help a cultivator create a heaven-down nascent soul, but that's only one of the benefits of having such souls. Another is that they can give nascent soul cultivators a much better chance of success when stepping into the Deva realm, but even a single Deva soul can increase that possibility, and if you can get a full set, the chances are astronomically better. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't very impressed, some of the other major generals' eyes were popping out of their heads. From the way they gasped, they were clearly flabbergasted by this new information. They can increase your chances of stepping into the Deva realm. I can't believe Deva souls are so useful. Bai Lin looked over the group silently, paying close attention to their reactions. Of the 9 major generals excluding Bai Xiaochun, 3 didn't seem to be reacting at all. 2 had slight changes of expression, and 4 were clearly shocked. As for Bai Xiaochun, he had a cool expression on his face. From what Bai Lin could tell, the information he had just revealed was not of much concern to Bai Xiaochun, who was still thinking about reaching the nascent soul stage. Obviously, his reaction would be different from the other major generals, who were all already nascent soul cultivators. Of course, the truth was that Bai Xiaochun's coolness came from the fact that he already had 2 Deva souls. As the old saying goes, a full man doesn't understand the feelings of a hungry man. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times when he realized Bai Lin was looking at him. Then he looked thoughtfully at the other major generals, and finally clasped hands and bowed toward Bai Lin. General, this seems like a great opportunity. If you can get that Deva soul, you'll have a much better chance at becoming a Deva. Bai Xiaochun's words brought the excited major generals back to their senses. Obviously, getting a Deva soul right now wouldn't help them much, considering how far away from the Deva realm they were. Even if they got one, news would definitely spread about it. Obviously, the person closest to a cultivation base breakthrough was none other than General Bai Lin, who was standing right in front of them. When the excited Major General saw the way his eyes glittered coldly, and heard Bai Xiaochun's words, they immediately realized that Bai Xiaochun was actually reminding them of the reality of the situation. The truth was that they were out of sorts because of the shocking news of a Deva soul, otherwise they wouldn't have needed such a reminder. Considering the cold look in Bai Lin's eyes, the major generals in question immediately felt gratitude for Bai Xiaochun. Those 4 major generals looked over at Bai Xiaochun with profound looks. One of them even clasped hands and bowed to Bai Lin. "General, where exactly is this Deva soul? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 535, Roster. Chapter 535, Roster. An enigmatic smile could be seen on Bai Lin's face, evidence of his approval of the reminder Bai Xiaochun had offered just now. After all, there were some things that weren't appropriate for Bai Lin to directly say himself. Looking at the major generals, he nodded. "All of you have seen those black pillars of light," he said. "As I'm sure many of you have already deduced, there have been some dramatic developments regarding the necropolis in that direction. By this point, the necropolis has completely collapsed, revealing an entrance within an entrance, a path that leads to a shocking labyrinth. Outside of the entrance is a stone stele, upon which is a line of text that clearly indicates a Deva soul exists inside the labyrinth." No one responded. As for Bai Xiaochun, his heart skipped a beat. Moments ago, he had finally been calming down, only to suddenly be as tense as a taut bowstring. Although he had guessed that the Deva soul would be connected to the necropolis, he had hoped it wouldn't be the case. He couldn't help but think that this entire scenario had all begun with him collecting souls in that pit, and that made him very nervous. Senior Chen Hatian has issued orders. Tomorrow evening, a group of 30,000 soldiers will be heading into the labyrinth, with him leading them. Of course, the security of the Great Wall is paramount, so in terms of who will be going, Senior Chen will consider the matter carefully, and announce the roster later tonight. I'll be going along as well, but not to enter the labyrinth. The other generals and I will lead armies to encamp in the area and guard against any sneak attacks from the wildlands. Even the true spirit from the pagoda will be present. All of you go back to your corps and make whatever preparations are necessary. Whichever skin flayer manages to bring back that Deva soul for me will earn a handsome reward for whatever major general leads their corps." Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding. He didn't care about the Deva soul at all, he only cared about his poor little life. The fact that such a large group was being selected to go into the labyrinth only increased his nervousness. The mere thought of how terrifying that evil ghost was, and the fact that the wildlands had a huge bounty on his head, caused his heart to leap up into his throat in fear that he might be sent along. Considering how important this whole thing is, he thought, and how low my cultivation base is, they probably won't send me, right? That made him feel a bit better. Trying to sound as serious as possible, he looked at Bai Lin and said, "General, this whole thing seems a bit strange. There's a labyrinth with a stone stele that outright says there's a Deva soul inside? It seems pretty likely to me that this is just a big trap set up by the wildlands." After Bai Xiaochun was finished speaking, another of the major generals spoke up. "Sir, I was thinking the same thing. Besides, even if one of us skin flayers manages to get our hands on the Deva soul, if Senior Chen feels like taking it away, well. And another thing, General. Can this information really be trusted? Bai Lin smiled faintly. We generals already discussed these very matters with Senior Chen. Actually, Senior Chen secretly took a trip to the labyrinth himself already, and confirmed that it is no trap. As for the other matter, the generals have already made a formal agreement with him to make sure nothing like what you've mentioned will happen. We agreed to let him pick which 30,000 individuals will go into the labyrinth, and he agreed that whoever gets the Deva soul will receive his personal protection and approval. As for whether or not the basic information can be trusted, Senior Chen revealed the truth to us in our meeting. The news came directly from his apprentice Zhao Tianjiao and his daughter Chen Yuashan. They were on their way back from a mission in the wildlands when the first pillar of light appeared. That was when he sent them into the necropolis to investigate the place. Unfortunately, their current situation is unknown, and in fact, we're not even sure if they're alive. Presumably, they are trapped somewhere in the labyrinth and can't make contact. Supposedly, the labyrinth is enormous and definitely impossible for any one person to search thoroughly. That is one reason why Senior Chen is taking 30,000 people with him. In addition to the matter of the Deva Soul, there is another important purpose to the mission: to find Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuashan and escort them out safely. When Bai Xiaochun heard this, his heart immediately trembled. Elder brother Zhao. Bai Xiaochun recalled how horrifying the gigantic evil ghost had been, and then thought about how Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuashan were missing. Then he began to pant in anxiety. Soon, the meeting with the major generals concluded, and Bai Lin dismissed them. Bai Xiaochun was very worried. On the one hand, it was possible that Zhao Tianjiu was in trouble, and on the other hand, he feared being selected to go into the labyrinth. With so many people going in to look for elder brother Zhao and elder sister Chen, they should be fine. So I really hope they don't pick me. After sighing all the way back to the garrison, he sat in his quarters, brooding. They'd better not pick me to go into that labyrinth. As soon as the wildlanders see me, they'll definitely go crazy. Plus, considering how far away from the Great Wall that place is, there might even be cultivators from the 5 legions who get greedy for the bounty. The mere thought of the wild reward Mistress Red Dust had put up for his head, and how numerous cultivators from the 5 legions had turned to look at him in that moment, caused his heart to grow cold with dread. But then he thought about how Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuashan were basically in trouble because of a situation he had caused, and he grew even more anxious. Before long, the light of dawn filled the sky. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't in the mood to go out and do anything. Instead, he stayed inside to fret and pray about the roster. Meanwhile, Chen Hatian sat grim-faced in the pagoda beneath the huge eye, his mood one of anxiety and regret. After all, if he hadn't sent his apprentice and daughter into the necropolis, events wouldn't be playing out the way they were. His daughter and apprentice had gone through a dangerous mission in the wildlands, and were coming back safely when he ordered them into further danger. The mere thought of it caused his heart to prickle with pain. Thankfully, his daughter's life slip was still intact. Furthermore, he had given her a handful of precious treasures to protect herself. Therefore, he wasn't completely overwhelmed with worry. He had only agreed to let the 2 of them go out into the wildlands after careful consideration and deliberation. He had been worried about them the entire time, and only relaxed a bit when he found that they were on their way back safely. Never could he have imagined that things would turn out like they did. He hadn't revealed the entire truth of the situation to Bai Lin and the generals. Zhao Tianjiu and Chen Yuashan had been in the middle of fleeing from some wildland soul cultivators when they stumbled into a restrictive spell that unleashed the 8 pillars of light. Only then, when the mountains were crumbling and the earth was shaking violently, did the entrance to the labyrinth appear. Furthermore, a gravitational force had appeared, which sucked everyone inside. Zhao Tianjiu had only been able to send one quick message out before being cut off, words filled with terror and alarm: "This labyrinth is a land of ghosts. It opens in the evening and closes in the morning. The labyrinth is a land of ghosts." Chen Hatian had murmured. After the Wildlands army retreated, he vanished for a few hours, which was when he personally went to the location of the labyrinth. He had even tentatively entered. However, once inside, he realized that not only was the place huge, but there was also something about it that rapidly suppressed his divine sense down to a very limited state. Clearly, there was no way that he alone would be able to search for and find his daughter and apprentice. Plus, in the short time he had been inside, he had seen things which caused fear to rise up even in him. However, the realization that his daughter and apprentice could be killed at any moment filled Chen Hatian with immense anxiety. Thus, he had made his agreement with Bai Lin and the other generals. Considering the level of Chen Hetian's cultivation base, he didn't care too much about a Deva soul. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter and apprentice, he recruited the help of the legions to search the labyrinth. If he had been in the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect instead of the Great Wall, he could have mustered 3 million cultivators with ease. But he was dealing with the 5 legions of the Hall of Steel Veins, which answered to the demigod patriarch. When it came to the security of the Great Wall, 30,000 cultivators wasn't a small number. But the wall could still be manned in their absence, and therefore, a deal had been reached. Currently, Chen Hetian held a jade slip, within which were the records regarding all of the cultivators in the 5 legions. Included in the information was a detailed description of each cultivator's cultivation base, as well as what skills and techniques they were adept with. As Chen Hetian browsed through the records, he selected one cultivator after another to join the mission. Most of the cultivators he selected were in the core formation stage, skilled with the use of divine sense, and very quick. He also selected some nascent soul cultivators, but was limited in the total number he could pick, and was thus being very choosy. Before long, the list of 30,000 was almost complete, which was when Chen Hetian's divine sense locked down onto one name in particular. By Xiaochun, he muttered. By Xiaochun had only joined the Skin Flayers because of a chance series of events, and had only been a member for a few years. To cultivators, that was a fairly short period of time, and yet, there were plenty of records regarding his accomplishments, many of which came from when he had been unexpectedly sucked out onto the battlefield. For one thing, he was noted for his incredible speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Intolerable Bullying. Chapter 536, Intolerable Bullying. Chen Hetian paused when he got to Bai Xiaochun's name. Bai Xiaochun had become very important to the Great Wall in the short time since he had joined the Skin Flayers, and Chen Hetian knew that. Furthermore, he was aware of the close friendship between him and Zhao Tianjia. Of course, when evening fell, it wouldn't just be Chen Hetian and 30,000 cultivators showing up outside the labyrinth. There would be a host of wildlands savages and soul cultivators. Deva souls were just as precious to the wildlanders, who could use them to add extra power to their secret magics. Because of that, Chen Hetian was worried about the wildlanders contending for the Deva soul. However, of even more concern was the fact that the more soul cultivators and savages who entered the labyrinth, the more likely they would be to encounter his apprentice and disciple. Therefore, Chen Hetian wanted someone in the labyrinth whom the wildlanders would be especially drawn to, upon whom they could focus their killing intent. He wanted someone who the wildlanders would specifically want to track down. And there was no one who met those requirements more perfectly than Bai Xiaochun. The wildlanders hated Bai Xiaochun with a vengeance, and the instant they saw him, would definitely try to chase him down and kill him. After all, the reward on his head was for a complete set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, which was something no one in the wildlands could remain ambivalent about. For all intents and purposes, any wildlander who went into the labyrinth without very specific orders to the contrary would most likely choose to try to hunt down and kill Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's mere presence would attract the attention of all the wildlands forces. Not only would that make things safer for other Great Wall cultivators, but it would increase their chances of getting the Deva soul. Bai Xiaochun. Chen Hetian murmured, his eyes glittering. The truth was that the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had long since been working on a way to crack the secret of the soul convergence pill. Such pills were far too important to the sect to be controlled by any one person. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had also been kept in the dark, to prevent any frustration or defiance on his part. The sect had almost reached the point of determining the medicine formula, and as for the exploding pill furnaces, the sect had also begun to come up with their own methods of reproducing the effects. Because of all of that, whether it was to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect or Chen Hetian himself, Bai Xiaochun wasn't of much value anymore. If the current situation hadn't come about, Chen Hetian would have continued to use him as before. But now, with the lives of his apprentice and daughter on the line, he was more than willing to sacrifice by Xiaochun if it meant getting the slightest advantage. With such thoughts on his mind, Chen Hetian unhesitatingly added Bai Xiaochun's name to the list. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Chen Hetian had completed the 30,000 name long list. He was already nervous. After all, the labyrinth would be opening up later in the evening. After sending the name list into the huge eye, he called upon his authority to notify all of the cultivators who would be marching toward the labyrinth. One by one, the identity medallions of the cultivators in the 5 legions began to vibrate as the news came in. I'm included. This mission is going to be dangerous, but rewards come only with risk. There's a Deva soul in that labyrinth. Ha. There are definitely going to be soul cultivators too, and they all have terrifying spirit-enhanced weapons. If I can get one, then all of this will be worth it even if I don't get that Deva soul. Different reactions could be seen on the faces of the various cultivators in the 5 legions who received orders to join the mission. Many were very excited at the chance to join a Deva on an important assignment. Some were frowning at the thought of how dangerous things would likely be. However, they were cultivators of the 5 legions, and therefore, they refrained from complaining. After all, at the bottom of the order was a line of text which explained that anyone who refused to go on the mission would be treated as a deserter. And at the Great Wall, deserters were put to death. As everyone else received their orders, Bai Xiaochun was sitting in his quarters, trembling as he looked at his identity medallion. After looking at the message, he shrieked loudly as the blood drained from his face. Deserter! Deserters are punished with death by 1,000 cuts. I don't want to go. Leaping to his feet, he stared at the identity medallion so hard that his vision began to fade. He felt like he was a lamb who had walked right into the jaws of a tiger, and the sense of profound danger he felt inundated every scrap of his flesh and blood. Terrified, he immediately transmitted a message to Bai Lin. After a long moment passed, Bai Lin responded. Senior Chen has made his decision. I tried to fight him on the point, but he refused to budge. I'm sorry, Xiaochun, nothing can be done about it. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately went very cold, and his gaze filled with rage as he stared at his identity medallion. I've performed great services for the Great Wall. I'm a major general. Bai Xiaochun was extremely angry, and refused to believe that Chen Hetian was unaware of the lengths the wildlanders would go to try to kill him if he went outside of the Great Wall. In fact, within that labyrinth, it wouldn't be surprising if 5 legions cultivators gave in to the temptation to try to kill him. Furthermore, there was almost nothing he could do to defend himself. If he went, it wouldn't just be extremely dangerous, it would be almost like a death sentence. Despite all of that, Chen Hetian had intentionally selected him to go, and had refused Bai Lin's request to make a change. Clearly, Chen Hetian was doing all of this on purpose. He must intend to use me as bait to distract the wildlanders. Bai Xiaochun thought, his eyes glinting red with anger, and his blood pumping wildly. Certain that his analysis was correct, his rage continued to mount. To him, it felt as painful as if someone were standing behind him, poking his saber into his back to force him to jump into a fiery pit. He almost couldn't breathe. If I don't go, I'll be punished with death by 1,000 cuts. Plus, the river-defying sect would be implicated. I'm not simply being put into extreme danger, I'm being sentenced to death. I've been defending the Great Wall for years now. I've earned countless battle credit. And this is how the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect treats me. Bai Xiaochun was so angry that he balled his hands into fists, his face turning red and blue veins bulging out on his neck. Then, after a long moment, he began to chuckle bitterly. There were no options. It was either a literal death penalty or a figurative death sentence, and therefore, he had no choice other than to pick the latter. They must have already cracked the secrets of my soul convergence pill. There was nothing he could do about that. By this point, he was physically trembling, although it wasn't from fear, but rather, fury. The incident with the fantasy pills back in Sky City had been a clue about how the sect tended to treat him, but he had never imagined that after everything that happened later, he would reach a point like this. After struggling to get himself under control, he chuckled bitterly and began to pack his belongings. Since he had no choice in the matter, the only thing he could do was make sure he was as prepared as possible to keep on living. He took out the eternal parasol and his 8-colored fuel. Originally, he had hoped to use the 8-colored flame at some other time in the future, but now, he didn't hesitate to use it to perform a spirit enhancement on the parasol. After placing the parasol into the turtle walk, 8 dazzling silver designs appeared. He did nothing to cover them up. After all his years at the Great Wall, he had seen wildland soul cultivators in battle who wielded magical items with multiple spirit enhancements on numerous occasions. From what he could tell, the spirit enhancement techniques in the Heavenspan River were different from those in the wildlands. He had long been curious about that, and had even asked Bai Lin about it, but the only answer he had been given was that it had something to do with necromancers. Bai Lin was hesitant to give any information beyond that. Bai Xiaochun's own inquiries had also indicated that the answer had something to do with necromancers, but had uncovered little else, and he had been forced to simply forget about trying to get an answer. After performing an 8-fold spirit enhancement on the eternal parasol, he made similar preparations with his medicinal pills, armor, and magical items, performing spirit enhancements on as many as he could. At one point, both Master God Diviner and Zhao Long came to inform him that they had been selected for the mission. Zhao Long took the news in stride, but Master God Diviner was terrified, and begged Bai Xiaochun to try to get him off the list. "Junior Patriarch, save me. I just got here. This isn't fair." Roughly 800 members of the Third Corps had been selected to go on the mission, Song Ke included. All of them were completely taken aback to hear that Bai Xiaochun was also included. Master God Diviner was especially dumbfounded, and eventually just left with a bitter smile on his face. Obviously, if Bai Xiaochun couldn't get out of the mission, then there was no hope for anyone else to be exempted. After sending everyone away, Bai Xiaochun sighed and headed to the pagoda in the middle of the city, where he spent all of his battle credit to purchase paper talismans, as well as spirit alcohol that could be used to restore spiritual power. Only with sufficient spiritual power could he protect himself within the labyrinth. As for the 800 other members of the Third Corps, although he was responsible for their safety, considering the limited time involved, he did what he could to help them, but it wasn't much. Soon, it was only 2 hours away from evening. That was when Chen Hetian emerged from the pagoda and summoned the 30,000 cultivators who had been selected for the mission, then waved his hand and shot out beyond the wall. Worried that the group would travel too slowly, he performed an incantation gesture, causing a mass of clouds to build up that quickly carried the 30,000 cultivators across the lands. Because of that, it only took about 2 hours to reach the entrance of the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun was there in the crowd, glaring furiously at Chen Hetian. However, considering the level of the man's cultivation base, Bai Xiaochun knew that he could only sigh helplessly about the situation. However, that didn't prevent him from swearing an oath. "You just wait until I become a demigod, you old fossil. Then I'll get my revenge in full. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 537, Devil Bai is here. Chapter 537, Devil Bai is here. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun had considered putting his mask on. However, it wasn't very convenient to do so with so many people around, so all he could do was scowl and maintain his place within the crowd. Currently, he was wrapped up in thoughts about how to keep himself safe. However, up to this point, he hadn't come up with any new ideas. The only thing he could think to do was try to find an opportunity inside the labyrinth to put on his mask and change his identity. "That's my only option," he thought sullenly, his expression grim. While Chen Hetian was leading his group of 30,000 cultivators toward the 9 black pillars of light and the labyrinth beneath them, the Wildlands forces were doing the same. After all, when compared to a Deva soul, the war was of little consequence. The fighting had gone on for countless years, and the Great Wall had held strong over and over again. Unfortunately for the Wildlanders, Deva souls were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. Therefore, whenever one appeared, it became the most important aspect of anything. As with the Great Wall, they had their misgivings about whether or not the labyrinth was some sort of trap. However, when it came to Mistress Red Dust, she had immediately come to certain speculations regarding the place, even when the first black pillar of light had appeared. Later, when the single beam turned into 9, her speculations had been confirmed as being true. It is almost completely without question that this is one of the 10 sepulchres of the second-generation Archemperor. Mistress Red Dust had been visibly moved by the sight of the 9 black pillars of light, and they immediately caused her to recall a bit of history that her father had related to her. Before the rebellion led by the Celestial from Heavenspan Island, the realm was not called the Lands of Heavenspan, but rather, the Lands of the Archemperor. Furthermore, there were actually 2 emperors who ruled in those lands. One was the Archemperor, and the other was the Hell Emperor. The Archemperor presided over the Ancestor River, and the Hell Emperor presided over the Underworld River. The Ancestor River was none other than the modern-day Heavenspan River. One of the emperors presided over the living, the other presided over the dead. One was the ultimate entity in the world, the other was the ultimate expression of the faith of its people. Before the second-generation Archemperor's longevity ended, he drew upon the energy of all living things in heaven and earth to construct 10 sepulchres. The first sepulchre was the actual location of his remains, and would remain eternally unopened. However, the other 9 sepulchres contained various funerary objects left behind after his death, as well as numerous legacies. His entire purpose in leaving behind the sepulchres was in case one of his later descendants ended up facing a powerful enemy. In such a situation, they could rely on the sepulchres to gain the power to fight back. Of course, the sepulchres were protected by restrictive spells that made them impossible for people to search for and find. The location of the sepulchres had been passed down from one Archemperor to the next over several generations, and were kept top secret. However, something unexpected happened during the reign of the 5th-generation Archemperor. He died a sudden and unexpected death, without the opportunity to pass on all of his secrets. Because of that, the location of the 2nd-generation Archemperor's sepulchres became an unsolvable mystery. It was during the reign of the 9th-generation Archemperor that Heavenspan rose to prominence. All the lands rebelled, and the rulers of the world changed. The battered and broken survivors of the Archemperor's bloodline fled into the wildlands, and the sepulchres of the 2nd-generation Archemperor became little more than legend. Mistress Red Dust was deeply excited about the possibility of the labyrinth being one of the sepulchres of the 2nd-generation Archemperor. Each sepulchre would be surrounded by dozens of caves, each of which would contain the remains of Deva-level beasts. There would also be a stone stele with details regarding the trial by fire inside. Other than one of the sepulchres of the 2nd-generation Archemperor, I can't think of any other location that would directly offer a Deva soul as a reward. She didn't tell anyone about what she knew, but at the same time, was relatively certain that few people in the world had even heard about the 2nd-generation Archemperor. Of course, the mere mention of a Deva soul was enough to stir all of the local wildland soul cultivators into a frenzy, and to avoid suspicion, she did nothing to prevent them from taking action. In fact, having so many soul cultivators along exploring the labyrinth at the same time as her would make it easier for her to cover up her true intentions, and make her way through the maze. And that was what led to all of the soul cultivators and savages in the area rushing at top speed toward the labyrinth. Many of them had never fought on the battlefield, and did not belong to any of the major powers of the wildlands. They were essentially rogue cultivators, and they were showing up in droves. Currently, the sky was growing dark as evening approached, and numerous such figures were starting to show up outside of the labyrinth's entrance. At the moment, it was too early for the labyrinth to be open, and therefore, the new arrivals either stuck together in groups of 3 to 5 people, or waited alone off to the side. As evening grew nearer, rumbling sounds filled the air from the direction of the Great Wall as 30,000 beams of light appeared. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the wildland soul cultivators and savages, whose eyes began to glitter with killing intent. The buzz of conversation soon rose up. The rebel cultivators. Humph. Rebel cultivators from the Great Wall. And a big group of them, . Yeah, so what? This is the wildlands, and we're the holy people. However, despite the Great Wall having sent a large group, they were actually outnumbered by the wildland soul cultivators, of whom there were at least 100,000. Chen Hetian was in the lead of the group of 30,000, and as they neared and saw the cold stares being leveled at them, he snorted. The sound of that snort immediately slammed like thunder into the ears of the wildlanders, many of whom couldn't hide their shock as they realized who was in the lead of the Great Wall cultivators. However, Chen Hetian wasn't interested in starting a fight. He could sense Mistress Red Dust's aura locked onto him, and was also aware that, just like himself, she was interested in entering the labyrinth. Therefore, other than his cold snort, Chen Hetian did nothing to the surrounding wildlanders, not even look at them. He just remained there outside the entrance, waiting for evening to fall. Xiaochun was trying to keep himself hidden within the army of 30,000, and was hoping that none of the soul cultivators would recognize him. He even edged his way through the crowd until he was concealed behind a tall, burly man. Then, by peering through the spaces between the man's arms, he took a look at the area up ahead, which was riddled with pits and craters. It actually didn't look very much at all like it had the last time he was here. In the very middle was the largest of pits, which was covered with a shimmering gray shield of light. Apparently, the place was closed, and no one could enter it. Just outside of that pit was a 30-meter-tall stone stele which radiated a sensation of ancient time, as if it had existed in place for countless years on end. Lines of text could be seen on the stone stele which were too small to read with the naked eye. However, by boosting the vision with one's cultivation base, they would become quite clear. Beneath the labyrinth is a realm of trials by fire. Travel through the labyrinth, and pass one of the trials by fire. Whoever takes first place will acquire a Deva soul. After reading the text rather quickly, Xiaochun didn't pay it any more attention. After all, the main thing he was concerned about was protecting his poor little life. In fact, he even bowed his head and tried to tune out the muttered conversations of the wildlanders. After all, the gazes of those wildlanders who turned in his direction made him feel very uneasy. They can't see me, he told himself. They can't see me. He even turned to the side a bit to make it harder for people to notice him. However, there were just too many soul cultivators and savages present, and they were congregated in almost every direction possible. Furthermore, more were showing up every moment. Despite the fact that Xiaochun was trying to hide in the crowd, that crowd of 30,000 were completely eye-catching, and all of the soul cultivators and savages were eyeing them. Even if Xiaochun had been able to hide in a better way, he couldn't make himself invisible. It was only inevitable that people would find him, and even if he used cursory methods to disguise himself, they would have been able to detect his aura. The only way to evade detection would have been to put on his mask. However, there were too many people around, and besides, Old Three Eyes would definitely have spread word that he had an appearance-changing ability. Then he would have been in even more danger than before. The best thing to do was to wait for the right moment inside the labyrinth to put on his mask. Even as he was shrinking down in an attempt to keep hidden, one of the soul cultivators off in the distance happened to catch sight of his profile. Almost instantly, the young man's eyes went wide. Pointing in Xiaochun's direction, he shouted, "Devil Bai! I just saw Devil Bai!" The explosive volume of his voice ensured that all of the soul cultivators in the area heard him. Jaws dropping, they all turned in the direction he was pointing. Inwardly, Xiaochun was howling in grief. Moments ago, he had felt that he was doing a very good job of hiding himself, and could never have imagined that someone would so viciously call out his name. Numerous gazes fell upon him, as sharp as swords, and although not everyone could see his face clearly, there were plenty who could. Devil Bai! It's Devil Bai! I can only see his back, but that's definitely him. Ha ha ha! I can't believe Devil Bai is here. It's really him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, Run, Xiaochun. Chapter 538, Run, Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was howling inwardly, his scalp tingling in terror. Even if he were more powerful than he currently was, there were just too many wildlanders, all of whom wanted his head for the bounty on it. Immediately, he began to tremble, and hurried in a different direction to try to hide. However, the people who had already caught sight of him were yelling out loudly, causing more wildlanders to turn their gazes in his direction. Some people even flew up into the air, eyes flashing like sharp arrows as they locked onto his position. The cultivators of the 5 legions who were in his area subconsciously began to back away from him, pushing away the 3rd Corps soldiers as they did. The burly man he had been hiding behind instantly felt pressure weighing down on him, and moved away. "Don't go, bro!" Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. "Let me hide behind you for a bit, and once the danger is past, I'll definitely give you some handsome compensation." And yet, the burly man simply hurried off without so much as a backward glance. Bai Xiaochun was getting very anxious, and was about to look for other cultivators to hide behind when he realized that everyone was struggling to get away from him, leaving him completely exposed. Before long, everyone in the entire area was looking at him. Devil Bai. The wildland's humiliation will never go away unless Devil Bai is killed. I can't believe he has the guts to show up here. Ha ha ha. Devil Bai is mine. Forget about the hidden treasure and the Deva soul. I don't care about that stuff. If I can kill Bai Xiaochun, I'll get a full set of 5 elements Deva beast souls. That's pretty much the exact same thing as a Deva soul. How outrageous. He dares to show up here despite having a bounty of Deva beast souls on his head. He's basically taunting us. Bai Xiaochun was grief-stricken and enraged at the same time, and felt his guts cramping up inside of him from the terror. The greedy, hateful gazes of the wildland soul cultivators and savages only seemed to intensify with every moment that passed. Plus, all of his compatriots from the Great Wall were backing away from him, and some even gazed at him with glittering eyes, making his heart feel as cold as ice. I didn't want to come here. I'm not taunting anybody. Almost everyone was looking at him with evil designs, and the way they seemed to think that he was a treasure worth looting caused sweat to break out on his forehead. After all, whoever it was that killed him would get a full set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, which could theoretically be used to trade for a Deva soul. Most importantly, if somebody killed me, not only would they get a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, they would also get my 2 Deva souls. They would be rich in an instant. The more he thought about it, the more Bai Xiaochun realized that he was actually more valuable than any of the treasures hidden in the labyrinth. How did this happen? He thought, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm worth more than all the secret treasures down there. The more he thought about how unfair it was that all his service for the Great Wall had ended up at this point, the more he ground his teeth, and the more bloodshot his eyes got. Some of the soul cultivators and savages, and even some of the scattered necromancers, had such vicious glares that it seemed like they might charge forth at any moment to try to kill him. Even as Bai Xiaochun was left exposed by the Great Wall cultivators, there were some of his men from the 3rd Corps who were trying to rush over to help, but were clearly too late. After all, if some of the soul cultivators really did attack, the entire situation would get out of control immediately. Eyes flickering because of the deadly crisis, Bai Xiaochun suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Who else wants to die?" As his voice echoed out like thunder, the soul cultivators and savages who had been contemplating attacking him suddenly recalled how he had fought in battle years ago. Some of them had seen the fight with their own eyes, and others had just heard about it. Either way, all were struck with fear by the thought of it, and began to hesitate. After all, Bai Xiaochun had incredible battle prowess, and whoever tried to attack him first would not only be incapable of killing him, but would also have a hard time staying alive. Even as they hesitated, the setting sun sank behind the clouds, and evening fell. As the lands were blanketed in golden light, the gray shield covering the entrance to the labyrinth vanished, allowing miserable shrieks and other noises to echo out from within. It sounded like the howling of countless ghosts, piercing deep into the minds of everyone present. Bai Xiaochun was racked with anxiety, but didn't see any other options available. Although going into the labyrinth would place him in the middle of extreme danger, it also would give him an opportunity. Therefore, as soon as the entrance was revealed, and while everyone else was still reeling in shock, he gritted his teeth and shot forward in a blast of speed, becoming a series of afterimages that made a beeline toward the entrance. He drew upon the mountain-shaking bash, causing a thunderclap to echo out. In the blink of an eye, he was at the entrance. Of course, unwilling to let anyone think he was scared, he bellowed, "Elder brother Zhao, elder sister Chen. Bai Xiaochun is on his way to rescue you." Then he disappeared, grabbed up by the natural teleportation function of the entrance. Almost immediately, the killing intent of the savages, soul cultivators, and necromancers burned high, and they shot forward to give chase. "Don't even think about running, Devil Bai. Kill Devil Bai and get that bounty. Chase him." Chen Hetian looked on, his face completely expressionless. However, when he heard Bai Xiaochun's words, his eye twitched slightly. Then he waved his sleeve and said, "5 legions, heed my command. Enter the labyrinth." The 30,000 cultivators didn't dare to hesitate, and all flew toward the labyrinth, Chen Hetian along with them. Within moments, the entire group that had been gathered outside the entrance was nowhere to be seen. And yet, there were still beams of light approaching from the distance to join those who had entered the labyrinth. Meanwhile, news that Bai Xiaochun had entered the labyrinth was being spread among the soul cultivators in the areas nearby. In one of the wildlands tribes some distance away, a savage chief was sitting cross-legged when he got a report about the matter. Instantly, he looked up from his meditation. "What? Devil Bai showed up?" Gritting his teeth, the tribal chief burst into motion. "Devil Bai is dead, and I'm going to make sure it happens." Similar scenes played out in other tribes. At the same time, the rogue soul cultivators who abounded in the wildlands also got the news through their own channels of communication, and their eyes began to shine brightly. Devil Bai. Mistress Red Dust increased the reward on his head to a whole set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. Whoever kills him can definitely get to the nascent soul stage. Ha. At first, I wasn't very interested in that labyrinth. After all, it would take a lot of good fortune and pure luck to get the Deva soul. But now there's another option. For all intents and purposes, there are 2 treasures to be had in that labyrinth. Come on, let's get going to the labyrinth. It wasn't just the soul cultivators and savages who were going crazy. There were necromancers and other high-ranking wildlanders who thirsted for a set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. After hearing that Bai Xiaochun had made an appearance, all of them began to rush toward the labyrinth. During the several hours which passed after the entrance opened, more and more wildlanders poured into the area and unhesitatingly entered the labyrinth. Their goal was not to take first place in the trial by fire that was the labyrinth itself, and thus acquire a Deva soul. Most people viewed that as being a goal too difficult to reach. Their goal was to kill Bai Xiaochun. Kill Bai Xiaochun and get a set of Deva Beast souls. Furthermore, of those people who had come to the labyrinth with the intention of winning the Deva soul, virtually all of them had planned to trade it for a set of Deva Beast souls. Therefore, to them, it actually made more sense to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun was now just as valuable as the Deva soul, if not more. Killing Bai Xiaochun was the key to everything, but regardless of when they came to the decision, the wildlanders were almost all interested in searching for Bai Xiaochun, and as soon as they entered the labyrinth, they began to rush out in every direction to try to find him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Ill Intentions. Chapter 539, Ill Intentions. Another 2 hours went by, during which more and more people appeared near the entrance of the labyrinth. Eventually, a young man arrived who caused the other soul cultivators and savages in the area to look over in shock. "Beat it," he said. The coldness of his words caused everyone in the area to scatter immediately to make way. The young man hovering in the air above the entrance to the labyrinth was exceedingly handsome, and wore expensive clothing that made him look very different from the soul cultivators and savages. There was something noble and grand about the way he carried himself. He had a star-shaped mark on his forehead, a sigil that pulsed with strange power and caused the young man to radiate a mysterious pressure. Strapped to his back was a pitch-black great bow that had 9 silver designs on its surface. Anyone who laid eyes on that weapon would instantly be filled with both fear and envy. Soon hushed whispers could be heard in the area. "He's from one of the aristocratic necromancer clans." Looks of respect soon appeared in the eyes of the soul cultivators, and as for the savages, they trembled as they bowed in greeting. In the wildlands, necromancers occupied extremely high positions, and the aristocratic necromancer clans were extremely powerful, to the point where they were even highly valued by the nobility. 1. The easiest way to identify whether a necromancer was a rogue cultivator or from one of the aristocratic clans was to examine his or her forehead. Only necromancers from the aristocratic clans would have ancestral sigils like this young man. This young man was not in the nascent soul stage, only in the great circle of core formation. However, because of his status as an aristocratic necromancer, he was the type of person who commanded respect no matter where he went in the wildlands. His name was Xiaochun, too, and as he stood there outside of the entrance of the labyrinth, he completely ignored all of the surrounding soul cultivators and savages. Originally, he hadn't planned to enter the labyrinth. Neither had he participated in the recent war with the Great Wall. Such things were beneath him. After all, although the clan he came from couldn't be considered extremely large, it was quite famous in this particular area. He only had one reason for coming to the labyrinth, by Xiaochun, Although my Zhou clan might get a complete set of 5 elements Deva beast souls soon, I would never be in the running to get them. But, if I can kill by Xiaochun, then I'll definitely have those souls for my own. Then, after I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be able to rise in the necromancer rankings. I can finally try to conjure 10-colored flame, or perhaps even 11-colored flame. With 10-colored flame, I will rise to the absolute peak of the Master Necromancer rank. And if I can make 11-colored flame, then I'll finally be a terrestrial necromancer. With such thoughts on his mind, Xiaochun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he flew directly into the entrance to be teleported into the labyrinth. By this point, there were fully 200,000 people inside the labyrinth, with only 30,000 of them being from the Great Wall. The rest of that number was comprised of soul cultivators and savages, as well as a few hundred necromancers. Although everyone was teleported to different locations throughout the labyrinth, considering there were 200,000 of them, they made a huge splash upon their entrance. The labyrinth was essentially a complicated, sprawling maze in which divine sense was severely limited. As for all the people who wanted to track down by Xiaochun, they immediately scattered in different directions to look for him, and yet, none of them were able to find a single trace. That only made the wildlanders more anxious, as they worried about the prospect of someone else being the one to find him. Because of that, whenever the wildlanders ran into cultivators from the Great Wall, they mostly ignored them, not wanting to pull time away from their search. Not all of the wildlanders were searching for Bai Xiaochun. But he had attracted the attention of most of them, and thus, there was much less pressure on the Great Wall cultivators. Of course, if the wildlanders came across a lone Great Wall cultivator, they would attack in the hopes of getting some treasure. It wasn't limited to the Great Wall forces either. Wildlanders would even attack each other if the opportunity arose. At the same time, many strange and bizarre things began to occur in various parts of the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun had long since donned his mask of flesh, and looked like a middle-aged soul cultivator. He was currently creeping along carefully in the labyrinth, terrified of being recognized. Back when he had first entered the place, he had shot through the tunnels at top speed, randomly picking directions in the hope of losing his pursuers. In that he had succeeded, but as a result, he now had no idea where he was. He tried to use some magical techniques in the hopes of figuring a way out, but quickly found out that the labyrinth contained a ceiling pressure that made such magics of heaven and earth impossible to use. So what if I'm lost? Everyone else is going to be just as lost as me. Rubbing his forehead a bit, he looked around at the walls of the tunnels, which all looked exactly the same to him. He almost felt a bit dizzy. The tunnels had low ceilings, making it impossible to fly up into the air and get one's bearings. Plus, divine sense was limited. Xiaochun had even tried blasting his way through the walls, but it had little effect. Even more frustrating was that it was impossible to leave marks on the walls to keep track of which tunnels he had passed through. Worst of all was that the entire place was freezing cold. It was a sinister coldness that differed from his frigid qi, and made the entire labyrinth seem like it was a cemetery or graveyard. On numerous occasions, Xiaochun got the sensation that someone was watching him from behind. However, whenever he looked over his shoulder, he didn't see anything behind him. What kind of awful place is this? He muttered, chewing on his bottom lip. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped in place, his eyes shining with a fierceness that made him seem like a sharp, drawn blade. It was in that moment that 4 figures hurried around a corner up ahead of him. 3 of them were soul cultivators, and 1 was a savage giant who had shrunk his body down to a height of 3 meters. They were obviously a team of some sort, and they all had profound cultivation bases at the Great Circle of Core Formation. Shockingly, one of the soul cultivators had a partially formed nascent soul, indicating that he had failed in his attempt to reach the nascent soul stage and was now considered a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. Being in the pseudo-nascent soul stage had upsides and downsides. The upside was that such a cultivation base was higher than even the Great Circle of Core Formation. The downside was that if a person with that type of cultivation base wished to complete their nascent soul, the difficulty level would be 10 times greater than normal. This group of 4 was moving in formation, with the giant taking the lead position, and the 3 soul cultivators following. Although the soul cultivators weren't wearing very extravagant clothing, they all had magical items swirling around them. One had a green flying sword with 6 silver designs. The other had a similar sword, except that it was red. Clearly, those 2 swords had both received 6-fold spirit enhancements. Even more shocking was that the pseudo-nascent soul cultivator had a glittering pearl floating above him that had 7 silver designs on it. The group of 4 swung around the corner with vigilant expressions on their face, and almost immediately caught sight of Xiaochun with his mask on. Xiaochun stood there, staring back at them. This was not the first group of wildlanders he had come across. He had run into a few other groups along the way, all of whom had simply looked at him for a moment before proceeding along their way. Xiaochun and the group of 4 stood there for a few breaths of time, sizing each other up. Then, Xiaochun backed up a bit to make room for them to pass. The wildlanders continued forward, eyeing Xiaochun and his multiple layers of armor. When they were roughly 30 meters away, the giant suddenly turned and started running toward him, cackling madly. They still don't know who I really am, Xiaochun thought. They just liked my armor, and since I'm alone, think they can rob me. I need to finish this quickly. Eyes flashing with cold light as the savage giant closed in, Xiaochun took a step forward with speed that left his opponents completely taken aback. Before any of them could see him clearly, they heard a muffled boom, and then the screams of the savage giant, who flew backward through the air for a brief moment before exploding into bits, sending arrow-like streaks of blood toward the soul cultivators. When things became clear, they saw Xiaochun standing in the spot once occupied by the savage giant, slowly lowering his fist. Their eyes went wide, and their hearts started to pound at the realization that they had provoked a powerful expert. However, it was too late for regrets by this point. All 3 of the soul cultivators had fought on the field of battle, and knew that when enemies faced each other in a fight, there was only one option. The blood streaking toward them contained corrosive toxins, and there was nothing that the 3 of them could do to negate it. Therefore, the pseudonascent soul cultivator sent a burst of light streaming out of his pearl, which created a glimmering shield that blocked most of the blood. Then the killing intent of the three soul cultivators began to surge. Die. 1. In English, the words aristocracy and nobility can be virtually synonymous, but the two Chinese terms being used here are very different. In this case, what I'm translating as aristocratic clans is basically referring to rich and powerful clans who have long histories in the area, but aren't necessarily connected to the government. The nobility, on the other hand, would be part of the government or ruling class. 2. Zhou Yixing's given name, Yixing, literally means 1 star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, 9-Colored Flame. Chapter 540, 9-Colored Flame. 2 of the 3 soul cultivators performed incantation gestures, sending their 2 flying swords screaming through the air toward Bai Xiaochun at top speed. Both swords had 6-fold spirit enhancements, and thus, Bai Xiaochun was very well aware of how dangerous they were. Simultaneously, the pseudonascent soul cultivator began to chant an indecipherable enchantment that caused the pearl floating above him to fill with black mist. Then, the image of an evil ghost appeared, which lunged out toward Bai Xiaochun with outstretched hands. Considering how they quickly blocked all of Bai Xiaochun's possible avenues of approach to them, it was obvious that this group had worked together before in the past. Just as they were preparing to move forward, though, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. "You guys have spirit-enhanced treasures, huh? Well, so do I." With a flourish, he pulled a black parasol from his bag of holding. It was none other than the Eternal Parasol. In the past, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base had only allowed him to use a fraction of the power of the parasol. But now he was in the great circle of the gold core stage, and although he still couldn't unleash its full potential, he didn't have trouble using it like he had before. Almost in the same movement with which he produced the parasol, Bai Xiaochun shoved it out in front of him and pushed his finger down onto the handle. Then, a pop could be heard as the black parasol opened up, just in time to meet the flying swords and the misty ghost. The 2 flying swords slammed into the defensive barrier that was the parasol, and were sent spinning off to the side. As for the misty ghost, it let out a shriek and made as if to retreat. However, that was when a bizarre, smiling face appeared on the surface of the black parasol. The face began to inhale, and the ghost shrieked as it was sucked in. Although all of these things take some time to describe, they took place in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. A moment later, the 3 soul cultivators were looking at Bai Xiaochun with expressions of complete and utter shock, and the pseudonascent soul expert was so shocked that his eyes were bulging out of his head. The sight of the 8 silver designs on the surface of the eternal parasol left him panting in shock. But then, only a moment later, his eyes glinted with ferocity, and he took advantage of his 2 companions' astonishment to suddenly reach out and shove them. The 2 soul cultivators' faces fell. Never could they have imagined that their own leader would act so ruthlessly. And yet their bodies were completely beyond their own control as they tumbled toward Bai Xiaochun. Simultaneously, the pseudonascent soul cultivator retreated as quickly as possible. From what he could tell, this middle-aged cultivator not only had a powerful fleshly body, but he also had a profound cultivation base in shocking magical items. He was like a prowling wolf who was completely confident in being able to move about on his own. Not only did he not fear people ambushing him, he intentionally put himself out in the open to attract attention. As the 3 soul cultivators were thrown into chaos, Bai Xiaochun closed the parasol and took a step forward, utilizing such blinding speed that he transformed into a series of afterimages that instantly appeared directly in front of his 2 weaker opponents. Then, he struck out twice in quick succession with his right hand, striking each of them in the chest. Agonized shrieks rang out, and blood erupted from the mouths of the 2 soul cultivators as they tumbled backward like kites with their strings cut. Unexpectedly, they also began to wither up as their life force turned into white mist that swirled out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and headed toward the eternal parasol. Bai Xiaochun was used to the eternal parasol consuming life force, and now that it had received an 8-fold spirit enhancement, it was even more powerful than before. However, the fact that it could do so from a distance was new to him. Of course, now wasn't the time to ponder the new development. Seeing that the pseudonascent soul cultivator was trying to flee, he immediately began to give chase. When the pseudonascent soul cultivator heard the screams of his companions, he looked over his shoulder and saw their life force being extracted. Mind reeling, he blurted, "You're not a soul cultivator, you're a necromancer." Xiaochun was a bit taken aback, but didn't let it show. Snorting coldly, he pushed forward with explosive speed that clearly put him in a place to catch up within moments. The pseudonascent soul cultivator was cursing inwardly. Despite the level of his cultivation base, he could tell from Xiaochun's display of battle prowess that there was no way he could fight him. Finally, he shouted, "Exalted One, wait. I'm willing to become your follower." It's much better to explore the labyrinth with followers than to do it alone, Exalted One. Xiaochun's expression flickered as he realized that what the man was saying actually made sense. As long as he was on his own, he would almost certainly run into more ambushes, and the more fighting he did, the more likely his divine abilities and magical techniques might expose his true identity. With someone else to traverse the labyrinth with, he would be able to avoid many annoying situations. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he waved his right hand and sent a powerful blast of energy out toward the pseudonascent soul cultivator. Blood oozed out of the corners of the man's mouth, and his eyes flickered with fury. However, he simply gritted his teeth and stopped fleeing. Then he clasped hands respectfully and bowed toward Xiaochun. "I, Chenju, am willing to become your follower, Exalted One." Xiaochun didn't say anything in response. After looking Chenju up and down a few times, he pointed toward the man's forehead, sending a stream of frigid chi into him that came to rest in his chest. Now, all it would take would be a single thought, and the frigid chi would erupt, instantly crushing the man's heart. Chenju shivered, but didn't dare to evade the frigid chi. After accepting Xiaochun's restrictive spell, he sighed with relief at having managed to preserve his own life, at least temporarily. "Let's go," Xiaochun said in a raspy voice, proceeding forward. "Yes sir," Chenju said, taking a deep breath as he proceeded to scan the area for threats. He knew that his only chance at staying alive was to stick close to this necromancer, and hoped that after everything was over, he would be allowed to go free. Although no expression could be seen on Xiaochun's face, he was secretly eyeing Chenju and feeling very pleased with how brilliant he was. Wherever he went, people would bow and scrape and even weep at the chance to become his follower. He really had no choice but to agree to the arrangement, although he was very curious to know how the man would react upon finding out that he was now a follower of Xiaochun. It was all really very amusing. In fact, Xiaochun decided that from now on, he would have to pretend to be a man of few words, that way, he would seem even more threatening. Besides, what this Chenju said actually makes a lot of sense. The more soul cultivators I have following me, the safer I'll be. Continuing to ponder the issue, he raced along with Chenju. Every turn and tunnel of the labyrinth seemed the same, and leaving marks on the wall was virtually impossible. Xiaochun's head was already spinning as he tried to keep track of where he was. Finally, he decided that he would stick to the right. When moving along, he would hug the right wall of the tunnel, and when he reached the occasional intersection, he would always pick the right-hand path. 3 days passed in a flash, during which time Xiaochun and Chenju ran into wildlanders and Great Wall cultivators on numerous occasions. Soon, Xiaochun realized that many of the others were doing the same thing he was, and traveling in one fixed direction. For the most part, everyone avoided each other. It seemed no one wanted to get into fights. Even when they ran into larger groups of wildland soul cultivators, when they saw how Chenju treated Xiaochun, and spotted the eternal parasol with its 8 silver designs, they immediately jumped to the conclusion that he was a necromancer, and not to be provoked. Because of that, he encountered no dangerous situations during those 3 days. At one point on the 4th day, he suddenly stopped in place, his eyes flashing. "There's something strange up ahead," he said to Chenju, speaking in a raspy voice. Surprised, Chenju looked at the tunnel up ahead, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Bai Xiaochun couldn't see anything specific either. However, from his battle with Luochen clan onward, he had continuously developed his sensitivity to danger. As a result, he was never mistaken in identifying perilous situations. He could sense that even though the area up ahead didn't seem unusual, there was killing intent lurking there. Without any hesitation, Bai Xiaochun began to back up. As for Chenju, although he wasn't sure what exactly was going on, he didn't dare to defy Bai Xiaochun, and also began to edge backward. Almost at the same time, a peal of cold laughter rang out, and in the blink of an eye, ripples spread out through the air like waves on water, and numerous figures appeared out in the open. Shockingly, there were more than a dozen people in the tunnel now. All of them had profound cultivation bases, and all of them were charging toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he spun, raising his eternal parasol. 8 silver designs erupted with blinding light, and the bizarre face appeared again. Just when it seemed that fighting was about to break out, a cold voice drifted out from the ripples in the air. "Don't be so disrespectful." Almost immediately, the soul cultivators who had been charging toward Bai Xiaochun stopped in place. At the same time, a young man stepped out from the ripples, his expression grim. He was clad in a long, expensive garment, and had a star-shaped sigil on his forehead. He was none other than Zhou Yixing. Intense fluctuations of soul power rolled off of him, soul power that completely differed from that of the soul cultivators. There was something abstruse to it, an indecipherable pressure of incredible magnitude. Even more shocking was that flickering within the palm of his hand was a tongue of underworldly flame. The flame had many colors to it. In fact, closer examination would reveal 9 different colors. The instant Bai Xiaochun saw it, his eyes went wide and his mind spun. That fire was 9-colored flame. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Red Hats, Green Hats, or a bunch of little hats. Chapter 541, Red Hats, Green Hats, or a bunch of little hats. When Chenju saw Zhou Yixing in his 9-colored flame, his expression instantly became one of deep respect. 9-colored flame. A master necromancer. Zhou Yixing ignored Chenju, as if he felt soul cultivators weren't even worth looking at. All he cared about was Bai Xiaochun, or more specifically, the eternal parasol in his hand. However, after examining it for a moment, he seemed a bit unconvinced about Bai Xiaochun himself. Turning his gaze from the parasol to Bai Xiaochun, he asked, "Are you a soul cultivator, or a necromancer?" 9-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun thought, his mind reeling as he stared at the fire in Zhou Yixing's hand. Based on what he could sense, it was clear that Zhou Yixing was not a nascent soul cultivator, but instead, was in the great circle of core formation. And yet, Bai Xiaochun could tell that if the power contained within the 9-colored flame were to be released, it would be shocking to the extreme. Even as Zhou Yixing was sizing up Bai Xiaochun was doing the same. He could tell that the young man was eyeing his eternal parasol, which he had originally pulled out to use as nothing more than a threat. Considering this newcomer's cultivation base, his 9-colored flame, and what Chenju had just said, Bai Xiaochun knew exactly what kind of person he was. Wildlands. Spirit enhancement. Necromancy. Based on the information Bai Xiaochun had learned years ago about necromancers, and the fact that he had seen so many spirit-enhanced magical items in the Wildlands, he was already starting to come up with some theories about how the two were connected. However, now was not the time for protracted contemplation. Bai Xiaochun's gaze met Zhou Yixing's, and both of them could sense the powerful fluctuations emanating from the other. Frowning, and eyes glittering with cold light, Zhou Yixing said, "It's rare that I run into someone I can't personally assess. I'm going to ask you again. Are you a soul cultivator, or a necromancer?" As he spoke the words, the soul cultivators with him leveled icy gazes onto Bai Xiaochun. "A necromancer," Bai Xiaochun replied, narrowing his eyes. However, in his opinion, words alone wouldn't be very convincing. Therefore, after taking a quick moment to analyze Zhou Yixing's soul power fluctuations, he released some of the power of his cultivation base. Furthermore, he used the miraculous powers of the mask to adjust the fluctuations so that they seemed to be soul power instead of spiritual power. It was a powerful, domineering energy that could not come from a soul cultivator, and contained pressure that was unique to necromancers. Immediately, the surrounding soul cultivators' expressions flickered. As for Zhou Yixing, his pupils constricted as he quickly analyzed the soul power. Then he glanced at Bai Xiaochun's eternal parasol, and once again, a frown appeared on his face. Was I mistaken just now? He thought. I could have sworn that my nine-colored flame bent toward him when he got close to me, as if it wanted to fly out of my hand in his direction. It only lasted for a moment before returning to normal, but that's definitely never happened before. Was it that parasol? No, I don't think so. There's something very strange about this guy. Well, maybe I can figure out the answer after killing him. Even as Zhou Yixing hesitated, Bai Xiaochun also stood there trying to decide what to do. Considering that it was nine-colored flame he was looking at, he was tempted to try to kill this young man and take it. After trying to assess how he measured up in strength, and then looking at the nine-colored flame, he was still hesitant, not because of the number of opponents, but because he wasn't sure how powerful nine-colored flame was. And yet, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he could perform a ninefold spirit enhancement on the eternal parasol with that flame, making it even more powerful, and also increase his chances of getting out of the labyrinth safely. This guy doesn't know how fast I am, so if I suddenly make a move, he'll probably automatically use that nine-colored flame to attack me. As they stared at each other, both could see the coldness in each other's gazes. A moment passed, and then Zhou Yixing pointed at Bai Xiaochun with his left hand. Kill him, . Even as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, instantly resorting to the top speed he was capable of. A series of afterimages stretched out behind him as he sped forward so quickly it made it impossible for anyone to react. In almost the same moment that he began to move, he was right in front of Zhou Yixing, his right hand rocketing forward in a fist strike. Although he wanted the nine-colored flame, he didn't reveal that fact in his first move, which was a punch leveled square at Zhou Yixing's chest. Zhou Yixing's eyes went wide. Never in his wildest imagination could he have guessed that his opponent would be so fast. After being struck, Zhou Yixing flew backward and waved his right hand through the air, causing the nine-colored flame to erupt into a sea of fire that moved to block Bai Xiaochun's attack. The surrounding soul cultivators were shocked by what was happening, but charged Bai Xiaochun nonetheless. As for Chen Zhu, he moved to defend Bai Xiaochun. In the shortest of moments, fierce fighting broke out. To see a nine-colored sea of flame roaring toward him caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to start pounding. Although he had already decided to go all out in this battle, he could already sense how terrifying the nine-colored flame was, and was unsure if he could survive being hit with it. However, since the fight had already broken out, all he could do was grit his teeth and unleash his frigid chi. The power of a frigid paragon instantly filled the area, freezing the soul cultivators solid before they could do anything. The ground and tunnel walls alike were frozen, making the entire area a world of frigid coldness. When the frigid chi made contact with the nine-colored sea of flames, it sunk down into something like a mouth that opened up to swallow the fire. Intense rumbling sounds were spreading out into the labyrinth in every direction. Be sealed. Bai Xiaochun roared. Instantly, frigid chi began to converge onto the nine-colored flame in an attempt to seal it. However, the incredible nine-colored flame was actually causing the frigid chi to melt. Unfortunately for the nine-colored flame, it had no foundation upon which to burn, and therefore, it quickly began to grow dim, as if it might be snuffed out in any moment. Expression flickering, Zhou Yixing quickly prepared to pull the flame back into his hand. However, how could Bai Xiaochun possibly allow that to happen? In almost the same moment that the frigid chi made contact with the nine-colored flame, he snapped his eternal parasol open. The bizarre face yet again appeared, looked at Zhou Yixing, and then began to inhale. As for Zhou Yixing, it was to his terror that he felt something locking down onto his life force. The fact that his opponent had such shocking battle prowess, and also had a frigid domain, was completely mind-blowing. In response to the appearance of the ghost face on the eternal parasol, he reached up and pushed down onto the star sigil on his forehead, causing starlight to erupt out in an attack on the eternal parasol. The eternal parasol shivered, and yet, it had enough power to fight against Zhou Yixing's starlight, which in turn gave Bai Xiaochun just enough time to reach out and grab the sealed 9-colored flame. In one fluid move, he tossed the flame, and the frigid chi seal which contained it, into his bag of holding. After all, he realized that by using his frigid chi, he risked revealing his identity. Furthermore, the starlight magical technique that Zhou Yixing had just used seemed very bizarre, and considering that Bai Xiaochun had already acquired the 9-colored flame, he didn't want to keep fighting. Without any hesitation, he began to flee in the opposite direction. "Are you looking to die?" Zhou Yixing roared, his eyes brimming with rage and his hair starting to unravel from its top knot. So far, he still hadn't deduced Bai Xiaochun's identity. However, this opponent was blocking his path, had stolen his 9-colored flame, and made it impossible for him to have time to unleash any magical techniques. As such, his rage was burning extremely hot. Slapping his bag of holding with his right hand, he produced the black great bow that he usually kept on his back. Speeding after Bai Xiaochun, he pulled the bowstring back and then unleashed a screaming, illusory arrow. It was a soul arrow formed from soul power, and as soon as it left the bow, it pierced through the air to appear right in front of Bai Xiaochun. His bow was a precious treasure that had received a 9-fold spirit enhancement. The sheer power on display caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to widen before yet again opening his eternal parasol to defend himself. Intense rumbling sounds rang out as the power of the parasol was unleashed. As for Bai Xiaochun, he trembled as the parasol absorbed the power of the attack, and yet was shoved backward nonetheless. After a moment, he struggled to a stop, whereupon he looked over at the great bow. "Why didn't you say that you had other precious treasures?" he said, licking his lips. Instead of fleeing, he began to stride toward Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing's jaw dropped. Never before had he met someone as openly brazen as this. Not only had he stolen his 9-colored flame, but the mere sight of his great bow caused him to stop fleeing and come back to rob him of it. "Are you looking to die?" Zhou Yixing roared a second time. Then he pulled the bowstring back and launched 3 soul arrows in rapid succession. Off in the distance, Chen Zhu was shaking in fear. Although Zhou Yixing hadn't yet recognized Bai Xiaochun, the instant that frigid chi appeared, Chen Zhu did, and it sent his mind into a tailspin. The first thing that popped into his head was that he himself was doomed to die. Howling inwardly in grief, he tried to decide whether or not to flee. Then, the fighting between Bai Xiaochun and Zhou Yixing started again. That was when something completely unexpected happened. Red hats, green hats, were a bunch of little hats. Red heads, green heads, our favorites are the white heads. A strange chanting song that almost sounded like a nursery rhyme suddenly filled the air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Red heads, green heads, our favorites are the white heads. Chapter 542, Red heads, green heads, our favorites are the white heads. There was something entrancing about the sound of the chant that left Bai Xiaochun, Zhou Yixing, and Chen Zhu all completely shaken. Even more spine-tingling was the fact that it wasn't a single voice chanting the nursery rhyme, but a whole group of them. They sounded like children, laughing and giggling as they sang. As the sound of their voices moved along, invisible sound waves filled the air, causing the walls to begin to ripple. Then, faces appeared on the walls, one after another. There were men and women, old and young, and without exception, they appeared to be terrified. Then, they started to scream. "The Red Hats are coming! Run! The Red Hats are on their way!" The faces seemed to want to flee or hide, but couldn't. Even more bizarre, faces began to rise up out of the ground. Most shocking of all was that the walls began to move dramatically, causing the path behind by Xiaochun, Zhou Yixing, and Chen Zhu to be sealed up tight, placing them in a dead end. All three of the cultivators were physically trembling, and the hair on the backs of their necks began to stand on end. All of them were struck by a feeling that came, not from their cultivation bases, but from their souls. It was the cold, prickly dread that one would face when being tracked down by a predator. It didn't matter that Bai Xiaochun cultivated the frigid school will-evolving incantation, the coldness he felt right now left him shivering. What's going on? This dread left the entire group completely disinterested in fighting each other. All of a sudden, an agonized shriek rang out, and a hand shot out from the corner of the intersection just up ahead. The hand was dripping with blood, and as soon as it appeared, it tried to grab onto the wall, in clear view of Bai Xiaochun and the others. However, there was clearly something around the corner tugging on the owner of the hand. The hand flexed, and the fingers clawed against the wall to grab at something, and yet, it was soon dragged back around the corner. Then, horrifying crunching sounds could be heard, during which time the singing of the nursery rhyme ceased. Trembling violently, the terrified Chen Zhu inched over toward Bai Xiaochun, hoping that the proximity would bring him some measure of safety. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and he was also shaking as he stared wide-eyed at the corner behind which the hand had just disappeared. What he wanted to do was flee in the opposite direction, but unfortunately, the three of them were now right in the middle of a dead end. Zhou Yixing seemed just as shocked. Through the several days in which he had been in the labyrinth, he had picked up a sizable group of followers, with whom he had survived several ambushes and cut down quite a few opponents. However, he had never encountered anything as bizarre as this. The terror he felt now caused his pupils to constrict as he stared at the corner where the hand had just disappeared. About then, the chewing sound ceased, and the nursery rhyme resumed. Red hats, green hats, we're a bunch of little hats. Red heads, green heads, our favorites are the white heads. The joyful tone of the singing caused the scalps of all three cultivators to tingle on the verge of exploding. It was at that point that a bright red hat suddenly flew out from around the corner. The hat's brim dripped with blood as it swayed back and forth a bit, then suddenly stopped in place, as if it had just noticed Bai Xiaochun and the others. White heads, the hat said in the voice of a child. Then it began to fly forward, causing the group of three to back up. However, that was when it became clear the hat wasn't heading toward them, but rather, to the dozen or so soul cultivators who had been locked down within layers of ice. In the blink of an eye, the red hat landed on the head of one of the cultivators, causing the ice to instantly shatter and reveal the cultivator beneath. The cultivator wasn't dead, the flame of his life force was still burning. Instantly, his eyes opened, and his expression twisted with fear as he let out a miserable shriek. However, what was even more hair-raisingly shocking was what happened next. As the hat settled down onto the head of the soul cultivator, the man's body began to shake, and crunching sounds like chewing began to fill the air. Get off! Get off me! The cultivator screamed madly. He even reached up and grabbed the hat to try to take it off his head, but it did no good. After a few breaths of time passed, his struggling ceased, and he eventually just stood there motionless. Finally, the hat flew up into the air, dripping blood the entire time. At that point, Bai Xiaochun and the others could see that the cultivator's head was now completely white. That was because his skull was now visible. His skull wasn't intact though, there was a large chunk missing, allowing everyone to see that the inside of his head was now completely hollow. Red heads, green heads, our favorites are the white heads, the red hat sang, chuckling as it flew around in a circle and then landed on top of another of the ice-sealed soul cultivators. At the same time, more laughing, giggling hats flew around the corner, some of them red, some of them green. Red hats, green hats, we're a bunch of little hats. There were dozens of them, all dripping with blood as they flew along singing. Within moments, the hats were fighting amongst themselves to land on the heads of the sealed cultivators. However, there were only a dozen or so cultivators, and many more hats than that. Before long, there were no more cultivators available, and the hats began to turn their attention to Bai Xiaochun, Zhou Yixing, and Chen Zhu. In that very instant, the faces on the walls and floor began to scream. "We're finished! Finished! They're here!" The remaining hats began to laugh happily as they shot toward the group of three. Bai Xiaochun was already wound tight. Howling, he waved his hand to send over 1,000 paper talismans slapping down onto his body. At the same time, he tossed a whole stack over to Chenju. "Run for your life!" he shouted. Then he burst into motion, simultaneously donning numerous layers of armor, causing slapping sounds to echo out. Glittering light from more than 10 layers of armor filled the tunnel, along with the glitter of paper talismans. In the blink of an eye, he was off in the distance, blazing along at full speed with 7 or 8 hats chasing after him. Chenju gritted his teeth and slapped the paper talismans onto himself, simultaneously unleashing the power of his cultivation base as he prepared to go all out. Utilizing every magical technique he could think of, he began to flee, 5 or 6 hats pursuing him doggedly. Zhou Yixing stood there in mute astonishment. He almost wanted to cry at the unfairness of it all. Only 7 or 8 hats had chased Bai Xiaochun, and only 5 or 6 went after Chenju, leaving him there with nearly a dozen hats to deal with. How could this be happening? He moaned, his face turning ashen. Then, just as the dozen or so hats began to fly in his direction, he gritted his teeth and sent starlight shining out of the star sigil to fill the area. The hats suddenly flew out from the other side of the starlight, as if they hadn't been able to find Zhou Yixing at all. Then, the starlight began to fade, and Zhou Yixing was nowhere to be seen. The hats searched the area thoroughly, but when they couldn't find anything, began to fly off again, singing the entire time. Meanwhile, in another location in the labyrinth, more starlight appeared, from within which Zhou Yixing staggered out, coughing up a massive amount of blood as he did. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the star sigil on his forehead was much dimmer than before. "Damn it, I can't believe I had to use the power of my clan's star sigil." Thinking back to the bizarre hats, he couldn't help but shiver. After looking around to confirm that none of them were in the area, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "He stole my 9-colored flame, and then tried to rob me of my precious bow. He has frigid chi and a powerful fleshly body. Why does he seem so much like Bai Xiaochun?" After reviewing everything he remembered about Bai Xiaochun, he was more convinced than ever that he had just encountered him, and yet, couldn't be sure. If that really was Bai Xiaochun, it means he has some sort of item that lets him change his aura. But, damn it. Teleporting out of that situation has me completely turned around. I'm going to have to start searching for clues to find the right path again. Sighing, he began to move through the tunnels of the labyrinth once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Blood-Soaked Buns. Chapter 543, Blood-Soaked Buns. In the location where Bai Xiaochun, Chenju, and Zhou Yixing had just tangled with the hats, there now remained only a dozen or so soul cultivators, standing there motionless. They were nothing more than corpses, with their empty, white skulls clearly visible. It was a very bizarre sight. The faces on the wall and floor began to breathe sighs of relief and simultaneously chatter with each other about what had just occurred. They're finally gone. The red hats have gone. Ha ha ha. The hats were acting really strange today. They didn't bully us at all. Yeah, you're totally right. Very strange indeed. Something odd is going on. Then, in the middle of their conversation, their expressions flickered, and their eyes went wide. Looking down the tunnel, they all snapped their mouths shut. Currently, the terror glimmering in their eyes vastly exceeded that which had come from the hats, and they all began to shiver visibly. Further down the tunnel, a figure had become visible, blurry at first, but rapidly becoming clear. It was a beautiful young woman with long hair. For some unknown reason, there was something very bizarre about her, although it was impossible to say exactly what. So many people have come. Even Big Bro is here. The young woman chuckled, her eyes turning into twin crescent moons in the process and making her look even more pretty. At the same time, she looked profoundly bizarre, because visible within her eyes were two pupils each. Shockingly, she had one large pupil and one small pupil, the two of which overlapped. Anyone who might have been able to peer into her eyes would have been shocked to the core. As for Bai Xiaochun, if he had been present, he would immediately have recognized this young woman as being none other than Gongsun Wan'er. Except, he was currently in the middle of fleeing madly for his life from 8 Hats. He had attempted to fight back, but his magical techniques were absolutely useless against them. He had even resorted to some of his special methods of increasing his speed, and yet the Hats were always able to keep up. "What are you chasing me for? My head doesn't taste that good." As he raced along pell-mell, he ran into the occasional soul cultivator or giant savage, which was when he finally came to realize that the Hats weren't specifically after him. As the Hats encountered others to eat, he was slowly able to lose them. When he was finally free, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the thought of what he had just gone through continued to cause his heart to pound in fear. At the same time, though, the fact that the Hats had given up chasing him to go after other people left him feeling a bit down. "Don't tell me my head really doesn't taste very good after all?" he grumbled. Finally, he cleared his mind of such thoughts and found an out-of-the-way corner where he could have some privacy. Waving his hand, he sent a mist spreading out to fill the area, as well as some frigid qi to lock the place down. Then, he licked his lips and pulled the 9-colored flame out from his bag of holding. After carefully removing the ice seal which contained it, he looked excitedly at the fire, which despite having grown dim, was still filled with 9 colors. Considering the intense heat he could sense from it, he was convinced that everything he had just gone through was worth it. This 9-colored flame is incredible. If it had been linked to a solid foundation, then my frigid qi would have been incapable of sealing it. With this flame, I can definitely perform a 9-fold spirit enhancement on the eternal parasol. Then it will be even more powerful than it already is, and will definitely make it much easier to stay safe around here. After looking around one more time to make sure he was alone, he produced his turtle walk and the eternal parasol, and prepared to begin the spirit enhancement process. However, after only a moment passed, he hesitated. "I wonder if the energy of heaven and earth in this labyrinth will be sufficient." Back when he had performed some spirit enhancements in Great Wall City, he had clearly sensed that, because of the weak levels of spiritual energy, the enhancement process wasn't very stable. Thankfully, his miraculous turtle walk had ensured that the spirit enhancement worked no matter what. Therefore, despite having a dim 9-colored flame, and being in the middle of the labyrinth, he decided to grit his teeth and proceed with the plan. "I need to increase my chances of getting out of here alive. That's worth doing a bit of testing. If it fails, then so be it." When it came to safeguarding his poor little life, Bai Xiaochun would never be stingy. Therefore, he immediately began the spirit enhancement process. As soon as the 9-colored flame was absorbed by the turtle walk, the designs on its surface began to shine with dazzling light. Bai Xiaochun looked on nervously, eyes wide, until the designs were fully lit. Then, he excitedly tossed the eternal parasol inside. The turtle walk immediately began to tremble, and the designs on its surface shone even more brightly, almost as if they knew what was happening. Then, the design shot toward the eternal parasol, transforming into the night spirit design on its surface. A tremor ran through the eternal parasol, and Bai Xiaochun was almost sure he could hear something like an excited cheer. Then, the turtle walk went calm, and everything went back to normal. It worked? Just like that? I didn't feel any energy of heaven and earth at all. Surprised, he picked up the eternal parasol and examined it, confirming that the spirit enhancement truly had worked. Then he looked at the turtle walk again, and finally back at the eternal parasol. Every time he'd performed spirit enhancements in the past, it had always incited the energy of heaven and earth in the area, but this time, nothing of the sort had occurred. After thinking everything over, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly glittered. The flame was different. For all of my other spirit enhancements, I always used multicolored flame fuel to make my own fire. But this time, I had the fire to start out with. Plus, it was Wildlands fire. Soon, Xiaochun found himself thinking about soul cultivators and necromancers, and how they often had magical items with numerous spirit enhancements. As of this moment, he felt like he had another piece of the puzzle. Maybe the way they do spirit enhancement in the Wildlands doesn't require the energy of heaven and earth. Considering how barren of spiritual energy this place is, that seems like the only plausible explanation. After a bit of thought, Xiaochun decided that a deadly labyrinth was not the place to sit around trying to analyze the situation. Shelving thoughts about spirit enhancement for the moment, he retracted the mist and the frigid qi, and then began to cautiously search for an exit. Another 2 days passed, and Xiaochun's careful explorations did not lead to any more bizarre situations like the hats. However, he noticed that he seemed to be encountering fewer and fewer people, whether they were Great Wall cultivators or Wildlands soul cultivators and savages. Before, I was running into at least 10 per day. But now, it's more like 4 or 5, or even fewer. Looking around at the tunnel walls, he couldn't help but feel like the labyrinth was a huge mouth intent on consuming everyone. The thought made him shiver. I can't let that happen to me. I have to find the exit. But everything looks the same. How do I get out? None of the ideas he came up with, such as leaving marks on the wall, were of any use whatsoever. Finally, he just resorted to his old, somewhat mindless method of sticking to the right. As he proceeded along, another 3 days passed. Soon, he was feeling so lost he was dizzy, and was also scowling on the verge of tears. That was when he turned a corner, and saw something that caused his eyes to go wide. A creepy sensation filled him, becoming an icy coldness that left him gasping. There were no hats. Instead, he found himself looking at something like a large, open square, with tunnels leading into it from all 4 directions. Right in the middle of the square were 2 enormous candles with green flames that cast odd, flickering light out. As a result of the shadows cast by the flames, the square seemed completely terrifying. Sitting between the 2 candles was an enormous platter, atop which was a mountain-like pile of steamed buns. However, these buns appeared to be soaked in blood, so much so that they were dripping with it. It was a horrific sight that caused Xiaochun's scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. Gathered in the square were several hundred Great Wall cultivators and Wildlands soul cultivators and savages. There were even a few necromancers too. All of them were standing there motionless, expressions those of madness as they stared at the blood-soaked buns. Although none of them were talking, it was possible to hear them panting as they stood there. A fragrant, sweet aroma wafted up from the blood-soaked buns that, when it entered Xiaochun's nose, made him so nauseated he wanted to vomit up his internal organs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Sacrifice of Flesh and Blood. Chapter 544, Sacrifice of Flesh and Blood. Xiaochun's face went completely ashen, and not because his cultivation base had been affected, but because of the fear he felt. Within the group of 100 gathered in the square, there were a few with nascent soul cultivation bases. That left Xiaochun feeling thoroughly petrified. He started backing up, and yet, had only taken a step when he realized that there were people in the square that he recognized. Zhao Long, Master God Diviner. The 2 of them were behaving just like everyone else in the square, staring at the platter of blood-soaked buns, their expressions those of savage madness. By this point, Xiaochun was starting to struggle over what to do. Zhao Long has been a loyal and devoted follower of mine for years now. Back when I got stuck on the battlefield, he led the charge to try to reach me. Slowly but surely, Xiaochun's eyes were starting to turn bloodshot. I'm the one who forced Master God Diviner to become my Dao protector, and I'm also the one who conscripted him into the army. The tribulation the 2 of them are facing today all has to do with me. Xiaochun was so torn he could hardly breathe straight. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and yet, at the same time, he was scared. The terror he felt at the thought of dying was almost completely overwhelming. Clearly, the square that stretched out in front of him was a location of extreme danger. If he turned and left now, he would most likely be able to get away safely. But if he stepped into the square, who knew whether or not he would get swept up into the calamity? As he stood there wallowing in indecision, it was almost as if there were two people on either side of him, one telling him to go save his friends, the other screaming at him to flee immediately. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think back to the situation with the Luochun clan all those years ago. Although his current predicament wasn't exactly the same, it was certainly similar. As he stood there vacillating, the flames on top of the huge candles suddenly danced wildly, which caused the several hundred cultivators in the square to suddenly howl madly as they rushed toward the platter of blood-soaked buns. To their eyes, what lay on the platter in front of them was not a pile of blood-soaked buns, but rather, the ability to live forever, or to increase their cultivation bases, or other types of amazing good fortune. In the briefest of moments, all of them went crazy, even going so far as to start fighting each other to be the first to grab a blood-soaked bun. Those who did manage to get a hold of one of them would excitedly take a huge bite and then start cackling madly. Any who didn't get one of the blood-soaked buns would fly into a rage and look for someone to steal a bun from. The scene playing out in front of Bai Xiaochun right now left him trembling with fear and terror, but furthermore, because he was watching from an outsider's perspective, he quickly realized that none of them were actually eating blood-soaked buns. What Bai Xiaochun had assumed to be corporeal buns were actually not real. The people in the square were actually fighting over nothing. Furthermore, those who believed they were eating a bun were actually voraciously devouring their own hands. Some of them had already ripped their own fingers off, causing blood to spray about everywhere. And yet, they weren't satisfied. It was with complete insanity that they went on to bite their palms, crunching them all the way down to the wrist. And some of them were even chewing their way down to their own elbows, expressions of delight on their faces the entire time. Those in the square who weren't able to snatch one of the blood-soaked buns were madly trying to rip the hands and arms off of those who had. Bitter fighting was already playing out everywhere. Some people were cut down by magical attacks, and as their flesh and blood exploded out, others in the area would pile onto them and start to feast. As all of these things began to happen, the flames of the two enormous candles danced, and female voices could be heard, singing, "Eat up, eat up. Delicious, isn't it?" Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was being struck by countless lightning bolts, and he was shaking visibly at the horror in front of him, but that was when he saw Master God Diviner finally get one of the blood-soaked buns and then begin to laugh uproariously as he lifted his hands up toward his mouth. Off to the side, Zhao Long, who hadn't managed to get his hands on the prize, was now starting to fight over one of the corpses of the other cultivators. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun's hesitation vanished. Eyes bloodshot, he made his decision. Throwing caution to the wind, he took a step forward. The instant his foot touched down in front of him, everything around him seemed to slow down. At the same time, his frigid chi rushed out in all directions to fill the square. In the next instant, Bai Xiaochun moved with such incredible speed that, combined with his frigid domain teleportation, he appeared right in front of Master God Diviner. Without hesitating at all, he reached out and grabbed Master God Diviner's hand in the instant before it reached his mouth. Jerking the hand back, he shouted, "Master God Diviner, wake up!" A snapping sound rang out as Master God Diviner's teeth clicked down on nothing but air. Then he looked up at Bai Xiaochun and howled. Clearly, anyone who interfered with him in any way was little more than an enemy. Master God Diviner's hand blurred in an incantation gesture and then shoved out at Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, he lunged forward like a rabid dog as he tried to bite down onto the hand Bai Xiaochun had grabbed. Bai Xiaochun looked over anxiously at Zhao Long, who was now laughing madly as he dragged one of the corpses off to the side. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun's vision was starting to cloud over. In fact, the blood-soaked buns on the platter up ahead were now starting to transform into live forever never die pills. The mere sight of such pills caused Bai Xiaochun's mind to reel. However, he bit down onto his tongue to clear his mind. Already, the frigid qi in the area was beginning to fade away, meaning that time was very limited. "Damn it!" he yelled. With that, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed Master God Diviner by the throat. Holding him fast no matter how he struggled, he rushed over to Zhao Long, who was just in the middle of taking a bite of bloody flesh, and grabbed him up. Then he rushed back toward the tunnel mouth. Suddenly, two soul-chilling screams erupted from the candle flames as two women became visible. They looked exactly the same, middle-aged with disheveled hair, and they were both looking straight at Xiaochun. "How dare you meddle in our affairs? You've disturbed our sacrifice of flesh and blood, and therefore, you will not leave this place alive." In response to the voices, Xiaochun shuddered. Then he looked around, and saw everything in the area slowly becoming piles of live forever never die pills. Live forever. Live forever. Even as he felt himself descending into madness, all of a sudden, a tiny strand of willpower rose up in his gold core. The willpower poured into his mind like boiling water poured onto snow. Instantly, the illusions he had been seeing vanished, and he looked around ashen-faced to find that more than 80% of his frigid qi had been melted by the candles. Once it was completely melted, he would be incapable of teleporting away, and would have to rely only on his fleshly body speed to escape, which wouldn't be sufficient. By this point, many of the cultivators in the area had caught sight of Xiaochun, and to them, he was good fortune to be had. They quickly began to turn and head in his direction. Roaring, Xiaochun called upon all the power he could muster to teleport through his frigid qi. Even as it collapsed, he appeared right at the edge of the square, and then bolted into the nearest tunnel entrance. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the two women floating in the candle flames, screaming at him. "Think you can escape just like that?" they screamed, suddenly flying into the air toward him. Even as he fled at top speed, the air rippled in a different tunnel, and Gongsun Wan'er appeared. Striding forward, she shoved her right hand out viciously in the direction of the two women. "Screw off! How dare you try to mess with one of my people?" The two women screamed miserably. Although the wave of Gongsun Wan'er's arm had not contained even a bit of magical power, the two women flickered as if they might vanish. At the same time, expressions of unprecedented shock and terror appeared on their faces. Not daring to move forward even an inch, they dropped down and kowtowed. "Get back to your sacrifice of flesh and blood," Gongsun Wan'er said coolly. "And from now on, mind your own business." As she spoke, the tiny second pupil in each of her eyes began to shine with a mysterious light. It was that very light that caused the two women to tremble in terror and creep backward toward their candles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, I'm Zhou, you moron. Chapter 545, I'm Zhou, you moron. Xiaochun raced down the tunnel, unaware of what was happening behind him in the square. Eventually, when he was far enough away that he couldn't detect even a bit of the sweet aroma, he finally slowed down and then checked his surroundings. Convinced he was far enough away from the square, he put Zhao Long and Master God Diviner down, both of whom were unconscious. Master God Diviner seemed in better shape than Zhao Long, who was currently biting down on a chunk of bloody flesh. Xiaochun removed the chunk of flesh and put a medicinal pill in Zhao Long's mouth, and then did the same for Master God Diviner. Then he bopped them both on the top of the head. The two of them shivered, and then slowly opened their eyes. They looked up in confusion at Xiaochun with his mask on, and then looked around to try to determine their location. Finally, they recalled what had occurred in the square, and both of them began to retch. Zhao Long even curled up into the fetal position. Upon recovery, Master God Diviner looked at Xiaochun with an expression of gratitude. Clasping hands, he bowed and said, "Many thanks for your kindness in rescuing us, fellow Taoist." He was well aware that, considering how terrifying the situation had been, without someone there to rescue him, he might have ended up eating himself to death. The residual fear still had him trembling. After Zhao Long managed to stop vomiting, he looked at Bai Xiaochun with clasped hands and then bowed deeply. Although Bai Xiaochun looked like a soul cultivator, he was still profoundly thankful. "This place is very dangerous," Bai Xiaochun said. "You two take care of yourselves." By now, he felt physically and emotionally exhausted. From the moment he had entered this labyrinth, he had been fighting with cultivators or running from terrifying entities, and it was getting very hard to handle. Whether it was the red hats or the blood-soaked buns, they all left Bai Xiaochun feeling very threatened. Sighing, he gave Master God Diviner and Zhao Long some medicinal pills and paper talismans, then left. He chose not to take them with him. If his identity were revealed, it would place them all in great danger. Besides, he had the feeling that going around in this place on his own was much safer. After he left, Master God Diviner and Zhao Long exchanged a silent glance, then looked down thoughtfully at the medicinal pills and paper talismans they had been given. Then they talked for a bit, which led them to the decision of joining forces. A few more days went by. Bai Xiaochun made his way through the labyrinth as cautiously as ever. Unfortunately, after leaving the square with the blood-soaked buns, he was just as lost as ever. Gritting his teeth, he used the same method as before to try to figure out where exactly he was. However, the more time that passed, the more his fear mounted. Before long, he reached a point where he hadn't seen anyone else for a full 2 days. The entire labyrinth seemed filled with nothing other than corpses, and his heart was wound as tight as a taut bowstring. Something weird is going on. Don't tell me that more than 100,000 people are all dead? The thought left him feeling completely stifled. He had no idea where he was heading, and couldn't find the exit. He couldn't leave marks on the walls to keep track of where he'd been, and actually had the feeling he was going in circles. On top of it all, he now felt like he was alone. He was so jumpy about everything that he wasn't even thinking about his mask and disguise. Another day passed. He had decided to pick up speed, and yet, still hadn't encountered anyone else. His terror grew. Then he thought of the person who had landed him in his mess, and gnashed his teeth. Damn that Chen Hutian! I served the Great Wall well, and this is how you repay me. It was in that moment of rage when Bai Xiaochun suddenly heard the sound of whistling air. Apparently, someone was heading in his direction at top speed. Considering it had been days since he'd seen anyone else, he was actually delighted. However, at the same time, he maintained full vigilance, backing up and keeping his eye on the intersection up ahead. At the same time, the whistling sound stopped, as if whoever it was on the other side of the corner had also detected the presence of another. Bai Xiaochun had no idea who was around that corner. It could be a person or a ghost for all he knew. Whoever it was, they seemed equally befuddled about Bai Xiaochun. For a very long moment, nothing happened as the two of them stood there silently, the tension mounting. Finally, Bai Xiaochun took in a quiet breath and pulled a flying sword out. With the wave of a sleeve, he drew upon his control power to send it flying toward the intersection. Meanwhile, a black shaft of light flew out from the other side of the corner. Within that black shaft of light was a soul arrow which slammed into Bai Xiaochun's flying sword, shattering it to pieces. A moment later, the soul arrow was right in front of Bai Xiaochun, forcing him to summon a huge cauldron to block its path. Even as the resulting boom shook the area, Bai Xiaochun suddenly laughed. As soon as he saw that soul arrow, he recognized the type of arrow it was, and thought of the bow which shot it, and of Zhou Yixing. He actually didn't know Zhou Yixing's name, but he did remember the star sigil on his forehead. Because the character star rhymed perfectly with the character gorilla, he decided to make up his own name. So, it's you, Mr. Gorilla. Now that he was sure that he was dealing with a person, and not some freakish entity, his spirits were lifted immediately. Rushing forward, he burst into the intersection in almost the same moment that Zhou Yixing emerged. When Zhou Yixing saw Bai Xiaochun, his expression flickered. He had been jumpy with fear lately himself. Although the bizarre entities in the labyrinth weren't completely impossible to escape from, without his star sigil, Zhou Yixing would likely have been killed long ago. At the moment, he seemed to be in bad condition. His hair was disheveled, and his bag of holding was running low on magical items. Worse, his star sigil was fading away from being used so many times. Once it ran out, the only way to get a new one would be to return to his clan and kowtow in front of the ancestral shrine for 49 years. As far as he was concerned, the main reason he was on the verge of losing his star sigil was by Xiaochun. Before encountering him, everything in the labyrinth had gone well, but afterward, he had been plagued with bad luck. Never could he have imagined that after days without seeing anyone, the first person he would encounter would be Bai Xiaochun. "You're the gorilla, Bai Xiaochun," he shouted. "Everyone in your family is a gorilla." Actually, he wasn't completely sure who this person was, but was convinced that he had to be Bai Xiaochun. Even as Bai Xiaochun neared, Zhou Yixing lifted his great bow and unleashed a rapid succession of 9 soul arrows. In response, Bai Xiaochun laughed and opened his eternal parasol, easily blocking all of the soul arrows before closing in on Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing immediately noticed the 9 designs on the eternal parasol, and recalled that before, it only had 8. His eyes turned red, and he let out a bellow of rage. It didn't take much speculation on his part to reach the conclusion that his own 9-colored flame had been used to perform another spirit enhancement. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had succeeded with the spirit enhancement on the first time seemed like a complete stroke of luck, and further incensed Zhou Yixing. "No need to get angry, Mr. Gorilla. Just tell me what your name is." Closing the eternal parasol, he performing an incantation gesture and waved his hand, sending frigid chi blasting out to form a hail of ice spikes which sped toward Zhou Yixing. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun was very happy to have encountered Zhou Yixing, and was not inclined to kill him, not after spending so many days alone. He had even begun to regret leaving Master God Diviner and Zhao Rong behind, so any familiar face at all was like a blessing. "I'm Zhou Yixing, you moron!" he roared, leaping back to avoid the ice spikes, and simultaneously performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused numerous vengeful souls to burst out from inside of him. The souls quickly merged together into a magical symbol, which then erupted with soul fire as it moved forward to meet the ice spikes. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the ice spikes shattered, releasing a shockwave that Zhou Yixing took advantage of to retreat. At the same time, he shot out a succession of 18 soul arrows. "Time to die!" he screamed. Without his eternal parasol, Bai Xiaochun would have had a hard time dealing with Zhou Yixing's bow, which also had received a 9-fold spirit enhancement. But things were different now. "Zhou Yixing? You mean the Xing for gorilla? So you really are a gorilla. Ha ha ha." Bai Xiaochun snapped open the eternal parasol and yet again blocked the soul arrows, then unleashed his frigid chi to send out a volley of ice spikes. His plan was to capture Zhou Yixing alive, and then hopefully extract some necromancer secrets from him. Even better, if he ran into some powerful enemy, he could toss him out as bait or cannon fodder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, An Arrow with a Golden Design. Chapter 546, An Arrow with a Golden Design. Booms echoed back and forth in the tunnel as the true power of the eternal parasol was put on full display. Not a single one of the 18 soul arrows harmed it in the least, and although Bai Xiaochun couldn't see the bizarre face on the top of the parasol, Zhou Yixing could. To Zhou Yixing, the smiling face looked hair-raisingly terrifying, and even reminded him of the red hats from before. "What the hell kind of parasol is that?" he thought, his scalp tingling. As for the frigid chi in the area, it was so cold that he felt himself shivering inside. It was a moment of deadly crisis in which Zhou Yixing's eyes shone with madness as he flew backward. This time, instead of summoning soul arrows, he pulled a new type of arrow out of his bag of holding. It was bright red and emanated intense heat, which caused the frigid chi in the area to tremble on the verge of collapse. When Bai Xiaochun saw it, his expression flickered. What is that? Why does it feel so much like 9-colored flame? No, wait. Could that be a 10-colored flame? Aiieee. Bai Xiaochun was completely stunned that Zhou Yixing would have a precious object like this on him. What made Bai Xiaochun even more nervous was that at one glance it looked like an arrow, but a moment later, it actually looked like it was made from fire. It was almost as if it existed in a state between corporeal and illusory. Even more extraordinary was that Bai Xiaochun spotted a golden design on the surface of the arrow. Golden design. Although he initially wasn't certain what that golden design was, it sent his mind spinning, and within moments, he had reached a conclusion. That's a precious treasure which has received an 11-fold spirit enhancement. A 10-fold spirit enhancement led to 10 silver designs, but the mark of an 11th spirit enhancement was a single golden design. Bai Xiaochun's speculation was correct. That arrow was none other than a fire soul arrow with an 11-fold spirit enhancement. Zhou Yixing felt that he had no other choice than to pull out this trump card of his that he had been hoping to save for some other occasion. It was a special item given to him by his clan to use as a last-ditch line of defense. It was a precious treasure with an 11-fold spirit enhancement, which, in combination with his 9-fold spirit-enhanced Great Bow, was capable of killing nascent soul cultivators. The fact that he was resorting to this arrow showed how much Zhou Yixing wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun. Time to die, Bai Xiaochun. He roared as he knocked the arrow to the bow. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's hair was standing on end, and his pupils were constricted as a sensation of deadly crisis swept through him. As of this moment, he was convinced that this arrow could most definitely kill him. There was no time for thought or planning. As Zhou Yixing drew the bow, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout and opened his third eye. Instantly, Zhou Yixing shivered, and a confused expression appeared on his face as the hand he was using to draw the bowstring back suddenly stopped moving. In that same moment, rumbling sounds could be heard as Bai Xiaochun used the living mountain incantation, and also stretched his hand out to call upon his water swamp kingdom. As the area around him turned into a watery swamp, he pulled his frigid chi back in, causing a tempest to rage around him. And yet, things weren't over yet. The power of the undying live forever technique surged around him, pushing his fleshly body power to the limit. All of these things take some time to describe, but actually happened in the briefest of moments. A moment later, the star sigil on Zhou Yixing's forehead erupted with starlight, breaking him free from Bai Xiaochun's control. As sweat began to drip down his face, he released the bowstring. Then, a thrumming sound could be heard, as a fire soul arrow with an 11-fold spirit enhancement flew forth. The instant it left the bow, it transformed into a huge fire dragon, extremely lifelike in appearance. As the dragon shot toward Bai Xiaochun, it ran into the frigid chi tempest, shattering it, and then continued forward until it ran into a huge spike that was rising up from the ground. As a deafening boom rocked the corridor, Bai Xiaochun leapt into the air, transforming into an enormous stone golem. Extending his right hand, he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash and then the throat-crushing grasp, using all the power of a living mountain and his fleshly body in one massive attack. After all, this arrow could kill a nascent soul cultivator, and therefore, he had no hope of being able to evade it. His only hope now was to capture it. As his gold core spun rapidly, a black light suddenly flashed out from inside of him as his turtle walk appeared to block the fire soul arrow. A huge boom echoed out as the two connected, and the fire soul arrow even let out something like a miserable shriek as a shockwave rolled out. However, because all of these things were happening so quickly, and because Bai Xiaochun's current position blocked Zhou Yixing's line of sight, he couldn't see exactly what was happening. Just when the fire soul arrow was about to collapse into pieces, Bai Xiaochun used the power of his fleshly body and the strength of a living mountain, as well as the force of the mountain-shaking bash and the throat-crushing grasp, to reach out and grab the throat of the fire dragon. Then, the might of the undying hex surged out to prevent the arrow from exploding. Massive rumbling filled the tunnel, and the intense shockwave that spread out caused blood to spray out of the mouth of Zhou Yixing as he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. How could he ever have guessed that his fire soul arrow, which could kill a nascent soul expert, would be grabbed by Bai Xiaochun? As soon as Bai Xiaochun laid his hand on the fire soul arrow, his water swamp kingdom spike collapsed, and his frigid chi faded away. His stone golem form shattered, and he was revealed, coughing up a cloud of blood. He was thrown backward, his layers of armor disintegrating into ash, and yet, his hand held fast onto the arrow. The struggling fire dragon roared and fought, but in the end, it shrank back down into an arrow. Impossible! Zhou Yixing cried, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. Panting as a sensation of deadly crisis filled him, he looked at the unbelievable scene playing out in front of him, his heart filled with terror. Finally, he drew upon the star sigil on his forehead, which began to pulse with the power of teleportation. Bai Xiaochun slowly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his killing intent burning as he took a step forward. Time to die, Zhou Yixing. That step almost seemed to land directly on Zhou Yixing's heart. He trembled visibly, and let out an involuntary shriek. If his fire soul arrow couldn't kill this opponent, then what could? Mind spinning and having no time to think, he pushed down onto his forehead, causing a massive burst of starlight to pour out of his star sigil, which wrapped around him and teleported him away. He didn't dare to do anything other than flee. At the moment, the mere thought of Bai Xiaochun left him terrified. Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood as Zhou Yixing was whisked away, after which his jaw dropped. I can't believe he ran away so quickly. I didn't even get to finish coughing up that blood. As soon as Bai Xiaochun had sensed the power of teleportation coming from Zhou Yixing's star sigil, he had intentionally coughed up some blood to try to make himself look weak. His plan had been to trick Zhou Yixing into staying behind, and then show off how powerful he really was. Ideally, he would have ended up killing Zhou Yixing. However, in defiance of all his expectations, Zhou Yixing didn't even wait for him to cough up the blood before vanishing. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun pulled out a godly vestige pill and consumed it. As he began to recover from the fight, he looked down at the arrow in his hand and then began to laugh merrily. I probably shouldn't kill this Zhou Yixing anyway. Every time we fight, he ends up giving me a precious item. 9-colored flame. A soul arrow with an 11-fold spirit enhancement. Ha ha ha. There's also that bow of his. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he excitedly thought back to the fight which had just played out. The arrow had been incredibly powerful, so much so that he had been terrified of it. If it wasn't for his use of his heaven-span Dharma eye and the protection of the turtle walk, he would either have been captured, or absolutely destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, SSHSH. Chapter 547, SSHSH. That was really a nice bow. Bai Xiaochun thought, licking his lips. The more he pondered how amazing the bow was, the more excited he got, and at the same time, realized he had put on too good of an act earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up scaring his lucky star away. 1. I probably shouldn't call him Mr. Gorilla in the future. What a pity this labyrinth is so big. Most likely I won't run into him again. Sighing, he realized that he already missed Zhou Yixing. A moment later, he looked back down at the fire soul arrow with its 11-fold spirit enhancement. The arrow only continued to leave him more shaken, especially with the way it seemed to flicker back and forth between illusory and corporeal. The longer he looked at it, the more he felt like it was tugging at his own soul. Is the arrow itself extraordinary, or is it the 11-fold spirit enhancement that's made it so incredible? Taking a deep breath, he thought back to the Heavenhorn sword back in the river-defying sect, with its 10-fold spirit enhancement. How might that sword change if it had an 11-fold enhancement? Presumably, it would be even more incredible than before. What an awesome arrow, he thought, quickly putting the arrow into his bag of holding. Patting his bag contentedly, he mused that he really had profited well by coming into the labyrinth. HMMMMPH. I bet nobody in this labyrinth is richer than me, not even that Deva. I've got stuff in my bag of holding that would shock even him. Although he was quite proud of himself, he also couldn't forget all of the ordeals from the past several days, and the bizarre things that had occurred. That left him feeling a bit stiff, and drove away any feelings of pride. He even had to remind himself that he mustn't allow himself to grow lax in his caution. No amount of riches is worth more than my poor little life. Shaking his head, he looked around cautiously before proceeding forward. Meanwhile, in a tunnel not too far away from Xiaochun, starlight swirled, and Zhou Yixing stepped out into the open, coughing up a mouthful of blood. By this point, the star sigil on his forehead was visibly cracked, and looked like it might collapse at any moment. Zhou Yixing felt like weeping about it, although he currently had no tears to shed. "It's all your fault, Xiaochun," he raged as he stood there trembling and ashen-faced. "You took my 9-colored flame and my fire soul arrow. Damn you, Xiaochun. If it wasn't for you, I never would have even come here. Damn you and damn this labyrinth." Zhou Yixing felt like he was hovering on the verge of going insane. As of this moment, he only had one teleportation left before his star sigil was destroyed for good. Before entering the labyrinth, he couldn't have possibly guessed that it would be so dangerous, and that he would have to rely on the power of his star sigil so many times. By now, he completely regretted his decision. I absolutely, positively must not run into any of those bizarre entities. And I definitely have to avoid Xiaochun. I can't believe my fire soul arrow didn't kill him. He's completely inhuman. Sighing, he began to creep forward, mind focused on a single thing: finding the exit, leaving, and never coming back. As for Xiaochun, he had already made a decision. After he got back home, he would ask his entire family to track him down and kill him. As Zhou Yixing was resolving to avoid Xiaochun at all costs, Xiaochun was proceeding through the labyrinth, feeling dizzy from how all the walls looked exactly the same. "Where is that exit?" he thought anxiously. "This is crazy. I'm totally turned around. Alright, whatever. I'll just count this intersection as my starting point." Taking a deep breath, he took out a jade slip and then continued with his previous custom of sticking to the right. This time, however, he tried to take measured, uniform steps. At the same time, he began to trace out his path in the jade slip. It took patience, but he stuck with it. Whenever he reached intersections, he would pick the right-hand side. Gradually, an outline of his route began to take shape in the jade slip. A few more days went by. By this point, he had been in the labyrinth for nearly a month. Thankfully, he had plenty of spirit alcohol, which helped him keep his cultivation base and battle prowess sufficiently powered. However, he would still run into occasional situations in which he needed to draw upon spirit energy, and after a few more months passed, he began to run low on spirit alcohol. Xiaochun's anxiety continued to build, and he started to lose track of time. One day, he suddenly saw movement up ahead of him in the corridor. "Who's there?" he said loudly, pulling out his eternal parasol. However, whoever it was up ahead completely ignored him and kept moving. Heart pounding, Xiaochun was about to start backing away when he suddenly saw clearly who it was up ahead of him, and his jaw dropped. It was one of the cultivators from the Great Wall, someone he recognized. However, to his shock, he realized that the man's eyes were completely blank, and his face was slack and expressionless. His cultivation base seemed to have slipped back down into foundation establishment, and even more strange was the fact that he wasn't really walking. His feet dragged on the ground, and although he wasn't floating through the air, it almost seemed like he was being pushed along from behind. The man didn't seem to notice Xiaochun, who stood there wondering exactly what was going on. He thought about taking the initiative to attack him, but then hesitated and decided not to inadvertently provoke him. Instead, he simply stepped to the side and watched him closely as he passed by. The entire time, the man didn't stop or even look at him. He just walked on by. That was when Xiaochun's gaze fell upon the man's back, and suddenly, he felt all the hair on his body stand up on end. WHWH, what is that? Backing up, his face drained of blood as he looked at what was sticking to the man's back. It was a life-size person made of paper. The paper person had arms, legs, and a head with a lifelike face. It was stuck to the cultivator's back as if it had always been a part of him, and yet, Bai Xiaochun could tell that life force and cultivation base power was flowing constantly from the cultivator into the paper person. The paper person's eyes were closed, but Bai Xiaochun could clearly see that its expression, and also its facial features, were slowly coming to resemble the cultivator it was stuck to. The bizarreness of the spectacle caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver in fear, and even place his hand over his mouth from the horror. Worried that he might attract the attention of the paper person, he simply watched the cultivator trundle off into the distance. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is this place? He thought. Whether it was the red hats, the blood-soaked buns, or this paper person, everything gave him a feeling of terror. Furthermore, the paper person seemed like something that couldn't be fought against using the cultivation base, but rather, something that affected the soul directly. After everything which had occurred so far, Bai Xiaochun was feeling very jumpy. Not daring to continue in the direction he had been heading, he picked a new path and continued to try to keep track of his progress. However, despite his vigilance, he soon realized that there were 5 people up ahead. Some were Great Wall cultivators, some were soul cultivators, and some were savage giants. Furthermore, all of them were trudging along just like the cultivator he had seen earlier. Because they were walking away from him, and thus had their backs to him, he could see that there were paper people stuck to all of them. Sucking in a quiet breath, he began to back up, and then picked another direction. However, to his shock, it wasn't long before he ran into a group of 10 cultivators, all of whom had paper people stuck to their backs. Damn it, what's going on? Bai Xiaochun anxiously picked a new path to follow, and after a bit of time passed and he didn't see any paper people, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, as he was walking along, he suddenly stopped in place when he realized that someone was heading toward him at top speed from up ahead. It was a soul cultivator, and as soon as the man caught sight of him, his expression turned grim. After sizing Bai Xiaochun up to get a sense of his power, he snorted coldly and continued to fly through the air at top speed. Originally, Bai Xiaochun had been happy to find that the man's expression wasn't blank like all the other people he had seen recently, and was about to call out a greeting. However, when the man flew past him, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. There on the soul cultivator's back was a paper person. Clearly, the man had no idea the paper person was there. A moment later, the paper person's eyes opened and it looked at Bai Xiaochun with an odd smile. Then it raised a finger to its lips and pursed its lips as if to say SSHSH. Apparently, it was telling Bai Xiaochun that it was involved in a game of hide-and-seek, and that he shouldn't say anything. Bai Xiaochun was so scared that his face went completely ashen. Goosebumps broke out all over him, and he even began to sweat. Worried about some misunderstanding with the paper person, he nodded, and even slapped his chest to emphasize that he wouldn't speak up. The paper person seemed to understand, and nodded in satisfaction before closing its eyes again. After the soul cultivator disappeared into the distance, Bai Xiaochun wiped the sweat from his brow. These paper people must be able to sneak up on you without you ever realizing it. Nervous, he suddenly looked over his shoulder. 1. Don't forget the star wordplay involved with Zhou Yixing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, It'll Take Off Now. SSHHH. Chapter 548, It'll Take Off Now. SSHHH. Bai Xiaochun whipped his head around with lightning speed, and gave no advance warning that he would do so. However, he didn't see anything attached to his back. He even reached up with his hand and felt around to make sure there was nothing there, before breathing a sigh of relief. All right, good. There's nothing on my back. Even still, he was very nervous about the whole situation. The soul cultivator from moments ago was the first person he had encountered recently who had seemed conscious. And yet, the fact that he still had a paper person on his back was very telling, and was also quite confusing to Bai Xiaochun. After glancing around, he wasn't quite sure what to do. Finally, he gritted his teeth and picked a new direction to head in. He continued to encounter more cultivators, almost as if they had been gathering in this area. That would explain why he had gone for so long without seeing anyone. However, almost everyone he encountered had a blank expression and a paper person on their back. Those who were lucid were often fleeing madly through the tunnels, or even thrashing about as they tried to grab at their backs. Others were ripping their clothing off. However, nothing anybody did could stop the paper people from sticking to them. Everything that was happening had Bai Xiaochun jumping at his own shadow, and constantly looking over his shoulder. Occasionally, he would encounter locations with magical nodes on the ground, upon which lay paper people, apparently absorbing energy. Bai Xiaochun was slowly slipping into a panic, and resorted to increasingly higher speed. He tried to skirt around any areas that had paper people, and eventually noticed that he was encountering fewer and fewer cultivators. However, for some reason, everything seemed to be getting more frightening and more cold, to the point where his hair started to stand on end. Finally, he stopped and picked a different direction. However, the next day, Bai Xiaochun was startled to discover that no matter which direction he picked, the sinister coldness only continued to grow stronger. "Don't come after me," he muttered, scowling on the verge of tears. Heart-burning with anxiety, he rotated his cultivation base to push the sinister coldness away from him. However, despite reducing its effects a bit, he couldn't prevent it from touching him. One day as he was rushing nervously through the tunnels, he caught sight of a pile of corpses. There were more than 1,000 of them, and without exception, they all had paper people on them. The paper people appeared to be either sleeping or absorbing energy from the corpses. In fact, many of the corpses had more than one paper person on them, with some having as many as 7 or 8. What caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to go wider than anything else was one grey-robed necromancer who had dozens of paper people wrapped around him and absorbing his energy. The necromancer wasn't dead, and apparently, was still aware of what was happening. However, his eyes were completely filled with despair. Shuddering with fear, Bai Xiaochun murmured, "This place must be a paper person hive." From what he could tell, there were at least 2,000 paper people in the area. "They can't see me. They can't see me." Fearful of attracting their attention, and worrying that he was disturbing their mealtime, he quietly began to tiptoe backward. However, before he could take even 5 steps, one of the dozens of paper people on the necromancer looked up, almost as if it had smelled something. Sniffing the air, it turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, and then its eyes began to shine with strange light. Bai Xiaochun was nearly scared out of his mind, and stopped moving. Swallowing hard, he looked back at the paper person, and then slowly raised his finger to his lips and said "SSHSH." The paper person seemed surprised, and a moment later, lowered its head. Relieved, Bai Xiaochun was just preparing to back up again, when all of a sudden another of the paper people looked up at him. Tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "I didn't mean to disturb you guys. Eat up, alright? I'll just take off now." SSHSH. However, before he could continue to back up, the paper people that were looking at him suddenly began to let out around ear-piercing shrieks. It was a sound that could batter at the soul itself, and by the time the second round of shrieks filled the air, all 2,000 of the paper people in the area had looked up, and many of them were flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was almost scared witless. Screaming, he turned and fled for his life. "You people don't play fair. I saw one of your friends earlier, and when he asked me to SSHH I didn't break his cover." Soon, Bai Xiaochun had disappeared into one of the nearby tunnels, being chased by 2,000 paper people. After everything went silent, the area with the corpses suddenly went very quiet, and a bit later, a mist began to build up. The mist covered the corpses, which then started withering up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they became nothing more than ash. Not even their bags of holding or magical items could stand up to the mist, and were soon gone. Then, the mist began to converge upon itself, wriggling and twitching as it formed into a humanoid shape. As the shape took form, it became a young woman, extraordinarily beautiful, the smile on her face covered by a hand. If anyone had been present to witness that smile, they would have been struck cold with terror from how bizarre it was. She had long black hair, and a curvaceous figure that her ocean blue robe could do nothing to conceal. She was none other than Gong Sun Wanner. As of this point, the second pupil in each of her eyes had a figure visible within it, the face of a young girl, who was also smiling. "Don't be scared, big bro. They're just playing hide and seek with you, that's all." Despite the softness of her voice, her expression was ice cold as she took a step forward, dissolving yet again into a mist that spread out in all directions. Somewhere off in the distance, Xiaochun was shrieking and sweating as he fled from the 2,000 paper people. No matter how fast he went, they stuck with him. It was almost as if there was some strange connection between them and him that enabled them to match his speed. Xiaochun was nearly convulsing with fear as he barreled down the tunnels, downing one bottle of spirit alcohol after another. He kept up top speed for more than an hour, and yet to this despair, found that even after that time, he hadn't managed to shake a single paper person. None of his divine abilities or magical techniques did anything to help. His frigid domain didn't affect the paper people, and although his eternal parasol was strong enough to stave off one or two at a time, there were too many overall. Plus, if he slowed down at all, they would rush toward him without stopping. The idea of being buried in a pile of 2,000 paper people, all of whom wanted to suck him dry until he was a pile of bones, left him shivering in terror. "I didn't do anything to offend you people? What are you chasing me for?" He even thought about using his water swamp kingdom to see if it could take out some of the paper people, but it cost far too much spiritual power to use, which meant he needed to save it for only the most critical of moments. After all, the amount of spiritual power it took to use the water swamp kingdom one time was enough to keep him moving at top speed for a full day. Damn it! Alright, I'll keep running for 2 more hours, and if the paper people are still chasing me, then I'll try out my water swamp kingdom. Gritting his teeth, he continued to move along at top speed. An hour flew by, and Xiaochun was feeling more hopeless than ever. He hadn't run into a single other person, and was dejected to find that the paper people didn't ever seem to get tired. He felt like he was about to go mad, and was just thinking about using the water swamp kingdom when he noticed a young man flying toward him. As the young man got closer, it was clear that he was trembling. And then he saw the 2,000 paper people behind Xiaochun, which caused him to gasp, and then turn to flee in the other direction. However, despite how quickly this newcomer reacted, Xiaochun still managed to get a look at his face. First, he was shocked, and then, delighted. Zhou Yixing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Your Comeuppance is at Hand, by Xiaochun. Chapter 549, Your Comeuppance is at Hand, by Xiaochun. Xiaochun was extremely happy to see Zhou Yixing, and felt like he had just run into an old friend. After all, he hadn't seen any other living beings for quite some time. To unexpectedly run into Zhou Yixing right here left Xiaochun feeling as if the two of them were connected by destiny somehow. Plus, the fact that he ended up profiting handsomely every time they met got him very excited. "Don't run, Zhou Yixing," he shouted. "I'm not gonna take that bow of yours. Get the attention of these 2,000 paper people, okay, my lucky star." The joy in Xiaochun's voice caused Zhou Yixing to tremble on the verge of insanity. He truly felt as if he had fallen into more bad luck than was possible in one lifetime. "You're the lucky star. Everyone in your family is a lucky star." Rage filled him at how sharp Xiaochun's eyes were. Just now, Zhou Yixing had spun around as quickly as possible, and yet somehow, had still been recognized. Then, he'd been called Lucky Star, which pushed him deeper into madness, to the point where he felt like he was going to collapse. During his recent travels through the labyrinth, he had prayed constantly that he never meet Xiaochun again, and yet, that was exactly what had happened. Oh heavens, why? This labyrinth is so big, why did you have me run into this damnable Bai Xiaochun? This was the third time Zhou Yixing had encountered Bai Xiaochun, and by this time, he was sure he had worse luck than anyone in the world. During their first meeting, he lost his 9-colored flame. Then he had his fire soul arrow taken away. The third time, Bai Xiaochun came running at him with 2,000 paper people in pursuit. Zhou Yixing had been just as terrified recently by the paper people as Bai Xiaochun had. To see more than 2,000 of them in one place had him terrified to the extreme. Do I owe him a debt from a previous life or something? Eyes bloodshot and expression twisted from rage, he turned to glare viciously at Bai Xiaochun. You want my help to get the attention of those paper people? He yelled. Fine. Since you have a death wish, I guess that means fate has put you in my hands to be killed today. Zhou Yixing was convinced that by taking advantage of the paper people, he would be able to have his chance to kill Bai Xiaochun. The perfect opportunity. Howling, he threw caution to the wind, pulling out his black greatbow with its 9-fold spirit enhancement. Then, he pulled the bowstring back and unleashed a succession of 36 soul arrows, simultaneously flying backward away from Bai Xiaochun. 36 was Zhou Yixing's limit, and was such a strain that he was already coughing up blood. And yet, that was how much he hated Bai Xiaochun. All the way down to the bones. The 36 soul arrows screamed through the air toward Bai Xiaochun, whose face fell at the realization that, in his excitement at running into his lucky star, he had pushed things too far. The truth was that this really was the perfect opportunity for Zhou Yixing to kill Bai Xiaochun. I can't believe you're being such a bully, Mr. Gorilla. He shouted. As the 36 soul arrows closed in, it was clear that they were locked onto his position, and that he couldn't dodge them. Considering that there were paper people right behind him, it put him in a very dangerous position. Therefore, he waved his right hand and snapped the eternal parasol open. Then, the 36 soul arrows all exploded, and Zhou Yixing mockingly shouted, Your comeuppance is at hand, Bai Xiaochun. Ignoring any injuries it would wreak upon him, he took a breath and launched another 30 arrows. The arrows slashed through the air like lightning, instantly reaching Bai Xiaochun's position and then exploding with incredible force. Even if Bai Xiaochun were stronger than he already was, he couldn't have done anything other than fall back in the face of such an attack. As he did, the 2,000 paper people increased their speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Bizarre smiles could be seen on the faces of the screaming paper people, and looks of greed and madness filled their eyes as they pounced toward Bai Xiaochun. Off in the distance, Zhou Yixing watched what was happening with such excitement that he was shaking. Then he threw his head back and laughed at the top of his lungs. I didn't kill you, Bai Xiaochun, this is just the will of the heavens. Zhou Yixing felt wonderful at being able to instantly rid himself of the depression that had gripped him so deeply recently. As Zhou Yixing watched the paper people pouncing toward Bai Xiaochun, he cackled madly and then said, Bai Xiaochun, you. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes went wide, and his words stuck in his throat. Impossible. To Zhou Yixing's shock, one glimmering shield after another had sprung up around Bai Xiaochun, until there were more than 1,000 of them, creating a 30-meter thick barrier around him. As the shield spread out, the paper people who had been pouncing on Bai Xiaochun stuck to its surface. However, because there were so many of them, they ended up looking like a huge paper ball. Inside of the paper ball, Bai Xiaochun was drenched in the sweat of fear. In the heat of the moment, he had been too short on time to use his water swamp kingdom, and therefore, had resorted to defensive talismans to stop the advance of the paper people. After confirming that the shields were effective against the paper people, he looked through the cracks in their arms and legs at the gaping Zhou Yixing off in the distance. Zhou Yixing! He bellowed, then began to move in his direction. Zhou Yixing's jaw dropped, and his mind began to spin as the huge paper ball began to speed in his direction. The sheer number of paper people that huge ball represented caused Zhou Yixing's scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. He's still not dead. He blurted in rage. Spinning, he began to flee, and yet despite the speed he was capable of, was no match for Bai Xiaochun. What do I do? What do I do? Don't tell me I'm really going to have to resort to my final star sigil teleportation. Swept up in a feeling of madness, he gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash the starlight within the star sigil. However, that was when he suddenly realized that the 2,000 paper people stuck to the surface of the shields were actually absorbing their power, which was causing the paper ball to shrink. Enthused, Zhou Yixing immediately abandoned his plan to teleport away. Heart-thumping with excitement, he came to the conclusion that Xiaochun was actually shooting himself in the foot, and once his shield disappeared, he would be killed in body and soul. Feeling more thrilled with every moment that passed, Zhou Yixing proceeded onward, keeping an eye on what was happening behind him and even laughing at the situation. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed out from the paper ball, startling Zhou Yixing. However, after confirming that it was maintaining the same speed as before, he calmed down. Let's see how long you manage to hold out, Xiaochun. Inside the paper ball, Xiaochun was chuckling coldly, and thought about what Zhou Yixing's reaction would be to the fact that he could pull hundreds of thousands of paper talismans out of his bag of holding if he felt like it. Oof. If I pulled them all out at one time, you would definitely freak out. However, Xiaochun was still worried. After all, he didn't have an endless supply of talismans, and would run out of them eventually. Looking around at the paper people absorbing the energy of the shields, he quickly came to the conclusion that they found the shields to be delicious. Heart-pounding, he put some more thought into the matter, then pulled out another paper talisman and threw it off to the side. Sure enough, some of the paper people immediately pounced on it and began to absorb it happily. Eyes flickering, Xiaochun looked at Zhou Yixing fleeing off into the distance, and then decided to take one more risk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, There's Something on My Back. Chapter 550, There's Something on My Back. Because Xiaochun was mostly out of sight inside the paper ball, and also because Zhou Yixing had to focus on moving ahead, he didn't see what had just happened. He was excited, only occasionally looking back to see how much the paper ball had shrunk. By this point, the ball had already shrunk from its previous size of 30 meters down to about half of that. In addition, Xiaochun was slowing down, as if he were about to succumb to exhaustion. Zhou Yixing could even hear him let out a howl of seeming despair. Your comeuppance is at hand, Xiaochun. Feeling almost completely free from care or worry, Zhou Yixing laughed loudly and pondered how all of this had been carefully planned out and executed by none other than himself. When I want someone dead, that person wouldn't dare to try and stay alive. Laughing, he looked back at Xiaochun slowing down, the paper ball having shrunk down to roughly 9 meters. By this point, Zhou Yixing was confident enough to stop in place to watch Xiaochun be reduced to a desiccated corpse. Zhou Yixing! Inside the paper ball, Xiaochun was looking quite flustered. No matter how he yelled out in anger, his speed continued to drop, until he couldn't even move forward. Of course, his struggles pleased Zhou Yixing to no end, who was now staring fixedly to watch the final result. Yell all you want, he said with a chuckle. Even if you yell your throat out, nobody will come to save you. Zhou Yixing was pleased as punch at how little effort he was now expending. As for the shield surrounding Xiaochun, it was now so small that it was impossible to catch even a glimpse of him inside of all the paper. It was a critical moment in which Zhou Yixing nervously watched what was happening, and was even visualizing what would happen next. In his mind, the paper ball would soon break through the shield, and Xiaochun would scream miserably as he was destroyed in body and soul. Not only could he keep a record of everything that was happening, but he would be able to take Xiaochun's bag of holding in the end. Then he could draw upon the final bit of teleportation power in his star sigil, and go get his reward of a full set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. Even as he excitedly contemplated that outcome, he saw the paper ball collapse, causing him to crane his neck forward to observe the outcome. In the exact same moment that the ball collapsed, a huge clump of paper talismans suddenly flew out into the air, a development which occurred so quickly that Zhou Yixing could never have reacted in time. In the blink of an eye, all of the paper talismans landed on the ground right in front of him. Zhou Yixing's jaw dropped, and before he could do anything, the paper talismans exploded, causing numerous shield layers to spring up around him. The talismans were defensive in nature, and quickly spread out to surround Zhou Yixing. At the same time, all of the paper people nearby Xiaochun suddenly turned over to look in Zhou Yixing's direction. Completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun, their eyes lit up with madness as they pounced onto the shields surrounding Zhou Yixing. All of these things take some time to describe, but from the moment the shield around Bai Xiaochun collapsed until the paper talismans landed in front of Zhou Yixing and the paper people pounced, only 2 breaths of time had passed. Zhou Yixing's face fell, and his mind began to spin. Things were turning out exactly the opposite of how he had imagined. Screaming, he tried to back up, but it was too late. The paper people moved so quickly that in the following moment, Zhou Yixing found himself in exactly the same situation Bai Xiaochun had just been in. Bai Xiaochun! He bellowed in rage, his heart quivering with regret and madness. Shameless! Completely shameless! You will not die a good death, Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was fleeing madly. The situation he had just been in was far too dangerous for his liking. Now that Zhou Yixing had replaced him, he forgot about his desire to get his bow and fled without hesitation. My poor little life is worth way more than that bow. I guess Zhou Yixing still counts as my lucky star. When he looked over his shoulder at the shrinking paper ball, he worried that the paper people might still notice him and give chase, so he tried to get as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Zhou Yixing was inside the paper ball, looking around in sullen fury as the paper people got closer and closer to him. Soon, tears began to leak out of the corners of his eyes. At the moment, he had no time to ponder how Bai Xiaochun was the bane of his existence. Instead, he reached up and pushed down onto his forehead. Rumbling sounds then echoed out as starlight filled the area, and the power of teleportation erupted. When the starlight faded away, Zhou Yixing was nowhere to be seen. Within a few moments, the paper people had completely devoured all of the shields, whereupon they scattered and began to search the area. When they found nothing, they drifted off into different random directions. In a tunnel somewhere else in the labyrinth, starlight glimmered, and Zhou Yixing stepped out, coughing up blood. He did nothing to hold it back, leaning up against the wall as blood spilled out from inside of him. Then he chuckled bitterly. As for the star sigil on his forehead, it gradually grew dimmer, until finally, it crumbled into ash and blew away. My star sigil is gone, he lamented. As he thought back to everything which had occurred with Bai Xiaochun, he felt more than ever that he was the bane of his existence. More tears began to pour down his cheeks. I'm not going to try to kill him. I hope I never see him again for the rest of my life. In that moment, Zhou Yixing seemed to age significantly. He had been wounded both physically and mentally, and was even starting to question the purpose of his own life. In sharp contrast to Zhou Yixing's bitter grief, Bai Xiaochun was in extremely high spirits. He felt like he had just survived a major tribulation, and had finally secured safety for his poor little life. He wasn't even angry about Zhou Yixing's previous treachery. After all, without Zhou Yixing there, he might not be alive right now. He had even gone to the lengths of sacrificing himself to save Bai Xiaochun. Whatever. If we're connected by destiny, brother Zhou, then you'll probably make it out alive yourself. I hope we have a chance to meet again one day. Relishing the thought of what might happen then, Bai Xiaochun hurried along his way. However, as he walked through the tunnels, he started getting the feeling that something was off. He suddenly whipped around to check his back, but didn't see anything. Reaching over his shoulder, he fumbled around with his hand, but couldn't feel anything. Unsure of whether he was just imagining things, he kept going. Eventually, he noticed a Great Wall cultivator approaching from the other direction looking very nervous, as if he had just survived some dangerous ordeal. When their eyes met, Bai Xiaochun could instantly see that the man was terrified. A moment later, the cultivator bowed his head and stepped to the side to allow Bai Xiaochun to pass. Bai Xiaochun was thinking of asking the cultivator some questions, but quickly dismissed the idea when he realized the man had a paper person on his back. Bai Xiaochun immediately sped up, flying past the cultivator. Some distance away, he looked over his shoulder to find the cultivator rushing toward him aggressively. But then, the man suddenly stopped in place and nodded in terror. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had noticed him, he shrieked and fled. Bai Xiaochun was at first taken aback, but then he thought back to when he had seen one of the paper people on someone else's back. That paper person had said SSHHH, and he had nodded in response. The nod of the cultivator just now had seemed very similar, and at that point, Bai Xiaochun's terror began to mount. There's no way I have a paper person on my back, he thought, his mind spinning. Face turning ashen, he looked over his shoulder over and over again until his neck hurt. However, he didn't see anything. Unfortunately, divine sense was suppressed in the labyrinth, making it impossible to use it to scan himself. Even reaching around with his hands didn't reveal anything. Finally, he decided to pull out his copper mirror, but still couldn't see anything on his back. He proceeded onward, filled with suspicions. As time went on, his expression turned more and more unsightly, until he was absolutely certain that there was something on his back. Scared out of his mind, and hair standing on end, he breathed, There's something on my back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, They'll be a good boy. Chapter 551, They'll be a good boy. Bai Xiaochun let out a yelp of fear, and looked over his shoulder, trembling. He also fumbled around behind his back. And yet, he still didn't have any evidence that anything was there. However, the feeling only kept getting stronger, to the point where he felt like he couldn't breathe. There's definitely something there. Tears welling up in his eyes, he let out a shout as he plastered some paper talismans onto him. And yet, after the shield layers sprang up, he still felt the same. No matter what he did, he felt like there was someone clinging to him. How come nothing works? He thought nervously. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the living mountain incantation, transforming into a stone golem and then back again. Despite that, he still felt like something was there. In fact, the sensation was even stronger. Most terrifying of all was that Bai Xiaochun was sure that whoever was behind him was absorbing his life force. No, that's my longevity. He wailed. That's my chance to live forever. I don't want this. Come on, let's talk things over. Just get off my back. He even pulled out the eternal parasol and poked it over his shoulder, but whoever was stuck to his back refused to budge. Bai Xiaochun was starting to feel confused, and he even went so far as to use his water swamp kingdom. However, nothing changed. What am I supposed to do? Don't tell me that I, Bai Xiaochun, am going to lose my life right here. I refuse to accept this. I'm still young. I haven't even gotten married yet. I haven't had kids. And yet, in his fury and grief, he only continued to descend into confusion. He started to look a bit listless as he trudged along, even staggering a bit, almost as if he were being pushed forward from behind. The truth was that he did have a paper person on his back, as if it had always been a part of him. Furthermore, it was greedily sucking away at his cultivation base and life force. This paper person was different from the others, though. It wasn't white. It was red. Furthermore, it had 6 eyes, which opened and closed continuously in a very strange fashion. As he walked along, he didn't notice how, when other paper people would appear near him and look at him greedily, they would subsequently notice the red paper person on his back, and then shiver and flee. Eventually, he was completely alone, walking along in confusion and slowly transforming into something more like an old man. However, at some point as he walked along, a fair, graceful female hand reached out, completely disregarding the presence of the red paper person, to land directly onto Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. It was a smack that sent a tremor running through him, rousing him as if from sleep. Suddenly recalling everything which had been going on, he shrieked and leapt forward a few paces before spinning to look back. What he saw caused his jaw to drop. Right there in front of him was a beautiful woman in a long gown. She had an odd-looking smile on her face, and it even looked like she had some blood on her lips, as if she had just eaten something and forgotten to wipe her mouth. That young woman was none other than Gongsun Wan'er. In her hand she held a red paper person, who was screaming and struggling as it tried to break free. However, such efforts were useless, and soon, a pleading look could be seen in the thing's eyes. Looking down at the red paper person, Gongsun Wan'er smiled, and the second pupil in each of her eyes began to shine with cold light. You really have some guts to bully my big bro. With that, she squeezed her fingers together, prompting the paper person to scream as it was crushed to bits. Then, white wisps of smoke rose up and floated back toward Bai Xiaochun, which was none other than his lost life force being returned to him. Face turning more ashen, he subconsciously backed up a few steps. For some reason, this version of Gongsun Wan'er seemed like a complete stranger to him. As he thought back to his past memories, he was certain that it had been a very long time since he felt anything like this. In fact, now that he thought about it, he realized that Gongsun Wan'er had always seemed a bit different after he got back from the Bloodstream sect. Plus, the blood on her lips was clearly not her own, it had come from something she'd eaten. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to pant as a hair-raisingly terrifying feeling overwhelmed him. The sinister coldness in the area far surpassed anything he had felt from the red hats or the blood-soaked buns. Not even the hive of paper people had been as cold as this. Most shocking of all was how she had called him Big Bro, which, for some very odd reason, seemed familiar. Voice quavering, he continued to back up as he said, Wan'er, it's you, what are you doing here? He almost couldn't tear his eyes away from the blood on Gongsun Wan'er's lips. Noticing his gaze, she reached up and touched her lips softly, then licked them clean and smiled at him. It was a smile that caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to go cold. He couldn't be certain whether he was imagining things or not, but he was almost sure he had seen a second mouth inside of her just now. In addition, he could see that she had two pupils in each of her eyes. He was shaking visibly and scared witless, and yet, that feeling of fear also stoked his anger. At the same time, cold sweat began to drip down his back. Teeth chattering, he said, Wan'er, I have an errand to run, so, see you later. With that, he prepared to leave. Gongsun Wan'er covered her smile with a hand, and said, why don't you come play with me, big bro? Strangely, her voice was different from before, and almost seemed like that of a child. As it echoed back and forth in the labyrinth tunnel, Bai Xiaochun's body went stiff, and his eyes went wide. The way she had called him big bro had already seemed familiar, and now that he heard that child's voice, his mind began to spin. Shrieking, he backed up again, eyes filling with incredulity as he pointed at Gongsun Wan'er and blurted, who are you? How could you have forgotten me, big bro? Although her words were spoken softly, they crashed like thunder in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Memories flooded into his mind as he thought back to the fallen sword world, and how among the Bane Souls had been a young girl holding a skinned, bloody teddy bear. How is this possible? He thought, his mouth and throat going dry. He felt like he was going crazy, and couldn't even breathe. It was almost like being hit in the head repeatedly with a big stick. Gongsun Wan'er smiled at his reaction. Then she casually waved her right hand, causing a blood mist to spring up next to her, which rapidly converged together into the form of a tall man. He was burly and well-built, but terrifyingly, had no skin. Blood-slicked muscles were all that could be seen, with occasional blue veins bulging out here and there. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw that burly man's face, a name popped into his mind. Lei Shan. This man had once been a chosen of the Profound Stream sect. Lei Shan. Based on the cultivation base power rolling off of him, his strength was comparable to the nascent soul stage. However, his eyes were empty and vacant, almost as if he were a puppet. 1. Just wait for me here, big bro, Gongsun Wanner said in her child's voice. I'm still not full yet. I'm going to take Teddy to go get a bit more food, and then we can play together. You wait here like a good boy, now. I'll be very upset if you disobey. Smiling happily, she turned and skipped off into the distance, accompanied by Lei Shan, who walked alongside her with an expressionless face, the faint sounds of thunder rumbling out from him as he walked. Xiaochun watched all of this happen with an ashen face. He felt cold all the way down to his marrow, and had already decided that he wouldn't wait around for Gongsun Wanner and Lei Shan even if someone threatened to kill him. As of this moment, he finally put the pieces of the puzzle together, and realized that the terrifying young girl from the fallen sword abyss had emerged into the world in Gongsun Wanner's body. Whether it was the haunting of the river-defying sect or the deaths on the ship, all of them were carried out by that girl. And then Xiaochun remembered that she had originally transformed because of a medicinal pill he had concocted, and his heart flip-flopped. Don't worry," he said loudly. "I'll be a good boy. I won't go anywhere. Oh, by the way, there's a guy out there named Zhou Yixing. He's very fair and delicate, and clearly very delicious. Why don't you go play with him for a bit?" After waiting for a bit to confirm that the girl was gone, he turned and fled. 1. Lei Shan was last seen alive in Chapter 150. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.